If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description. Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
Chapter 41, 23rd Floor, 1. At an unknown floor, 3 Fug elders were discussing how to proceed with the irregular that they have captured. His training has been progressing as planned, so they were thinking about sending him up the tower. They wanted to proclaim the existence of their new Slayer candidate, but they knew what would happen if they do so. Urek didn't care if the individual is a ranker or a regular, as long as he is a member of Fug, he would happily kill them, especially if that member is a Slayer candidate. As the elders were talking about their plans, a cloaked individual entered the room. Bright green hair could be seen sticking out under the person's hood, and the tapping sounds of high heels were heard from the person's steps. As soon as the woman entered, she immediately got on her knee and bowed in a show of respect. "Elders, I have something to report to you," the cloaked woman said while staying on her knee. "Stand up and speak," one of the elders commanded. The cloaked woman stood up. "The regulars that Lord Karaka had injured have been sighted without any injuries. They have all been healed up." "How? Healing their injuries should be impossible in the lower floor," questioned one of the elders. "We do not know how, but that happened after their arrival on the 21st floor," the cloaked woman explained. "Was it someone from the Yeon family?" The elders were aware that there are members of the Yeon family that are able to heal others with their flame. Although very few of them have that ability, one of them could have ended up helping the regulars. "We do not know for sure, elders. However, there appears to be a masked regular that has joined their team on that floor as well," the cloaked individual informed them. "A masked regular? What do we know about him?" an elder with a horned helmet asked, already having a bad feeling about this. "We have no information on him. We do not know where he came from or who he is." As they heard that, all 3 elders let out an audible sigh. They looked at each other and had the same thought in mind. Not again. They all remembered what happened last time when an unknown variable appeared in the picture. Fug had lost a few regulars and a ranker to that unknown variable. A Slayer had to step in and had to sacrifice his body in order to kill him. However, the consequences of doing that had cost them dearly. They hadn't expected Urek to react in such a violent manner, and they were still recovering from their losses. "We are sure we have no information on him? And he is definitely not one of ours." Fug had tried quite a few times to get one of their members to join the team, but with the guide, Mary, leading them, they've had no success with that. "No, elders." The masked Regulus first recorded appearances on the 21st floor. The elders stayed silent for a minute, contemplating on how to proceed. One of them let out another audible sigh and spoke. "Gather 2 more members, and contact the masked regular. We need to confirm his identity and try to get him on our side if possible. Try to do this in a non-aggressive manner." "Understood, elder. I will be on my way," the cloaked woman replied and left the room. Once she was gone, one of the elders turned towards the helmet-wearing one. "Cole, what do you see? What is her destiny?" the addressed elder answered after a moment of hesitation. "Nothing. The moment we decided to send her to contact the masked regular, I was no longer able to see her fate." Silence filled the room as the other 2 contemplated his words. In the meantime, Lumen and his group had arrived on the 23rd floor. The floor was one massive mountain, filled with stone trees. Oval-shaped buildings made of stone were littered everywhere. Despite their look, most of them had highly advanced technology inside them. Various shops, filled with items that were not available to the group until this point, were scattered throughout the floor. The test on the floor takes place on the top of the mountain in a giant coliseum every 3 days. 5 teams of 5 regulars can take the test at the same. The test consists of 5 rounds, where each team would have to have a regular participate. In order to pass, a team has to win at least 3 rounds. This would have been a problem for Lumen's team, considering they have 11 members, but one of them was a guide. "There is no need to concern yourselves with me. As a guide, I do not need to pass the tests to move between the floors," Mary assured them. Splitting the teams was an easy matter for the group. Anak, without hesitation, had walked up to Lumen. Verdi, Vespa and Tiana followed suit. The others didn't even have a say in this. Andrasi's team would be the first to fight in 2 weeks, and Lumen's team would participate 3 days later. Lumen and Verdi were exploring the shops on the floor. There were a few quite remarkable items that caught his eye, but each one cost at least 5,000,000 points. The most impressive shop was one that dealt with flying ships. However, the cheapest one was 7,000,000 points, while the group could gather around 3,000,000 points at most. Verdi suddenly stopped in place and looked towards the side. Lumen, look! Those four there! They are perfect for my new collection! She exclaimed, as she tugged on his arm and pointed with the other at four regulars. Each one looked very unique, but they all shared the same point. They all looked like a humanoid animal, a boar, lizard, hippopotamus, and a lemur. Well, they seem ownerless to me, so do your thing. Lumen gave her the green light, and Verdi exclaimed in happiness. Yay! She summoned her octopus, and before the four regulars could react, they were all entangled by its tentacles. In a matter of seconds, all of them turned lifeless, and Verdi stored them in her dollhouse. This caused a commotion, and all the regulars in the vicinity turned their attention to Lumen and Verdi. A brown-haired human regular, followed by four more human regulars, shouted. Hey, what the hell do you think you are doing? Lumen shot them an annoyed look. If you value your lives, move on. His words provoked the brown-haired regular. He pulled out a unique-looking needle that had spikes all over it and prepared to attack Lumen and Verdi. This floor is owned by the Ari family, and as a member of the Great Family. Before he could finish what he was saying, he and the other four regulars were swallowed by a terrifying maw made of darkness. Lumen turned towards the crowd that was gathering around them. Does anyone else have something to say? No was willing to respond, considering what they had just witnessed. The regular was a member of the Ari family, but the masked regular had killed him without hesitation. If he dared to kill a member of the 10 great families, what's stopping him from killing them as well? With fear in their eyes, they all scattered from there as fast as their legs could carry them. Thought so. Lumen uttered. The two continued exploring the 23rd floor when Lumen sensed 3 cloaked individuals that were following them. Wherever the two went, the 3 followed after them. Sensing the aura coming from them, he turned towards Verdi. Hey, Verdi, there is something that I need to take care of. Why don't you head off towards our residence? Seeing her reluctant look, he ruffled her hair. Don't worry, I will be back before you know it. Trust me. Okay, but don't be too late. We have to pair the new dolls I got. Verdi exclaimed, and she started walking towards their residence. Lumen wanted to figure out who were the 3 individuals after. They didn't make a move when Verdi left, so that answered his question. Since they were after him, he made his way outside of the city. The 3 individuals followed after him. On the way, he was able to learn more about them, by sensing the way Shinsu moves around them. Lumen was sure that all 3 should be rankers. Soon, he left the outskirts of the city and entered a forest of stone trees. The 3 individuals were following after him when one that had a visible bulge on their back asked the one that led them. Shea, he is obviously leading us outside the city. Don't you find this suspicious? I do, Secro, but we need to confirm his identity. That's an order from the elders. Shea answered him. She was prepared to complete her mission, even if it costed her life. As they were following Lumen, they saw him go behind a tree, and they lost sight of him afterward. They were looking around in confusion when they heard a voice from behind them. I spy 3 little rats with my eye. Turning around, they saw the man they were following sitting on a stone branch. However, his appearance left them astonished. A scaled metallic armor covered his body, and he was holding a uniquely shaped spear made of darkness. Rather than having a pointed head, the spear had a lizard-like jaw. The person with a bulge on and the other cloaked individual immediately got on their knees. Lord Karaka. The 2 said in unison. Unlike them, Shea didn't bow and questioned him. Who are you? She had seen Karaka personally and knew that there was something off about this situation. TSCH, TSCH, TSCH. Who else can I be but Lord Karaka? Lumen answered with a chuckle. Get up, you fools. Shea hissed at the other 2. This guy's an imposter. Answer me, who are you? Shea said in a threatening manner. You don't believe me? Well, I guess I have to take your lives for doubting me then. For I am the great slayer of Fug, Lord Karaka. Lumen replied in a teasing manner. Hearing the ridicule in his voice, they understood that he is simply playing with them. Green water started flowing around Shea. The person that had a bulge spread moth-like wings from his back that shredded his cloak. And the last individual pulled out a single-edged sword from his arms inventory. The sword had a white blade with a blue handle. Seeing them prepared to fight, Lumen let out a laugh. What is it called? Ah, yes, I remember now. Karaka style, World of Darkness. Lumen created 12 black orbs that surrounded him. He was already able to control up to 14 bongs of Shinsu at the same time, but 2 of them were already used to make the spear with a lizard head. Seeing Karaka's personal technique, Shea didn't know how to respond. Not only did the person look like the Slayer, but he could also use his technique. The other 2 FUG members were also confused and didn't know what to do. They were waiting for Shea, their leader, to give her orders. Now, what was the other one called? I think it was Black Goral's horn whip. Whips made of darkness came out of the black orbs and flew towards the 3 FUG members. The man with moth-like wings was able to dodge the 4 going towards him, by flying in the air with a burst of speed. Shea sent 4 torrents of green water to stop the ones that were aiming for her. Her attack broke through the whips of darkness and continued towards Lumen, but the 4 torrents were absorbed by the black orbs. Ignite! The 3rd member shouted, and ice surrounded his blade. He slashed 4 times with it, sending 4 waves of ice to stop the whips of darkness. Like with Shea, his attacks didn't stop after destroying them and continued on, only to be absorbed by the black orbs. Knowing that they can't deal with this without fighting, Shea gave her orders. Ned, take him head on. Secro, support him in the air, and I will attack him from a distance. Chapter 42, 23rd Floor, 2. As Ned rushed towards Lumen, Shea prepared her own attack. Den of Snakes. 21 serpents made of green water formed in front of her and flew towards Lumen. Secro, in the air, had grown 5 times bigger than before. Purple particles were flowing out of his moth-like wings and forming a sphere of highly concentrated Shinsu in front of him. Ned bypassed the black orbs, reaching Lumen in a second, and wherever he passed, he left frost marks behind him. Even more, ice formed on Ned's sword as he was about to attack when a sudden pressure descended on him, slowing his movements. He was standing between the black orbs, and Lumen had infused his gravity powers to them along with the darkness. Combining the 2 qualities was easier than what he imagined, but darkness and gravity were the only 2 he could combine in this way for now. Depending on the position of the black orbs, they could create a gravity field in between them. 2 metal tentacles formed on Lumen's back, and he entangled Ned's arms. The control of his armor didn't require him to manipulate Shinsu, and it was an innate ability. The metal tentacle that caught Ned's sword arm was slowly being covered in the ice, while the other one was fine. Lumen stabbed with his spear of darkness, and the lizard head at the top opened up, revealing its sharp fangs. It chomped on Ned's left arm and shoulder, and its fangs managed to slightly pierce his body. Ned, as a rancor, had a durable and Shinsu-resistant body. At that moment, 8 of the green water serpents landed on top of Lumen while the others were absorbed by the black orbs. With his naturally high Shinsu resistance and with the Shinsu-resistant armor, he wasn't that hurt from that attack. However, he was covered by the green water, and it was slowly corroding his armor. A bit of the corrosive water had splashed onto Ned as well, and his skin was slowly starting to erode. Despite that, the attack from Secro is the one that alarmed him the most. The purple sphere was made of an extremely high concentration of Shinsu. From right above him, Secro fired off a massive purple beam of light towards Lumen. Sludge beam. 2 more metal tentacles formed on his lower back, and he used them to push himself out of the way. At the same time, using the other 2 and the spear that was holding onto Ned, he moved the swordsman in the direction of the beam, using him as a shield. Lumen's black orbs also flew in an attempt to absorb the massive beam of purple light, but they weren't successful in doing so. The beam of purple light had hit Ned and disintegrated the left part of his body. Despite that, the swordsman was still alive and staring daggers at Lumen, while a massive sword of ice was forming above his head. Secro's beam had also hit Lumen, and he was missing his right arm. A black mass bubbled out of his missing arm as it formed his armor. Under his armor, he used his white flames and the abundance of life force that he had to restore his right arm. 4 of the black orbs flew up in the air, in an attempt to catch Secro in a small gravity field like the one around Ned, but he was able to stay away from them. Unfortunately, one of them had come a bit too close, and Lumen grabbed one of the black orbs next to him while jumping inside another one, just as Ned's giant ice sword flew past his location. The black orbs could act as gates among each other, and the user could move between them. Lumen appeared from the black orb next to Secro and shot a massive whirlwind blast of Shinsu. Damage counter, Reign of Darkness. Under the mask of the blast, he shot out his black flames and covered Synopsis entirely. Being attacked by the accumulated damage that the black orbs absorbed and the black phoenix flames, Synopsis stood no chance even with the body of a rancor. It took a few seconds, but Synopsis disappeared without even leaving a trace. Receiving a few years' worths of life force from him, Lumen's eyes were already starting to redden, but since he had already experienced this before, he was prepared for it this time and didn't lose control. He kept his cool since there were 2 more enemies left. Now the fight was a 2v1, and Ned was missing the left side of his body. However, Lumen didn't have any more energy stored in the black orbs for another damage counter. Thankfully, he took care of the flying enemy. Now, he didn't have to worry that one of them would manage to escape. 4 black orbs flew in the air and formed a square, 4 more formed a square on the ground, and the 8 together formed a cube with the 2 rancors in the middle of it. The other 4 dissolved in the air and filled the area with darkness. Gravitational domain of darkness. The entire area inside the cube turned into darkness, and a suppression force enveloped the 2 FUG members. They couldn't see a thing, and their bodies felt heavier. Their fighting strength was greatly reduced inside the domain. Ned was looking around in vigilance, prepared to jump into action at the slightest movement, but he couldn't see nor hear a thing in the darkness. Suddenly, he felt a maw chomp on him as its fangs pierced his body. There had been absolutely no signs of an attack coming, and yet, the maw was clearly chomping onto him. Ned slashed with his sword to where he presumed the attack came from, but there was nothing there. Within the gravitational domain of darkness, Lumen was like a god. He could appear anywhere he desired to like a grim reaper. He could also manipulate the sense of direction of those that are inside of it. More and more similar attacks that came out of nowhere hit Ned and he knew had to do something about this. Massive amounts of ice started forming around him and covered him up as well. He was planning on freezing the entire area of darkness to break out of the domain. Lumen tried attacking the ice, but he wasn't able to break it with his spear. TSCH. He tried using his black phoenix flames, but that had little success as well. Lumen dissolved his spear of darkness, and with an annoyed look, started gathering 2 bongs of shinsu that he infused with the black flames. Forming them together into a black phoenix, he sent it flying towards the ice. Phoenix Wrath. The black phoenix exploded and evaporated Ned's ice. The FUG member was also caught within the blast, and the black fire covered him up. He tried putting out the fire with his ice, but the black phoenix flames that were infused with shinsu melted his ice in seconds. In a moment, he was burned to ashes, without leaving a trace behind. Receiving another few years' worth of life force, Lumen was on the verge of losing control. He was hoping he wouldn't need to use the black flames to take the woman out. Lumen didn't want to seclude himself again. Shea had covered herself in an orb made of her corrosive water. The orb had at least a few layers of the green water. Synopsis had died, and she knew that Ned was a bad condition. She didn't think that he would be able to survive today. Shea was starting to believe that the one that attacked them is, in fact, Lord Karaka. She just didn't think there was another explanation for what happened. However, why had Lord Karaka attacked them? Had he betrayed FUG? Shea just wanted to run away from this place at this point, and just report everything to the elders. She had tried to escape the domain of darkness numerous times, but she had no idea where she is going. Shea had great talent in reading the flow of shinsu, but inside the domain, she had lost her ability to do so. She had never been in a situation where someone could block that ability of hers. Shea had tried running in one direction, but no matter how much she ran, she never reached the boundary of the domain. She was making one of her attempts at running in one direction when a layer of her shield got destroyed. Shea didn't even see the attack or where it came from in the domain of darkness. As quickly as the layer of the shield was destroyed, she recreated it anew. A few more attacks came at her, but they were all blocked by the layers of the shield covering her. Just as she was reassured that Lumen couldn't hurt her, a fang of darkness came from inside her shield, catching her by surprise. The fang only managed to slightly pierce her throat, but then it suddenly started spinning like a drill. Shea managed to cover it with her corrosive water, but the fang had already managed to leave a nasty wound. Before she knew it, 2 more fangs had attacked her in the same manner. They appeared out of nowhere, under her shield, and only slightly pierced her body, but then they would start spinning like a drill. 20 minutes later, Shea fell down, bleeding from holes all over her body. A maw of darkness formed around her and swallowed her, leaving no traces behind. The gravitational domain of darkness dissolved, and Lumen in his armor was the only one left standing there. He looked up towards the sky, where he had sensed an observer that was following behind the 3 Fug members. Grinning, he waved at the observer as a dozen fangs of darkness formed around it and destroyed it. Lumen didn't remove his armor since he had sensed someone spying on him from a distance. Focusing in that direction, he was able to see a gorgeous blonde woman wearing a pure white outfit, and holding a blue needle that had a zigzag pattern. He watched as she appeared in front of him with a burst of speed. I was going after where a masked regular was last seen. Who are you and what are you doing on my floor? Aurelia, the ruler of the 23rd floor, asked him. The armor covering Lumen's face retracted, and his masked appearance was revealed underneath. I'm just climbing the tower like any other regular on the floor. Leah's eyes widened in astonished seeing this. When she received a report of one of her family members being killed by a masked regular, she had briefly checked the information on him. Leah knew that he is a part of Andrasizahard's team, but there was no other information about him. Nevertheless, like the rest of her family members, she hated unnecessary violence. Even though he is a teammate of a princess of Zahard, she wanted to question his actions. When she arrived where he was last seen, Leah had seen a confrontation between 4 rankers. She had witnessed the fight between the 4 and was more than sure that the armored person was a ranker. Never would she have expected for him to be the masked regular. Leah wasn't sure what to say in this situation. This wasn't what she was expecting. It's also quite convenient how you arrived right after I killed the 3 rankers from Fug. Hearing Lumen's words, she started feeling guilty. As a ruler of the floor, it's her responsibility to stop such situations from occurring. Yet, she had failed, and a regular was attacked by 3 rankers. Yes, he had survived and even killed the rankers, but Leah had failed at preventing the attack. She had also stood by and watched as he fought them, and she hadn't assisted him in any way. Am I to assume you are also a member of Fug? Lumen's words caused an immediate reaction in the blonde woman. No. Never. I'm Aurelia, ruler of the 23rd floor and member of the Ari family. Joining them would never even cross my mind. Leah stated. I see. So, you stood by the side and observed as 3 rankers from Fug attacked a regular. His words hit her hard. I didn't know. Had I known that they are members of Fug, I would have stepped in. Leah responded while looking at the ground, not daring to look at Lumen from the guilt she felt. So, you would only interfere if you knew they are members of Fug. TSCH. It seems members of the Ari family have no honor. Lumen replied while grinning under his mask. No. Leah immediately denied that. How come? You watched the fight for a bit, but you took no actions. Leah felt like crying. She thought that's a fight between rankers and not 3 rankers that were ganging up on a regular. I'm sorry. I will compensate you for my mistakes. Leah barely uttered under her breath. Now we are talking. Said Lumen. Chapter 43, 23rd Floor, 3. Since Kul, the Fug Elder, wasn't able to see the fate of Shea, they had decided to send an observer to follow her. The observer had a very good cloaking ability, so they weren't worried about it being discovered. The Elder watched as the 3 Fug members followed after the masked regular. He led them outside the city into a forest of stone trees. From up above, they saw a scaled metal armor form and cover his body. They were astonished, as he looked nearly identical to Karaka, but that shouldn't be possible. When they heard his disdainful tone, they are sure that's definitely not Karaka. However, they saw him use the Slayer's personal techniques afterward. It was a bit lacking compared to Karaka, but that was definitely his own way of manipulating Shinsu. After he killed Seacrow, they saw him form a massive cube filled with darkness. That was something they have never seen Karaka do. The worst part was that they weren't able to see inside the domain of darkness even with their observer. They had no idea what happened inside. Once the domain of darkness was released, only the person that looked like Karaka was left there. There were no traces of the other 2 Fug members. They were even more astonished when he looked up towards the observer and waved at it. At that point, they didn't know what to think. Very few would be able to sense the observer, and Karaka was definitely one of those. As a high-ranking scout, he would be able to sense the cloaked observer. The whole situation was extremely puzzling to them. They were sure that wasn't Karaka, but who else could it be? Kul, what did you see? One of the elder asked the one wearing a horned helmet. Nothing. I couldn't get any information about that person's destiny. Kul was confused at why is his ability failing like this. The only time that had happened was when he tried looking at the destinies of Lumen and Urak. Contact Karika and get him here as soon as possible. He has some explaining to do. An elder shouted, furious that they had no idea what's happening. Meanwhile, Lumen had just returned back to his group's residence. He had gotten quite a few goodies from Leah, plus he had also picked up Ned's ice sword after he had killed him. Lumen, you said you will be back in a bit. What took you so long? I was worried. Verdi exclaimed with a serious look and her hands on her waist. Lumen walked up to her and ruffled her hair, and her serious look disappeared in an instant. Sorry, Verdi. I was just out shopping for gifts. It's okay, I was just worried. She giggled and asked in eagerness. So, what did you get me? Lumen pulled out a white triangle object from his pocket. The item was big enough, so Verdi could hide behind it without being seen. He had bargained for 8 B-ranked armor inventories from Leah. That was a lot more than what he expected, but he had used her guilt in his favor and pushed to get as much as possible. Lumen initially wanted to get a personal flying ship from her, but she didn't have one to give away. Normally, you would find a hard time finding a regular that has such an armor inventory, but Lumen had gotten 8 of them from the Leah. They were high-ranked ones as well. He also had the 2 armor inventories that he looted from Bob. They were C rank, but even strong regular from the higher floors wouldn't have won that rank. Verdi, happy with her gift, hugged Lumen. Thank you, you are the best. Lumen gave the rest of his group an armor inventory, as well. The C-rank ones were given to Anik and Andrasi since they are the strongest beside him in the team. He, on the other hand, didn't need one since he already had his armor. Plus, he had an incredibly high Shinsuru resistance and durability, thanks to the technique Urek taught him. The ice sword he looted from Ned was given to Hatsu, the only sword user in their group. It was an ignition weapon, but he didn't need it. Lumen also wasn't very proficient with swords and preferred spears. 2 weeks passed by quickly, and it was time for Andrasi's group to take on the test. Her participation was greatly anticipated by residents on the floor. Since the test takes place in the Colosseum on top of the mountain, the residents would usually go and watch it. They had to pay a small price of points to enter, but everyone could easily afford it. The Colosseum was filled to the brim with people, observers, and lighthouses. Andrasi's fight was going to be recorded and watched by the whole tower. Alongside her, the fights of her teammates would also be observed by the whole tower. The moment Andrasi appeared on the stage, the whole crowd erupted in cheers. The residents in the tower respected the strong, and she was unquestionably powerful. She was considered the strongest year-rank regular. To top it off, she was also extremely beautiful. Andrasi easily crushed the rest of the participants, and the crowd cheered even louder once she won. Her 4 teammates followed suit and crushed the rest of the regulars. Even Lisu, the weakest member of the group, had dominated the round he participated in. Surprisingly, when it was Hatsu's turn to fight, the crowd had also erupted in cheers. They weren't as loud as Andrasi's, but he was also liked by the residents of the floor, especially the female ones. The 5 of them had easily advanced to the 24th floor, and Mary followed after them. As a guide, she didn't need to pass the test to climb up. 3 days passed, and it was now Lumen's team turn to participate. The residents were already aware that the rest of Andrasi's team will be competing, so the Colosseum was packed. Not as much as when she participated, but there were a lot of viewers nonetheless. The first one to enter the stage was Anik. 3 of her opponents didn't look special in any way, but the last one had cat ears, clearly a member of the Lopo Bia family. He had short dark hair and wore a green outfit. Once the cat-eared regular saw Anik, he brought his hand next to his neck and made a, "You are dead," motion with it. To which she just smirked in response. As soon as the fight started, he summoned a massive black panther. "Kill everyone else and leave the lizard," the cat-eared regular commanded. Before the other 3 regular could react, the panther had rushed at them in a burst of speed and killed them in seconds. The cat-eared regular looked at Anik with an evil glint in his eyes. "You have nowhere to run, ugly lizard." Without saying a word, she disappeared from her spot. Even though the panther was fast, Anik was even faster. She appeared right above its head and hit it with a Shinsu enhanced punch. The beast slammed its head on the ground and didn't stand up anymore. The cat-eared regular was wide-eyed seeing that. The Black Panther was given to him by his family, and it should have been able to carry him until he became a D-rank regular, at least. Before he could process that his beast had been killed with a single punch, Anik was already standing in front of him. "I don't need to run." With an evil grin, she kicked him in his family jewels. Letting out a scream, the cat-eared regular had bent down reflexively. Anik finished him off the same way she dealt with his panther. She enhanced her fist with Shinsu and slammed it on his head. Unlike the panther, his head exploded in a shower of gore. The crowd loved it and erupted in a cheer. They only respected the strong, and Anik was by far one of the strongest E-rank regulars. The next one to fight was Verdi. She hated being in the limelight, but she didn't have much a choice. As soon as the fight started, she summoned her pink octopus, and the creature immediately sprung into action. Verdi didn't need to order it with words like other animus. She was born with an extremely strong telepathy, and she could communicate with the octopus with her mind. In fact, her telepathy was so strong that she could hear the thoughts of other people. That was further enhanced by her special flower that unlocks people's potential. Being in a crowded place gave her awful headaches, and is the reason why she had a blank look on her face most of the time. Verdi could also use her telepathy to attack, but she usually chose not to. Her telepathy was also the reason why she adored dolls so much. They, unlike people, didn't give her massive headaches since they had no thoughts. That's also why Verdi loved spending time with Lumen. She couldn't hear his thoughts, and when she was around him, she couldn't even hear the thoughts of other people as well. As long as he was close by, she was peaceful and happy. Verdi's pink octopus easily managed to kill the rest of the participants, and she didn't even have to move from her place. Happy that she doesn't need to be in the spotlight anymore, she rushed out of the Colosseum. Vespa was the next to take the stage, and the moment the fight started, it had already ended. She was by far one of the fastest E-rank regulars. Very few could contend with her monstrous speed. In a matter of seconds, she had flown by all the regulars and stabbed them in the head. The crowd erupted in cheers from her performance. With that, Lumen's team had guaranteed their win, but the test continued on. Tiana stepped into the Colosseum, and due to the performance of the previous three, the crowd had great expectations of her. And she delivered on those expectations. The moment the fight started, she had already formed 4 bongs of Shinsu. The crowd was astonished seeing a regular control 4 bongs of Shinsu. They were even more shocked when all those 4 bongs flew out like accurately hit one of the regulars, and caused an explosion upon contact. Not only was she able to control 4 bongs at once, but they all also had a high concentration of Shinsu, as well. Tiana was definitely one of the best wave controllers amongst E-rank regulars and could outdo D-rank regulars as well. The crowd erupted yet again. Especially the male spectators, they screamed louder than everyone else. Tiana was a beautiful lady, and they made sure to let her know that. The last contestant to fight was Lumen, the masked regular. The viewers didn't know much about him, but considering he was on the same team as Andrassy and the rest of those monsters, they had high expectations for him as well. Once he entered the stage, he noticed that one of the regulars had cat ear, another Lopo BIA member. He looked at Lumen and stated, "You will pay for being on that lizard's team. I will make sure to make it as painful as possible." Lumen paid him no mind. He didn't care what a regular has to say, especially one as weak as the cat-eared man. Once the fight started, the cat-eared man summoned a white gorilla, as big as an elephant. The gorilla took out one of the regulars, while the cat-eared man went after the other 2. He was skilled and was easily able to take them out, by firing 2 yellow-colored spikes made of Shinsu. The cat-eared man and the gorilla focused on Lumen and slowly started moving towards him. "Now it's your turn." Lumen looked towards the duo and summoned out Berserker. The giant dinosaur let out a beastly roar once he out of his bowl. Both the cat-eared man and the gorilla stopped in their tracks, as Berserker's terrifying jaws, filled with extremely sharp teeth, and dripping with saliva, were right in front of their faces. The dinosaur's body was slightly trembling with excitement for being released. He was happy that he was let out, and he felt even happier when he felt the gazes of the crowd of the Colosseum. It was not the annoying cat that only sleeps that was released but it was him that was given this chance. Berserker will make sure to remind that to the stupid Furball when he sees her. Breakfast time. Hearing his master's command, Berserker chomped on the 2 small insects in front of him. His sharp teeth easily pierced through the 2, and he caught them between his jaws. One more bite, to make them easier to swallow, and he gulped them down. Looking around for the rest of the breakfast, he saw there was nothing worth eating. As he was wondering where his food is, he heard his master. "Good job." Berserker was confused. "That's it? That's breakfast?" Berserker looked towards the large crowd that was watching them, wondering if maybe they are also part of the breakfast. They might be small, but they were a lot. The crowd cheered as they saw Berserker look at them. He was a large and terrifying creature, and they loved it. Come back now. I will let you out on an upper floor. Berserker was mortified hearing that. The small creatures were offering themselves to him, why was his master returning him? He gave the crowd one last look, as his master returned him to his bowl. Chapter 44, 24th Floor. The 24th floor was a massive grassland filled with hills, and small cities were scattered all over it. Due to the beautiful scenery, a lot of regulars would stay on this floor for long periods of time. Some even choose to stay and live on the 24th floor for the rest of their lives. Besides the incredible landscapes, there were a lot of unique snakes living on this floor. Like the three-headed boa, the scorpion-tailed python, the horned viper, and many others. They mostly fed on black-horned sheep that lived on the floor or regulars that enter their territory. All in all, the 24th floor is a very beautiful place, as long as you don't encounter any of the creatures that inhabit it. The test on the floor takes place in 3 specific cities. Each one being overflowed with snakes. Amongst those serpents in the cities, one of them would have a special key in their body. In order for a team to pass, they have to gather all 3 keys. A team of regulars would have to split into 3 groups, and each would enter one of the cities. Each group gets the chance to kill no more than 3 snakes. If they are unable to find a key within the 3 snakes that they have killed, they fail the test. Lumen's team would be taking on the test in 3 weeks. The earliest possible time for them to do so. Since they had plenty of time, Lumen has been going out to the grass fields to feed his animals and to check out the creatures leaving on the floor. Ben, an average-sized human with blonde hair, wearing a brown outfit, was walking alongside his partner. His companion, Rowan, was another normal-looking human with brown hair that wore a similar outfit to Ben. They were born in the lawless part of the outer tower and have lived as criminals for their whole lives. The 2 of them were quite the famous muggers amongst the E-rank regulars. They were walking through one of the cities on the 24th floor when they saw a masked regular leaving the city. Rowan tapped Ben on the chest while looking at the masked regular. "Hey, isn't that the guy who was on a team with a princess of Zahard?" Rowan asked his blonde companion. Yeah, he is. He is from that team of monsters. Ben replied. "Let's mug him," Rowan said with excitement, already getting pumped up for the goodies they can get of him. "Hold on, I watched his fight on the 23rd floor. He summoned a dinosaur as large as the buildings here." Ben tried dissuading him. "Oh yeah, I watched that as well. The beast ate a white gorilla and a regular with 1 bite." Rowan replied. "Exactly, yeah," Ben replied, relieved at his response. "Let's mug him," Rowan stated with even more excitement. No. I heard he once killed a member of the 10 great families in an instant. The masked regular had made a maw of darkness that ate him. He killed him without even blinking an eye." Ben tried discouraging Rowan. The blonde man didn't want to lose his life. "Oh yeah. The Ari family member from the 23rd floor. I heard that too," Rowan replied, and his face lit up in excitement. "Let's mug him." "I don't think you are getting what I'm trying to say," Ben said with a serious face. "I saw him once go out in the grassland on this floor. He was attacked by over 50 different kinds of snakes. Snakes that we won't even dare go up against, and he killed them all within a second all by himself. He's that powerful. 50 different kinds of snakes? All by himself?" Rowan asked with wide eyes. "Yeah," Ben confirmed. "Let's mug him," Rowan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Ben shook his head with fear. "Oh, I don't know. There's 2 of us." Rowan pointed at himself and Ben. Then he pointed at Lumen. "But there's only 1 of him." "Yeah, well, there were 50 snakes that attacked him." Before Ben could say anything else, Rowan stopped him and tapped him on the chest. "Hey!" he yelled at his blonde companion. "What?" Ben responded meekly. "What are we?" Rowan yelled out. Ben looked around and replied hesitantly. "We are muggers." "And what do we do?" Rowan continued questioning him. "We mug people," Ben responded. "So," Rowan said, and the 2 continued in unison. "Let's go mug him. Give us all your points." The 2 yelled out as they both equipped a needle, and charged at Lumen. Before they could even come close to him, a black fang pierced through their stomachs, and they dropped on the ground. "Yeah, that was a mistake," Ben said while laying on the ground with a hole in his stomach. I don't understand. There were two of us. Rowan replied, confused at what went wrong. Yeah, but he is a part of that team full of monsters, isn't he? Ben responded while trying to stop his bleeding. Yeah, but it was 2 against 1. They had the advantage, and Rowan couldn't understand what went wrong. But he has the power to kill members of the 10 great families. Ben said on the verge of losing consciousness. But there were 2 of us and only of him. Rowan replied as darkness overcame the two. After dealing with the 2 muggers, Lumen continued on his way. Once he was a distance away from the city, he summoned his creatures. Berserker let out a roar and looked at Saber. When he was returned back in the bowl, Berserker had bragged to Saber how he was summoned to fight their master's enemies instead of her. However, Saber had acted as if he didn't even exist, and had slept throughout his boasting. As much as he roared, the irritating cat hadn't even spared him a glance. Berserker shot her an annoyed look, and he ran off searching for some food, not willing to stay around the stupid furball. He would prove that he is more useful than the annoying cat by bringing some tasty prey to his master. Saber shrank herself to the size of a small kitten and jumped inside Lumen's hood. She didn't need to go and search for food since the stupid lizard would do that for her. Berserker would always bring back a lot of prey as gifts to Lumen, but her master would give those to her. The foolish reptile can do all the work while she will spend time with her master by sleeping in his hood. Lumen strolled around the grass field and killed off any of the reptiles that dared to attack him. He had just dealt with a massive red python when he sensed that he was being observed from a distance. Looking up, he was barely able to spot a black dot in the air. Interested in what that is, he reduced the gravity on himself and floated up in the air. Before he could close in on the creature that he saw, the thing sped off flying with extreme speed. It was moving even faster than Vespa. Now, that really caught his attention. Hold on, girl. We're going to be moving fast. Lumen told Saber, who only let out a yawn in response. 2 pairs of flaming wings appeared on his back, and Lumen flew after the creature with an even faster speed. Saber was nearly thrown off his hood and had barely managed to latch herself on Lumen. She vowed to pay back the one that interrupted her nap by making her master fly at this speed. Once Lumen got closer to the creature, he was able to see it clearly. It was a small snake with black feathers and 2 wings. When the little snake saw Lumen getting closer to him, it turned around and shot several blasts of wind from his mouth. The attacks landed on Lumen, and the winged snake wiggled in the air, proud at what it has done. Obviously, it was better than the stupid human, and it was doing its victory dance. However, it then witnessed Lumen still moving towards it without a single scratch on him. Terrified, the little snake turned around and tried its best to flee. Every now and then, it would turn around and shoot a blast of wind at the human that was chasing it, but the human was very persistent. No matter where the winged snake went, the human was right behind it. Lumen had just caught up to the little snake when he saw it turn towards him. All the feathers on the snake's body suddenly turned metallic and detached from its body. They then transformed into needles, swords, and spears, and the winged snake sent them towards Lumen. Knowing how tough he is, the little snake also shot blasts of wind alongside his metallic feathers. It did its best to get rid of the annoying human that was chasing it. Before the attacks landed, Lumen had created a shield of darkness in front of him. The shield blocked the weapons and the wind blasts, but the snake didn't see that. It only saw a massive explosion happen due to its attacks, and it started doing a weird wiggling dance in the air. It might have lost its beautiful black feathers, but they will regrow in a short amount of time. Suddenly, Lumen appeared in front of its face. You are a feisty little one, aren't you? It hissed in response, and Lumen was able to see that the little snake had no teeth. It started panicking since it had seen what the human had done to the serpents on the ground. Not a single one had survived after encountering him. It didn't want to have the same fate as them. Just as it was afraid of losing its life, the little snake felt Lumen pat it on the head. His hand was warm, and it had a pleasant feeling to it. The little snake enjoyed it so much that it pushed its head against Lumen's hand. The human no longer seemed as terrifying as before. When Lumen removed his hand, the little snake stared at him with saddened eyes. It no longer feared him, but it longed to be pet by him. It was wondering what to do to trick the human into petting him more. As it was looking at Lumen with puppy eyes, the snake felt a weird pressure envelop him. It understood one thing from the pressure: it either has to submit to the human, or lose its life. The little snake liked living, so there was only one option. It decided to serve the human in front of it. Maybe the human wants him so that he can pet it all the time. Yes, that's definitely it. So, how about I call you, Archer? The little snake heard the human. It didn't care how it would be called, as long it gets to be petted. It nodded to the human's words, and Lumen patted it on the head. The little snake started hissing in happiness. It now had a master that would pet him and give him warmth. That was the best feeling ever. Suddenly, it heard a threatening growl coming from his master. Looking up, it saw a small cat with 2 fangs sitting on Lumen's shoulder. The cat was menacingly staring at the little snake. Saber was more than annoyed by the black snake. She growled at Archer, and when the winged snake looked at her, she lunged at it. However, the little snake was very fast and easily dodged Saber's lunge, leaving her to fall towards the ground. As she was falling, Saber was thinking that reptiles are the most hateful creatures that had ever existed. Archer shot her a questioning look, wondering why the cat is trying to fly but paid her no further mind. It pushed its head towards Lumen, hoping to get petted by his warm hand. When Lumen landed on the ground next to Saber, she jumped in his hands and chased away the little snake. Her master pets her and her alone. Not a stupid reptile, like the winged snake. Archer flew around Lumen but didn't know what to do to get rid of the cat in his hands. After circling him a few times, the little snake decided to take the cat's previous place. It was able to feel its master's warmth, so it was fine with staying there. Lumen walked around the grass fields enjoying the scenery and taking out a serpent here and there when he saw Berserker running towards him from the distance. He was carrying an uncountable amount of snakes in his mouth, preparing to gift them to his master. Once Berserker reached Lumen, it dropped all the serpents that it was carrying on the ground. Seeing that, Saber jumped from Lumen's hands and transformed into her bigger form, ready to have her lunch. Before she was even able to take a bite of those snakes, she saw them all being swallowed by a massive black snake. She turned around, just in time to see Archer, who had transformed only his head to giant size. He quickly retracted it and turned back into a small cute little snake. Saber had only one thing on her mind, and it's that reptiles are by far the most hateful creatures that had ever existed. 3 weeks quickly passed by, and it was now time for Lumen's team to take on the test. They had split into 2 groups of 5, and Lumen was in a group by himself. Mary would lead one of the groups, while Verdi will lead the other. As a guide, Mary was bound to find the snake that had the key inside its belly. It was only a matter of time. It took her an hour, but her group had secured one of the keys by killing only a single snake. Verdi didn't have Mary's ability, but she had her telepathy. The snakes were a talkative bunch, so she was able to locate the one with the key very quickly. Her group had also secured the key by killing only a single snake. Lumen was alone, but he was also able to locate the correct snake very easily. With his technique of being able to read the flow of Shinsu, the snake with the key was sticking out like a sore thumb. By killing it, his team had successfully passed the test on the 24th floor. They were all awarded 27,000 points, and they were allowed to advance to the next floor. Chapter 45, 25th Floor, 1. At an unknown floor, the 3 Fug Elders and Karika were watching the footage of Lumen fighting the 3 Fug Rankers. The Slayer was staring in disbelief, witnessing the fight. That was his armor, and those were his own personal Shinsu techniques. How is someone else able to use them? Karika could have understood if it's just the Shinsu techniques. Someone could have the same Shinsu quality as him and have been inspired by the Slayer. However, the armor was a whole different case. No one but him should own it. It was one of a kind. The helmet part of it gives him observer-like abilities. It gives him a massive visual range and allows him to process information extremely fast. That's something that could be replicated, but the main body of the armor was a lot more unique than that. Not only does it grant him both physical and Shinsu resistance, but it also has a very unique ability. It's the reason why he has a form of immortality. The armor has the ability to create a special dimension, where Karika stores his heart. A dimension in which very few could enter inside. In Karika's eyes, it was simply preposterous that someone else has the same armor as him. Had he not seen the spear made of darkness and the domain of darkness, the Slayer would have assumed that what he is watching is footage of him from his younger days. Obviously, the masked regular is an imposter, but who is he? Who was able to not only replicate his techniques but his armor as well? The more he thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. After an hour-long discussion between the 4 of them, they couldn't discern the identity of the imposter. However, they all agreed that the masked regular is most likely another irregular, considering Cole wasn't able to read his fate. That would mean that 4 irregulars have entered the tower within a short time of 5 years. How many more will soon follow if this continues? They didn't even consider that Lumen is the masked regular, since Karaka had assured them that he had killed him on the 10th floor. Having been unable to confirm the identity of the imposter, they switched on to another subject, their irregular in training. I believe that it's time to send him up the tower. He has the fake thorn and has made great progress as of late. One of the elders stated. Really? Does he stand a chance fighting me then? Karaka questioned the elders. He knew that Bam was being trained by his master, Hajin Sung, but the Slayer had fought with Lumen. That irregular didn't seem to have full control over his abilities, but in a suicidal move, he was able to destroy Karaka's body. He didn't believe Bam was capable of the same feat. Of course not. He is still a regular while you are a high ranker. What kind of question is that? One of the elders asked him. What a weakling, Karaka answered. Do you remember the one you sent me to kill? He was able to put up a fight against me and even managed to destroy my body. The elders stayed quiet to Karaka's statement. Are you even sure that he is an irregular? Because he doesn't seem like one to me. Karaka hissed out, displeased that the elders were putting so much faith into Bam. He is. Bam had requested a test directly from the guardian of the 2nd floor. Only irregulars are given that right. An elder confirmed that Bam is indeed one. TSCH. Pathetic. You are wasting your time with him. Just merge him with the real thorn and give it to me. With the thorn's power, I will bring Zahard and the 10 great families to their knees. Karaka stood up and left, not willing to discuss that weakling anymore. His words, however, left an impact on the elders. They all contemplated what Karaka said, and considered whether that would be the better option. Inryu's thorn was a mysterious object that was found at the location where Inryu had killed the guardian of the 43rd floor. The thorn was divided into 4 parts, and Fug had 3 of them. They were still searching for the last one, and they believed that it's still on the 43rd floor, also known as the floor of death. Fug believed that if the 4 parts of the thorn are combined, it will grant the user the power to kill Zahard and the family heads of the 10 great families. Fug had given Bam a fake thorn that would act as a bowl to the real one so that he could get accustomed to its power, since they were planning on giving him the real thorn in the future. We really go the short stick, didn't we? Releasing a sigh, one of the elders asked rhetorically. A few minutes after Karaka left, a cloaked individual entered the room and bowed to the elders. Elders, we have received a report that the masked regular and his team have arrived on the 25th floor. 2 of Yama's mad dogs are currently on that floor. Reported the cloaked individual. Get in touch with Yama, and tell him to control his dogs. They are forbidden from making any contact with the masked regular and his team. Commanded one of the elders. They didn't want to lose any more chess pieces to him. The cloaked individual hesitated for a moment before speaking. Pinto's team have already signed for the test, and their opponents are the masked regulars team. Tell him to forfeit the match immediately. Pinto has the most potential out of the 3 mad dogs. We can't lose him. Hissed out one of the elders. They were planning to make Bam join Pinto's team since it had one of the strongest Fug regulars. Most of them were already over 500 years old and have delayed their climb under the orders of the elders. They would be a suitable team for their Slayer candidate. We can't get in touch with him, sir. The cloaked individual meekly responded. Then, get in contact with Yama, and tell him to stop Pinto. An elder replied with fury. If you can't contact the dog, then get in touch with its master. It's that simple. This. We did contact Yama, but he said his rugrats could do whatever they want to. Replied the cloaked individual after a moment of hesitation. Who does he think he is? Yama is getting over his head. Ever since he captured Bay Road, he hasn't even shown his face. We will have to teach him a valuable lesson in the future. An elder yelled out in rage. Get out of here. The elder shouted at the cloaked person, not willing to talk about this. Ever since they had killed Lumen, things have been spiraling out of their control. Disaster after disaster plagued them since then. Yes, sir. The cloaked individual replied and left as fast as he could. Meanwhile, Lumen was sitting on a flying dolphin with wings, as he was traveling on the 25th floor. In front of him was a man with black hair that was steering the divine sea fish. The 25th floor is a place where all the buildings are in the sky above the clouds. The floor has gigantic structures in the air, and the people there use divine sea fish, like the flying dolphin, to travel from one building to the next. While traveling, he was communicating with Diana on his pocket. When the pink-haired girl first heard that Lumen had died, she fell into despair. Diana mourned as she regretted how little time they had spent together. She should have forced him to stay with her. Why did she have to ask him to kill Zahard? Lumen was her one and only love. She regretted that she couldn't go up with him. She didn't have the guts to kill herself before, but she was on the verge of doing so after his death. Thankfully, he had contacted her before she did something stupid. Diana cried tears of happiness, knowing that her lover is, in fact, alive. Since then, she would make sure to contact him at least once a day to make sure that he is safe and sound. I'm still having trouble controlling that technique. Lumen told her. From the way you described it, it sounds extremely dangerous. Diana replied. Yeah, if I'm not careful, it could backfire on me. He responded. Just make sure you are safe, okay? As long as he was safe, she would be happy. That's all that mattered to her. Don't worry, I have to come back for in the future, right? They had a rough start, but since he left the third floor, he realized how much he cared for the pink-haired girl. Lumen's words made her giggle and blush like a schoolgirl. A group of new regulars is arriving, so I have to go and greet them. I'll message you tomorrow. Diana told him. I will be waiting. Lumen replied back as he arrived at his destination and descended the flying dolphin. Thank you for using our services. Called out the black-haired man, but after a black flash, he and his dolphin disappeared. A burp was heard under Lumen's clothes afterward as something wiggled underneath them. Lumen continued moving towards his residence as if nothing had happened. He was peacefully walking when a woman with short blonde hair, eyes narrowed to slits, and white angelic wings on her back stopped him. She was wearing a yellow dress that reached to her knees and had a cheery smile on her face. Hiya, there. You're a member of Andressi's team, right? She cheerfully asked him. You need something? Lumen bluntly replied and felt she was displeased at his response. Despite that, there was no change in her facial expression. My name is Ron May, and I was wondering if you would like to have lunch with me. She had seen his performance on the 23rd floor, so she wanted to poach him from Andressi. May had just visited the Princess of Zahard and had wanted to make a wager with her. Sadly, Andressi had refused her since she doesn't make bets with weaklings. Not interested. Lumen replied and was about to move past her when he sensed her anger at him. Her facial expression hadn't changed at all, but he could feel the fury inside her. May was inwardly cursing him for refusing her. A beauty like her was asking him out, and he dared refuse? Who does he think he is? Using reverse flow control and increasing the gravity on her, Lumen froze her in place. May's narrowed eyes opened up in fear and revealed her yellow irises. She hadn't seen him make a move, and yet, he froze her in place in an instant. Lumen walked up to her and cupped her chin with his thumb on her mouth. He caressed her lips with his finger and leaned closer to her. It's okay to be angry, Blondie, but should you end up angering me, I will end your life before you even know it. Lumen's words caused an immediate reaction in her, as a yellow liquid trailed down her legs. So make sure you don't do anything stupid, okay? Even if she wanted to, May couldn't answer due to the pressure on her. At this point, she just wanted to get as far away as she could from the monster in front of her. Good. He lightly slapped her on the cheek and continued moving towards his team's residence. Lumen entered the building and was greeted by Tiana. She gave him a hug and asked him with a smile. Are you hungry? I could make you something to eat. Since the incident on the 10th floor, she had stopped talking to other people, but when it came to Lumen, she was happy to start a conversation with him. Yes. The eel soup you made last time was delicious. I won't mind eating it again. He answered her. I will make it even better this time. Tiana kissed him on the cheek and entered the kitchen while he entered the living room and sat on the couch next to Andressi. Damn, blonde bitch. She cursed out, causing Lumen to look at her. What happened? An ugly blonde came earlier, asking me to forfeit the test so that our team could fight hers. She wanted to make a bet with me. Whoever wins the match, they would get to pick any member of the losers' team to join the winners. Andressi explained. Oh, I think I met her outside. Lumen replied. Really? Did you kill her? Andressi asked in eagerness, hoping that he obliterated the ugly blonde. I didn't kill her. He shook his head. Ah, what a shame. Andressi lamented before he could even finish what he was saying. But, I did make her pee herself. Lumen said, and Andrasi brightly smiled at that and gave him a thumbs up. Nice one, you humiliated that bitch. That's even better. Chapter 46, 25th Floor, 2. A month passed on the 25th floor, and Lumen's team was about to take on the test. The test takes place in an open arena and is a team battle of 10 rounds. Each round, a team would have to send out a regular to participate. Regulars could fight in multiple rounds, but they cannot participate in consecutive rounds. They have to rest at least one round before competing again. The 2 regulars would have to fight while observers would fly over them. Each observer would have a different color, and the regulars would have to shoot down the correct one. The first one to destroy 3 of the correct observers wins the round. If a regular dies during a round, the round will continue until the other regular destroys the correctly colored observer 3 times. Lumen's team was on one side of the arena, while the other team was on the opposite. The other team had exactly 10 members, and 2 regulars were standing ahead of the rest, clearly the leaders of that team. One of them was a blue-haired woman with angelic wings attached to her arms. She had blue eyes and wore a purple outfit. The second regular was a tall, muscular man that wore a weird white suit with black dots on it and a fedora with the same style. Red was chosen as the correct color for the observers, and the test began, as both teams chose their regulars. Go get them! Andrasi kicked Lisu in the butt and sent him flying towards the stage. Steve, take him on! The blue-haired woman said to a silver-haired man wearing a black outfit. Once on stage, Steve looked towards Lisu in contempt. You are considered the strongest E-rank team, but I will show you how weak you truly are in the grand scheme of things, Steve stated. We are considered the strongest E-rank team? Really? I thought we were the best team even amongst D or C-rank regulars. Lisu replied back. Weaklings like you should know their place, Steve responded in loathing. Lisu shook his head when he heard that. Who wouldn't be considered a weakling when compared to those monsters? He asked while pointing towards his teammates. No more words were exchanged between the two, and the first round started. Steve strengthened himself with Shinsu and rushed towards Lisu, who had done the same. Steve swung his fist, but Lisu was able to dodge it and counterattack with a kick, sending Steve flying back. The silver-haired regular looked at Lisu in surprise, not expecting him to avoid his attack and kick him back. He was about to jump towards him again when a red observer flew over their heads. Steve formed a bong and was about to shoot it, but before he could manage, the observer was shot down by a light bluish laser from Lisu. And the weakling takes the lead. Lisu mocked him. Amongst everyone from Lumen's team, Lisu was considered the weakest. He wasn't from one of the 10 great families, nor did he have unique qualities to himself, besides his intellect. He had barely even passed the Shinsu Veil on the 2nd floor. Lisu knew that, and that's why he pushed himself the hardest out of everyone else. With hard work and a bit of assistance from Lumen, he had changed. Lisu's body, although not the strongest, was now comparable to branch members of the 10 great families. He didn't have an amazing talent in Shinsu manipulation, but he was now able to control up to 4 bongs. A feat that the majority of the E-rank regulars are unable to replicate. Despite being the weakest in his team, he was one of the top 20 E-rank regulars in terms of strength. Steve realized that Lisu wasn't the weakling he believed him to be. He rushed at him again, but this time, he was prepared. The two were attacking and avoiding the strikes of the other when a red observer flew over them. Before Steve could form a bong, Lisu had shot it down. 2-0, in favor of the weakling. Lisu didn't forget to mock him. Steve was furious that he was being outdone by what he considered a random E-rank regular. He hadn't delayed his climb, and stayed as an E-rank regular for hundreds of years, just to be outdone by someone like Lisu. Steve wanted to hide his Shinsu quality and save it as a surprise for the others, but it seemed he had to use it now. The two continued exchanging attacks, but Lisu's martial arts skills were very good. The martial art passed down in his family wasn't something special, but he had combined that with the ones shown to him by Lumen, and had created his own personal martial art. As much he tried beating him without his Shinsu techniques, Steve was unable to achieve that. A blue observer flew over them, but since it wasn't the correct one, they continued their fight. A yellow one followed afterward, again not the correct one. A few more exchanges later, a red observer flew over them. Before Lisu could even form his bong, Steve made his move. The silver-haired regular had already formed a bong made of sand, threw it at Lisu's face, and followed up by punching with all his strength. He was then easily able to shoot down the red observer with another bong. Oh, man! That was a dirty move, but your punch was lacking. Andrassy hits me harder on a daily basis. Liso commented after cleaning the sand from his eyes. Andrassy crossed her arms under her bosom with a proud smile on her face. Yep, that's true. I hit him just for fun. Their fight continued, but Steve had decided to use his techniques. He could control a total of 5 bongs at once. For hundreds of years, he had focused on honing his skills and increasing his Shinsu control. 1 bong was used to strengthen his body, and he used 3 bongs to form sand around him. Sand whirlwind. Steve created a whirlwind made of sand and enveloped Lisu in it. Wherever he went, the sand whirlwind followed after him. Each grain of sand was moving at tremendous speed and cutting through Lisu's body. However, his vitality was quite high after his training with increased gravity, so he was able to survive this for a few more minutes without any problems. While Lisu was trying to escape from Steve's technique, a red observer flew above them, and the silver-haired regular was able to shoot it down easily. With this, both of them had destroyed 2 observers each. Being in the whirling was starting to take its toll on Lisu. He was being constantly stuck from a non-stop onslaught of sand when he shook his head. I'm just not a good fisherman. Well, I better act my role and win this, otherwise. Lisu shuddered at the thought of losing. The 2 scary devils, Lumen and Andrassy, were watching this fight. Should he lose, he didn't even want to think about what might happen to him later. Steve smiled when his opponent stopped moving. It was about time. The silver-haired regular knew how strong his Shinsu technique is. He had developed it for hundreds of years. Even D-rank regular wouldn't be able to handle it easily. Nonetheless, he kept the technique going just in case Lisu was still alive. A minute passed, and a red observer flew over. Steve shot a sand bong towards it, but a few meters before the attack could reach it, the blast of sand hit something else. In the next moment, a light bluish laser coming from the sand whirlwind, and shot down the red observer. Steve turned towards where his own technique was still causing havoc and wondered how is Lisu still alive. As the sand whirlwind dissipated, Steve saw a big white triangle wrapped around Lisu as he had squatted underneath it. Since he wasn't going to play around anymore, Lisu had decided to act his role. He summoned his B-rank armor inventory. As a high-rank item, it has a few additional qualities to it than lower-ranked ones. One of them was the ability to increase or decrease its size, and another was that it was very flexible and easy to bend. Lisu had sent out 2 of his own observers out, before covering himself with his armor inventory, and squatting down. Both of them were E1 rank and had a very good cloaking system. Lisu was sad that he would have to lose one of those today since he had paid quite the sum to get 5 of them. Once the red observer appeared, he had maneuvered one of his own observers to block Steve's attack while he had created a single bong with highly concentrated Shinsu. The attack pierced through the whirling of sand and accurately landed on the red observer. Lisu stood up when the whirling dissipated, dusted himself off and made his armor inventory turn invisible. And the weakling wins. He proudly walked back to his team since he won the round. Once he reached them, Andrassy smacked him on the head. What was that? Did you just lose 2 times? Why are you embarrassing us? The Princess of Zahard started criticizing him. He was tougher than I expected. I'm sorry. I thought I could act like a fisherman, like most of you guys. Lisu meekly apologized. Andrassy had none of that. She immediately smacked him on the head again and called out. Lore, show him how it's done. I want you to win without losing a single time. The green-haired regular who was sleeping ground, didn't respond. Lore was peacefully dreaming when someone grabbed him by the clothes, yanked him upwards, and yelled something at him. 5 more minutes. He uttered. I said, show him how it's done. I want you to win without losing a single time. Andrassy asserted as she shook Lore awake. Now, go. Do I have to? Can't you win without me? Lore just wanted to continue sleeping. Why would he want to do anything else but sleep when he had a soft pillow and a warm blanket? You will go. Andrassy stated and pointed towards the arena, and Lore slowly started moving towards it. He wore his blanket like a cape and carried his pillow with him. Can I just forfeit? We don't need to win all rounds, right? He asked as he was walking. If you lose a single time, I promise you won't get to sleep for a very long time. Andrassy was adamant. She wanted him to dominate his opponent. Dejectedly he walked onto the stage and looked at the regular that was already there. He was a black-haired man that wore a black outfit. Bates, make sure you win this. Called out the blue-haired woman. Don't worry, I got this. The black-haired regular reassured her. Blue was the chosen color for their round, and the fight began. With extreme speed, Bates rushed towards Lore. Arriving in front of him, he sent a punch towards his face, but before it could reach him, a barrier of Shinsu blocked the attack. Lore adjusted his blanket to cover him better, let out a sigh, and looked at Bates. They can win even without me, but I was forced to fight. I also have to try and win every time, but all I want is to sleep, Lore said with a sad tone. Bates was attacking the Shinsu barrier in the meantime, but there wasn't even a ripple on it. Lore raised the pillow in his hand. I have a comfy and soft pillow. He pointed at his blanket. A nice and warm blanket, but I have to fight. Do you understand my plight? Shut up. Bates, who was still unable to bypass the Shinsu barrier, screamed out. At that moment, a blue observer flew over them. Before Bates could even form a bong, the observer in the air got shot down. He turned to look in disbelief at Lore, who was letting out a yawn. How much longer until the other two? Can't they send them out together? I'd much rather sleep than do this. Don't you agree with me? Lore asked him in a sad tone. Would you just shut up? Bates screamed and placed his hand on the barrier of Shinsu. A massive wave of Shinsu exploded out and nearly destroyed Lore's barrier, but he was able to repair the damage done to it as soon as it happened. Impossible, Bates exclaimed. He had just used Flare Wave Explosion, a very destructive Shinsu technique that is only taught to FUG members. Flare Wave Explosion allows one to transfer a shock of Shinsu through vibrations from oneself to a targeted object, vibrating the target's inner Shinsu, and destroying it from within. However, the technique could be blocked if the target has high Shinsu resistance or better Shinsu control than the user. Lore had much better Shinsu control than Bates. The moment Bates used the technique, Lumen was instantly able to recognize it. Urek, or more like his butler, Yui, had given him a detailed explanation of FUG and some of their techniques. Flare Wave Explosion was one of those techniques. Lore. Lumen called out the green-haired regular, and he turned around. He might disobey Andrasi commands at times, but Lumen was a different story. That man could be very scary when he wants to, so Lore would prefer to be on good terms with him. Kill him. Lumen stated with no further explanation. Before Bates could even realize what's happening, a laser pierced through his head. Lore had formed a bong in an instant, and it had a high concentration of Shinsu. He had shot Bates in the head without the man being able to react to his attack. Lumen had an easy way of dealing with Lore slacking off. Whenever the green-haired regular decided that it's time to take a nap, he would shoot him with a light beam. Due to that, Lore learned to form bongs of Shinsu in an instant. He had to learn how to defend himself while napping. After all, there is nothing better than sleeping. What a bother. Now, I have no one to complain to. Lore looked towards the sky with dead eyes while waiting for the last two observers to appear. Lumen turned towards his team. Kill your opponents every round. FUG. Andrasi questioned. Yes. He confirmed. Chapter 47, 25th Floor, 3. The third round of the test was about to begin as the yellow color was chosen for the observer. Both teams chose the regular that would participate. Hatsu, you are up next. Make sure you kill your opponent. Those guys are members of FUG. Lumen told him. Hatsu, despite being someone that doesn't enjoy killing, nodded to Lumen. FUG had already made their stand, so he couldn't simply spare them. He walked out of Lumen's team and entered the stage. Rock, you are up. Make sure you deal with that handsome guy. The blue-haired woman called out, and a 14-year-old looking boy with dark green hair and green eyes walked on stage. He had a purple hoop around his waist. Once he was on stage, Rock smirked at Hatsu. Even if you have the strongest attack power from your team, you still don't stand a chance against me. Rock was confident in his defensive capabilities. He, like many other FUG members, was a child that had a parent that was from the 10 great families and was abandoned in the outer tower when he was young. He had the bloodline of the Hendo Lok family, and was one of the members of that family that had survived the longest. Rock had lived over 300 years, thanks to FUG. Rock had to live through an uncountable amount of experiments, but he was at least given the opportunity to live a bit longer. He didn't have much time left, but he was happy to assist FUG in any way he could. Hatsu wasn't much of a talker, so he didn't respond to him. Rock smirked, thinking that the swordsman was scared of him. The moment the fight began, Hatsu unsheathed a katana with a silver cross guard, a grey hilt, and a blue tassel hanging from its base. He infused it with Shinsu and sent a wave of Shinsu towards Rock. Demonic Fish Wheel Dance, Single Annihilation. Rock wasn't the least bit worried, seeing the attack that was flying his direction. I told you, even if you have the strongest attack power from your team, you still don't stand a chance against me. Rock created a black disc, that was bigger than him, with his right hand, and Hatsu's attack was completely absorbed by it. Yin of Protection. The boy let out a yawn and looked confidently at Hatsu. I told you so. The swordsman didn't respond and sent a few more waves of Shinsu towards Rock. Each attack was easily absorbed by the back disc in front of him. Since ranged attacks had no effect, Hatsu decided to close in on him. He enhanced himself with Shinsu and leapt towards Rock. However, the moment he dashed towards the boy, a yellow observer flew over them. Hatsu's reaction speed was extremely fast, but the boy was even faster. Rock's black shield disappeared, and a white disc formed on Rock's left hand, and the boy shot a wave of Shinsu out of it. Yang of Destruction. Rock's attack instantly reached the yellow observer and destroyed it. He was about to taunt Hatsu, but the swordsman had already reached him. Since the yellow observer was destroyed, Hatsu had continued dashing towards Rock. Hatsu had infused his sword with Shinsu and powerfully thrust it towards Rock. A column of Shinsu struck the green-haired boy point blank. Demonic Fish Wheel Dance, White Wave Devil Tearing Single/Annihilation. The black disc that was on Rock's hand enlarged and enveloped the boy within it. Despite being hit by one of Hatsu's best piercing techniques, the disc was able to absorb it completely. You have to try harder to break my defense. Rock chuckled from behind the black disc. Again, Hatsu didn't reply to him and continued doing what he does best, fighting. With his katana infused with Shinsu, he sent an attack after attack at the boy. All of his strikes were being absorbed by the black disc, but that didn't bother him. URN. Rock was about to taunt him when he sensed something is wrong. After each swing, the speed that Hatsu wielded his sword increased. He was slowly building his momentum when he found his chance. Hatsu did an upward strike and sent a massive wave of Shinsu. Demonic Fish Wheel Dance, Wave Building Annihilation. Each of the previous strikes was there to build up the potential of the last attack. Rock had strengthened his shield and managed to block the wave of Shinsu, but he wasn't able to absorb the whole attack. A part of the wave continued past him and hit a yellow observer in the air. Rock clenched his teeth at the fact that he was tricked. Why don't you take back all of your strikes? Yang of Destruction. Point blank, the boy hit Hatsu with a massive blast of Shinsu, and in the next moment, a black katana materialized in front of him. The sword stabbed Rock in the neck, but it barely penetrated his skin. The katana was created by Hatsu's Shinsu. The swordsman didn't know his Shinsu quality, but he didn't care about it. He knew exactly what he wanted, and he had a very easy time at creating. The katana was very sharp and could easily cut apart most E-rank regulars. However, Rock had the Hendo Lock family bloodline. He had inherited not only their short lifespan but also their high Shinsu resistance. Rock had also had his Shinsu resistance increased due to the experiments he went thought. Rock grabbed the katana and removed it from his neck. With wide eyes and trembling hands, he touched the spot the katana had pierced. Feeling the blood that was pouring out of the wound, something snapped within Rock. The purple hoop around his waist started shining bright, as his irises and hair turned purple. Ah! Rock screamed out, as two arms of purple fire flew out of the hoop around his waist. The two flaming fists of purple aimed at Hatsu, but the swordsman quickly jumped out of the way. Another purple arm made of purple liquid came out of the hoop, gently caressed Rock's wound, and healed it in an instant. The only reason Rock had survived for so long was because he was turned into an incomplete living ignition weapon. Purple flaming fist after fist was raining down upon Hatsu. The swordsman was jumping around avoiding the attacks, but while doing so, a yellow observer had flown, and Rock had shot it down. As much as he didn't want to, Hatsu had to try and use that sword. He pulled out a single-edged sword with a white blade from his pocket. Hatsu tried igniting the sword, but it refused his commands. You are weak. He heard a wizened voice in his head. That's why I train every day, to become stronger. Hatsu thought back. Your technique is lacking. The wizened voice stated. I will train until I'm strong enough to overcome my lacking technique. Hatsu had reached this far with training alone. Everything he had achieved so far was through hard work alone. The voice didn't respond, and Hatsu continued dodging attacks. After a moment, the wizened voice spoke again. I will help you this once, but if you want to use me again, you will have to be a lot stronger than this. Ignite. Ice coated the sword, and the temperature around Hatsu dropped. With just a single slash, he froze both of the purple flaming hands. Hatsu infused the ice sword with Shinsu and thrust it towards Rock. Demonic fish wheel dance, white wave devil tearing ice annihilation. A massive column of ice shot out from the sword and enveloped Rock within it. Despite that, the boy was still alive inside the ice, and two new purple flame arms were trying to melt it. Before he could succeed, Hatsu followed up with another attack. A downward strike from the swordsman sent a massive Shinsu wave made of ice. Demonic fish wheel dance, ice annihilation. The attack cleanly cut through Rock and his purple hoop and annihilated everything in its path. Hatsu immediately had to drop the sword, as his right hand was starting to freeze. The power of an ignition weapon was not something he could handle right now. You are weak. The swordsman heard the wizened voice. Thanks for the help, Ryu. Hatsu replied, but didn't receive a response from the sword, which was surprised that the swordsman knew its name. With Rock having died, Hatsu was able to shoot down two more yellow observers without even needing to use his sword. Another victory for Lumen's team. Hatsu returned back to the rest, and the participants for the next round were chosen after the green color was selected for the observer. Vespa. Lumen just called out her name, and the blue-haired girl walked out without asking questions. The blue-haired woman on the opposite end looked visibly angry. She couldn't accept that all those guys are actually E-rank regulars. She was slowly starting to believe in Lisa's earlier words about the team's strength. Nevertheless, the regulars in her team were also extremely strong. She believed that they would be able to kill the blue-haired girl. Their whole team can't possibly all be crazy strong, right? Stella, I want to see blood. The blue-haired woman called out. And blood you shall see, Regina. Said an extremely muscular, 2.50 m tall woman with blonde hair replied. She wore a grey tracksuit covering her whole body, but her muscles were bulging underneath it. Stella walked on stage, popped a pill in her mouth, and cracked her knuckles. I will squish you little bug. Keep quiet and wait for your death ugly human, Vespa replied back. Stella humped and dashed towards with incredible speed. She punched towards Vespa, but her attack hit nothing but her afterimage. Vespa had appeared behind Stella and stabbed with her stinger-like needle. Before her attack could hit, a purple shield blocked it. Stella immediately turned and threw another punch at Vespa, but she missed again. Vespa tried attacking a few more times, but the purple shield would block her attempts. Stella had an armor inventory that was blocking each strike, but she also wasn't able to hit Vespa. Both of them weren't even trying to go after the observers and were focused on killing the other. Vespa wasn't able to go past the armor inventory, and Stella wasn't able to match Vespa's speed. However, Stella had only one armor inventory. Vespa took out 5 more specialized needles. She held one in each hand and the other 4 floated next to her. What followed was a torrent of attacks by Vespa. With all 6 needles, she would stab at Stella with incredible speed. Her attacks were nothing but a blur, and she managed to pass through the armor inventory, but they didn't succeed at piercing Stella's skin. The muscular woman had taken a pill that had greatly increased her strength and physical resistance. She will be weakened and unable to fight after this round, but she had to make sure she wins and kills the opponent. Regina was angry, and she had to please her. Annoying human. Vespa cursed out. She transformed into her adult form and looked angrily at Stella. She felt embarrassed that she had to transform to kill E-rank regular. In her adult form, her strength and speed were greatly increased. She can't keep the form for long periods of time, but she didn't need to now. Stella was staring at the beautiful blue-haired woman when a needle pierced her through the back. The Vespa she was looking at vanished since it was nothing but an afterimage. She had appeared behind Stella and jammed her needle straight through her chest. That attack hadn't killed her, but another one followed suit and pierced her head. Stella fell on the ground and Vespa transformed back into her normal form. She grabbed the purple shield that had annoyed her and stored it within her pocket. With Stella dead, she was easily able to shoot down 3 green observers and win the round. Regina was fuming with anger at this point. If you want something done, you have to do it yourself. She cursed out and walked out on stage. Before Lumen could call out someone to fight, Alexei spoke. Let me handle this one. Lumen felt the desire in Alexei to fight, so he didn't stop him. The red-haired big dude walked up on stage and faced his opponent. The color chosen for the observer was white, but no one cared about that at this point. They were all out for blood. Fancy meeting one of you here, Regina said to Alexei. I will enjoy tasting your blood. Your race is the tastiest dish to those like me. Alexei kept quiet under her provocation. Their two races, Seraph and Devils, have always been hostile to each other. When the two races meet, the would always aim to kill the other. Regina enhanced herself with Shinsu and a blue aura and shrouded her. The angelic wings attached on her arms turned metallic and sharp, and she dashed towards Alexei. The redhead had a dark purple aura, similar to one Regina had, around him. The two of them crashed and the blue aura was slightly pushed back. In pure strength alone Alexei outclassed her. However, strength wasn't her forte. With extreme speed, she appeared to his side and slashed with her wings, but Alexei was able to anticipate her attack. Regina was fast, but she was nothing compared to Lumen or Vespa in her adult form. He was able to block the attack, but the feathers on her wings flew out and pierced his arms. Alexei sent a blast of Shinsu and pushed her away before she could follow up on her attack. Immediately he formed a spear made of his dark purple aura and threw it at Regina, but she dodged it. He kept firing spear after spear at her, keeping her at a distance. True form. Regina stopped in place and the blue aura around her grew more intense. The wings on her arms enlarged and grew in size. A blue bow materialized in front of her, and a blue halo formed on top of her head. Her power tripled and she immediately went on the offensive. Purification arrows. Arrow. After arrow materialized, and Regina shot them towards Alexei. The arrows flew at such a speed that the redhead wasn't able to avoid them. Despite that, he didn't receive any life-threatening injuries due to his durable physique. His training with Lumen wasn't just for show, and he had the increased toughness granted to him from his bloodline. Regina had transformed into her true form, but he could do the same. The small devil wings on his back grew in size. The dark purple aura around him liquefied and started bubbling. Dark purple horns formed on his head and spear made of the bubbling liquid materialized in front of him. The aura emitting from Regina was nothing compared to his. The power radiating out of his was immense, but Alexei was unable to stay in this form for more than a few minutes. The blue-haired woman's eyes widened as she saw his true form. Regina couldn't stop staring at him as there was something that captivated her gaze. Before she realized it, a spear made of dark purple bubbling liquid had appeared in front of her face. It exploded into a shower of bubbling liquid and covered Regina. Ah! The blue-haired woman started screaming in pain, as she was slowly being melted by the purple liquid. Chapter 48, 25th Floor, 4. After killing Regina, Alexei was easily able to win the round by shooting down 3 observers. The color for the next round was chosen, and it was blue again. The man with the white suit was visibly annoyed that his team had lost 5 rounds in a row. He looked towards the rest of his teammates, and for the first time since the start of the test, he spoke. I was expecting more of you. He said with a high-pitched voice, sounding like a prepubescent girl. There was a reason why he didn't like speaking. They are stronger than what we expected, Pinto, Steve replied, relieved that he had faced probably the weakest member of that team. Everyone else that fought after that could have killed him, even if he used his Shinsu techniques. Lore had better Shinsu control than him, and he didn't think he could destroy his barriers. Hatsu could have killed him without even using his ignition weapon. Steve couldn't even follow Vespa's movements and didn't have an armor inventory to block her attacks. Alexei's purple bubbling liquid scared him, as he knew how strong Regina is, yet it had melted her down. Or you are all just useless and weak, Pinto said with his high-pitched voice and looked threateningly at Steve. I will show you how it's done. Pinto walked up on stage with confidence in his steps. He was the strongest of Yama's 3 mad dogs and didn't fear any E-rank regulars, no matter how strong they were. Andrassy, seeing Pinto enter the stage, turned towards Lumen. It seems they are sending their strongest member. It's only fitting that we sent our strongest member as well. She crossed her arms under her breasts, and confidently stated. And that would be me. Lumen shook his head and made a shooing motion with his hand. He was aware of her antics, so he had learned to ignore almost everything she says. Andrassy proudly smiled and marched towards the arena. Yep, that's me. The strongest member of my team. She made sure to emphasize it's her team. I never got the chance to kill a princess of Zahard before. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Pinto threatened in his squeaky voice, to which Andrassy responded by laughing. Oh, man. With a girly voice like yours, I would be surprised if anyone takes you seriously. Laughingly she replied. What did you say to me? Pinto squeaked in anger, and that the last part of his sentence was nothing but a high-pitched sound. He despised anyone that made fun of his voice and had killed everyone that had dared to do so. Andressy couldn't resist laughing when she heard him. Tears from laughter started pouring out of her eyes. "Please stop talking, I can't stop laughing at your voice. I will kill you!" Pinto screamed out in his squeaky voice and madly dashed towards Andressy, who was hugging her stomach from laughing at this point. Pinto focused a massive amount of shinsu in his hand and punched with all his might. Andressy, while still laughing, caught his fist without any effort. Her body strength was through the roof. Even some rankers might have a weaker body than hers. Not only did she have the blood of Zahard, but she had also trained with increased gravity, and had been shown the Ha family's shinsu strengthening technique by Yuri. The technique was a Ha family secret and wasn't supposed to be taught to outsiders, but Yuri never really cared about rules. "Not only do you speak like a little girl, but you punch like one as well." Andressy mocked him while laughing. "Since you are going down that route, let me show you how a woman punches." Dark red shinsu gathered on her free hand, and she punched Pinto with it. Woman punch. The attack sent Pinto spiraling away from her while screaming in his high-pitched voice. He flew a dozen meters and roughly landed on the ground with a nasty wound on his chest. The muscular man stood up and looked at her with hatred. His suit was shredded, and he was dripping blood from his chest. "You will pay for this!" Pinto screamed at her, but that only made her laugh harder. She couldn't stop herself from doing so. Just hearing such a high-pitched voice from a muscular man was making her laugh uncontrollably, which angered Pinto even more. "Ah!" Pinto screamed out, as his white and black shinsu gathered around his right hand. His suit was shredded to pieces as his right arm transformed into a massive white claw with black dots on it. Stage 1 Partial Transformation, Dalmatine Claws. Pinto was a canine person and had managed to unlock their special ability, Canine Transformation. It allows canine people to transform part of their bodies to that of beasts. It makes the user more powerful, and some transformations even grant additional special abilities. Usually, the powers awaken purely by chance, and very few canine people had ever managed to unlock it as low-rank regulars. That was why Pinto was regarded as the strongest of the three mad dogs, since he was the only one to awaken his canine transformation. Massive amounts of shinsu gathered around his claw as he madly rushed towards the laughing Andressy. Pinto slammed his claw and caused a large explosion with his attack. In a moment, the dust cleared and Andressy was still laughing as she held his claw with one hand. Pinto was astonished that his attack was blocked just like that. Even a D-rank regular would be unable to stop it. How was she able to so easily block it? Andressy, still holding on to his claw, flipped him over, and slammed him on the ground. She gathered dark red shinsu within her hands and sent a massive blast at the downed Pinto. Chiffon sword. Her attack caused a massive explosion in the arena. After the dust settled, Pinto was nowhere to be seen. The shinsu technique she used was something that Yuri had taught her. She had just renamed it. "I will kill you." Andressy imitated Pinto's high-pitched voice and continued laughing at him. After she calmed down a bit, she shot down 3 blue observers and exited the arena. With this, Lumen's team had secured the victory since they won 6 rounds, but the test would be over only when all rounds are finished. "You will pay for this." Once she returned, she imitated his voice again and dropped down laughing while holding her stomach. The color for the next round was selected, and both teams had to choose their participants. "Verdi, it's your turn," Lumen told the grey-haired girl that was holding onto his shirt. Verdi nodded to him and entered the stage. Fug's team was visibly scared after 5 of their members died, and started arguing between themselves. "Steve, why don't you go again?" one of them asked. He had long black hair and a feminine face. "Why should I go? I already fought once." "You go, Maka," Steve argued back. "But you lost, you have to redeem yourself," countered back the feminine-looking man. "Not a chance. You go." Steve adamantly refused. There was no way he is going out there again. He got lucky that his opponent was the weakest, so he didn't plan on testing his luck again. Before the test had begun, he was confident that his team would dominate them, but now, he didn't want to face a single one of those freaks. Steve couldn't understand how are they all so strong. Most of his teammates had delayed their climb and stayed as E-rank regulars for a long time, but everyone except him had died facing those monsters. "I will go," a man that had too much facial hair declared. The only visible thing on his face was his 2 beady black eyes. Everything else was covered by brown hair. Once he had seen Verdi on stage, he had made his mind to go. See. Fabio wants to go this round. There is no need for me to go out. Maka stated. Once on stage, Verdi looked at him in annoyance. She could hear his dirty thoughts and that annoyed her to no end. To make matters worse, he was extremely ugly and would make for an awful doll. The moment the fight started, Fabio took a step forward to dash towards the grey-haired girl but was stopped in his tracks. With a blank look on his face, he weakly fell on the ground while his limbs lightly fidgeted. Verdi had sent a telepathic attack combined with her Shinsu and turned Fabio into a vegetative state. The scariest part of her attack is that it's completely invisible. The hairy man didn't even stand a chance against her. Verdi summoned her pink octopus and he grabbed Fabio with one of his tentacles. He squashed the hairy man, so he is easier to consume, and threw him in his mouth. It then caught the 3 correctly colored observers with his tentacles and destroyed them. She proudly returned back to her group and Lumen ruffled her hair. Good job. He praised her, and Verdi giggled as she leaned in closer to him. After the color for the next round was chosen, Lumen turned towards Tiana, and she nodded to him without him saying anything. On the other side, they were all arguing about who is going to fight. No one wanted to participate anymore. You go, you gay bitch, Steve yelled at Maka. What did you call me? The feminine man asked with wide eyes, as his hair started floating behind me. I said, go and fight, you pathetic excuse for a man. Steve shouted at him. I will show you how much of a man I am. Maka's hair immediately turned sharp and flew towards Steve, who had already created sand around him with his Shinsu. The two began fighting each other, and in a few minutes, Steve was panting while Maka was lying on the ground, bleeding from wounds all over his body. That's what you get, you gay bitch. Steve yelled and spat at the now dead Maka, but then realized that with the feminine man gone, he would most likely have to participate. They had 3 more members left, and there were 3 more rounds left as well. Unless the next person survives the next round, all of them would have to fight. Oh shit! He uttered as that dawned on him. He looked towards the other 2 on his team, Marco, a short dude with black hair, and Dustin, a tall guy with black hair. Both of them were threateningly looking at Steve, and he didn't need to be a genius to understand them. Come on, guys. We can talk it out. Steve said, but instantly shot down by Marco. The short guy pointed his hand towards the stage and said, go. The 2 of them were brothers, so it was a 2 against 1 situation, and he didn't have a choice. Steve hesitantly walked up on stage and looked towards the beautiful purple-haired woman that was staring at him expressionlessly. He was desperately hoping that Tiana was as weak as Liso. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a nice end. Hey, gorgeous! He called out to her. Look, we don't need to fight. We can just... Steve didn't finish what he was about to say as he summoned his sand tornado, to try and sneak attack her. Unfortunately for Steve, both he and his tornado were frozen in place. Lumen had said that he wants all of them dead, and Tiana wasn't planning on sparing her opponent. Not only was she prepared to kill him as soon as possible, but she was also able to sense him discreetly manipulating the Shinsu. Her Shinsu control was much better than his, so she was able to freeze him and his technique together with reverse flow control. Steve's eyes widened in fear, as a green laser pierced him between his eyebrows. How are they all so strong? Were his last thoughts before dying. He couldn't understand how E-rank regulars had obtained so much power. It didn't make sense to him. Steve had spent hundreds of years to reach his level, so why was he weaker than them? What did they do to deserve their strength? Why was the world so unfair? Another larger green laser followed up and obliterated Steve's body. With the grey-haired man gone, Tiana easily took down the 3 observers. Seeing that, Dustin and Marco shared a look between themselves. Both of them understood that their survival chance was low. Dustin let out a sigh and walked towards the stage. It wouldn't matter if he goes now, or later. The end result would be the same. I'll see you in hell, brother. He called out to Marco as he entered the arena. Before Lumen could say who to go, Mary spoke up. I would like to try fighting him. Mary had already accepted that Lumen was the being from the prophecy, so she wanted to prove to him that she is not a piece of pretty baggage. He nodded to her, and the red-haired woman entered the arena. The moment the fight started, Dustin had materialized metal claws of Shinsu around his hands. With a mighty leap, he dashed towards Mary, who had taken out 4 red lighthouses. Dustin swiped with his right claw, but Mary had created a barrier of Shinsu with 2 of her lighthouses. Mary wasn't as skilled at manipulation Shinsu like Tiana and Lore, who could create barriers of Shinsu with a snap of their fingers. Those two were extremely gifted in that regard. However, with the assistance of the two lighthouses, she was able to erect the barrier almost as fast as them. A metal claw materialized behind Mary, but it was blocked by another barrier. Dustin jumped backward to distance himself from her, but his path was blocked by yet another barrier. Before he could realize it, he was surrounded by barriers on all sides. Lighthouse prison. Dustin tried attacking the barriers, but he was only able to cause light ripples to them. The barriers slowly started closing in on him, and his free space was getting smaller bit by bit. Try as he might, Dustin wasn't able to destroy even one of them. In a matter of moments, he was squashed by the surrounding barriers. Mary was then easily able to shoot down the three observers. Marco had a sad look on his face as he watched his brother get killed. Dejectedly, he walked up on stage for the final round as he whispered his brother's final words. "I'll see you in hell, brother." Anik entered the arena without Lumen saying a word or even looking at her. She knew that he already had the strength to fight Rancor, so it was pointless for him to fight here. Regulars like Marco should be dealt with by her and the rest of the group, while he focuses on more important and threatening enemies. Marco looked at Anik with lifeless eyes. The aura she was emitting was even scarier than Pinto's when he was using his partial transformation. She was a monster that he couldn't take on, and he knew that. The moment the fight started, Anik had already appeared in front of him in a burst of speed. Marco didn't even try to block the punch that was coming towards his head. Anik's attack hit him and his head exploded in a shower of gore. With this, Fug's strongest low-ranked regulars had all been killed. They were planning to have Bam join that team and climb the tower with them, but Lumen's team had annihilated them all. Fug had suffered yet another loss to Lumen. Since they successfully passed the test, Lumen's team advanced to the 26th floor. Chapter 49, 26th floor. The entire 26th floor was built underground in one gigantic cave system. All the buildings on the floor were carved into the cave walls. Neon lights were scattered all over the cave system, but it was common for the residents there to travel with a lighthouse, even if they weren't light bearers. After all, the 26th floor was owned by the Tu Puri family, and all the lighthouses sold there were created by them. It's common knowledge that all the lighthouses created by the Tu Puri family have the highest quality. The leader of that family, T. Puri, had not only created the position light bearer, but he also created the Opera Lighthouse, one of the greatest lighthouses of the tower. A total of 3 have been made by him, and they extend the user's Shinsu field to near infinity. In theory, a person could observe the whole tower if they have an opera. The lighthouse also has defensive measures that put even armor inventories to shame and higher attacking capabilities than ignition weapons. As soon as Lumen's group arrived on the 26th floor, a swarm of reporters had rushed them. Or more precisely, they had rushed Andrassy. "Princess, you are regarded as by far the strongest E-rank regular. Could you tell us how you feel about that?" "Princess, all of your teammates are considered to be within the top 20 E-rank regulars. Could you tell us how you managed to gather all of them?" "Princess, your team seems to have no desire to spend their time leisurely on the floors. You are entirely focused on climbing the tower. How long do you think it would take you to reach the top?" Question after question was fired at Andrassy, and while the reporters were interested in her, the rest of the group slipped away. Once they were a distance away from Andrassy, everyone went their own way. "I'll go and sign us up for the test and find a residence for us afterward," Lisa stated. He was the one that gathered information about the tests, and he made sure to register the team at the earliest possible time for them to take one. Lisa was also the one that dealt with their housing issues as well. "Mary, let's go and see if we can find you a better lighthouse here," Lumen told the Red Witch. She had made great progress as a light bearer and deserved a reward. "Thank you." With a smile, she nodded to him. She had a few lighthouses, but they were all low-ranked ones. Not a single one of them was higher than 5E. With a bit of luck, they might find a 1E or even a 10D rank lighthouse that they could afford on the 26th floor. "I'll come with you," Verdi exclaimed and held onto Lumen's shirt. The floor was filled with regulars, so she didn't want to stay away from him. With him around her, she wouldn't experience those bad headaches. The rest of the group slipped up, all going to explore the 26th floor to see what it has to offer. Exploring the floors never ceased to amaze Lumen. Each floor had a different environment with a unique atmosphere. He would have never got see such amazing sights on Earth. However, Urek had told him that, outside the tower in the vast universe, there were even grander places. Lumen planned on exploring the universe after he climbs to the top of the tower and sees everything it has to offer, but Urek had warned him that exiting the tower the normal way was not something that he recommended. The blonde irregular believed that there is another way to leave the tower, but he was still searching for it. As Lumen and the two girls were walking around, he would stop from time to look around. Again, hey! Lumen thought. Ever since his proficiency in reading the flow of Shinsu had increased, he had felt a pair of eyes observing him. No matter on which floor he was, he felt someone or something watching him. At first, he thought it might be the guardian on the floor that he was, but he had the feeling that wasn't the case. To him, it felt like it was the same pair of eyes that were always watching him. On the 123rd floor, in a darkened room that was only lit up by a massive lighthouse and over 100 smaller lighthouses, a purple-haired girl was lying on her stomach and eating from a bag of chips. Her feet were raised in the air, and she was cutely dangling them while watching the video footage on the massive lighthouse. This was Gina Repel Lista Zahard, one of the owners of the Opera Lighthouse and the only princess of Zahard that wasn't a ranker or a regular, since she had no desire to climb the tower whatsoever. She was addicted to sitting in her darkened room in front of her lighthouses while observing what's happening within the tower. The video footage that Repel Lista was watching was that of Lumen, who was currently looking straight at her. She giggled and waved at him, but unfortunately, he didn't return the gesture as he was unable to see her. Yuri sure found an interesting boyfriend, Repel Lista stated to no one in particular. I wonder how much more will he grow. Ever since Lumen had appeared on the second floor, she had been keeping an eye on him. The fact that Yuri had rushed to the first floor a few years ago hadn't escaped her eyes. However, she didn't know what had transpired there, as that was the only place in the tower that she couldn't observe with her opera lighthouse. After Yuri had rushed to the first floor, two interesting fellows had appeared on the second floor. Bam was intriguing, but Lumen was something else. He wasn't that exceptional at first glance, but he was able to use abilities that didn't require Shinsu. As incredible as they were, Lumen had very little control over them, which seemed weird to her. Repel Lista had watched him as he slowly learned how to use his abilities and performed remarkable feats. From a very strong regular, Lumen had turned into someone that could take on rankers in a very short amount of time. The more she observed him, the more intrigued she became by him. The other irregular also had an interesting progress, but Lumen was a lot more fascinating in her eyes. Repel Lista let out a cute giggle and said, I hope you don't disappoint me. Mary, noticing that Lumen had stopped in place, asked him. Is there something wrong? No, no. I'm just being paranoid, I guess. He replied, and then pointed at a shop nearby. I have a good feeling about that one. Let's check it out. Lumen gave one last look to where he felt he was being watched from, and turned to enter the shop. After spending about 20 minutes there, the three exited the store, and Mary had a smile on her face. They were able to exchange the armor inventory Vespa had looted from the muscular lady and had gotten a 7D rank lighthouse for the Red Witch. As soon as they were out of the store, Lumen received a message from Lisu. I've registered the team for the test and rented a residence for us. I've already registered your pockets to the building, and the coordinations for it are. Good one. We just found a lighthouse for Mary, and we will make our way towards the house now. Lumen replied back. Lisu already signed us up for the test and found a residence for us. Let's go and check out the place. Lumen told the two girls, and they nodded in agreement with him. The building, like all the others on the floor, was carved inside the cave walls. The doors, despite being made of rock, slid apart when they scanned their pockets. Inside it, the building looked like it was from a futuristic sci-fi movie, even though it was carved inside the cave walls. Lisa was in the living room, sitting on a couch and watching the news. He was holding a phone-looking device in his hand and was typing something on it. Once he noticed Lumen and the two girls, he jumped from his seat and showed them the device. Look at this, guys, Lisa exclaimed. The device looked like a smartphone and had a messenger-like app on the screen. Lisa was chatting with someone about tips on dating women. Lumen and Mary shared a look, as they both felt something off about the device. They didn't exactly know what's wrong about it, but the Shinsu was flowing in such a way, that they couldn't read it accurately. What is this? Lumen asked him. This is Emily. An intelligent chatting bot that could answer all of your questions. It's super popular right now amongst the regulars, Lisa explained. It could answer all of your questions? Lumen asked skeptically. Yes, look. Lisa typed in a question. What's an important tip for dating women? Be confident. Confidence is attractive and enthusiasm will make you shine. Lisa showed them Emily's answer and said. See, it's amazing. Let me try. Lumen told him and grabbed the device. He thought for a moment and then typed in. Is Light's End alive? Light's End is dead. He was killed on the 10th floor by a Fug Slayer. Emily replied back. Lumen showed her answer to Lisa, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. I guess it can't answer all questions, but it can definitely answer most of them. The bot is extremely intelligent, Lisa said with an embarrassed laugh, and he typed in another question. Which floor is Andrasi's team on right now? Andrasi and her team have recently advanced to the 26th floor. The princess is currently being interviewed on channel 12. Emily answered. Lisa changed the TV channel to 12 and Andrasi was talking about her progress as a regular. See? It's very smart. Lisa stated. Can I try? Mary questioned and he handed her the device. After thinking about it for a moment, she typed in her question. How is Warayan doing? Warayan is having a bit of trouble seeing, but she is mostly fine. She had just started leading her prophesied one. Warayan is wondering how Mary is doing, and if she had found the person she was searching for. This, Mary. Froze from seeing the answer. Can you please lend me the device? I have some things I want to test out. Mary asked Lisa with a tremble in her voice, still unable to believe the reply from Emily. Sure, you can have it. The device isn't that expensive, so I can just go and get another one. Lisa agreed to give it to her. Thank you. Mary thanked him and turned to leave the living room. As she was walking she felt Lumen's gaze, and she turned towards him. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. I only want to find out more about this device. Being able to read her emotions, Lumen knew that she was being honest. Just be careful. I have a bad feeling about this, Emily. I got it. Mary nodded to him and made her way towards one of the empty rooms. Lumen sat on the couch with Verdi and asked Lisa. So, what can you tell me about the test? Any team no matter the number of regulars could take on the test. However, the more regulars there are, the harder the test is. Lisa started his explanation. Each regular would be transported to a maze-like location. There is only a single exit to the maze, and it is locked. Each regular would have to find a special key to unlock it, and only when all regulars manage to escape the maze, would the team pass the test. Each location is filled with stone bats, but we should easily be able to handle those creatures. Our team would be taking on the test in 3 weeks. There is no earlier time than that. Lisa finished his explanation. It doesn't sound like a very difficult test for our team. Lumen stated. No, definitely not. Not only do we have 3 scouts, but we also have Mary and you. Lisa confirmed. Hatsu, Vespa, and Lisa were all incredible scouts. With the assistance of their observers, they should easily be able to locate the key. Tiana and Lore are exceptional wave controllers who could read the flow of Shinsu. The two should also have an easy time finding the key. Verdi could obtain the location of the key from the creatures living in the maze. Mary was a guide and a good light bearer, so she would easily find the key. She could also give her lighthouses to the other members and help them out as well. Lumen with his ability to read the flow Shinsu would definitely be able to locate the key. Like Mary, he could also assist the others by giving them one of his lighthouses or observers. He still had the low-ranked ones he purchased on the 3rd floor. That's good. Lumen stated. Is there a place on the floor where we could train? Yes. In fact, we could train in our house. The top floor has a large room perfect for training. Lisa replied. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Lumen told him, and Lisa followed after him to the large room. 3 weeks quickly passed by, and Lumen's team took on the test on the 26th floor. With Mary helping Anik, Andrasi, and Alexei, everyone were able to easily locate the key for the maze and pass the test. With that, the Lumen's team advanced onto the 27th floor. Chapter 50, 27th floor. At Karika's personal hideout. The Slayer was sitting on his throne with a figure masked in a shadow standing in front of him. So, Bam, or now known as Jai Viol Grace, has started his climb. Karika asked the shadowy figure. Yes, my god. Replied the shadowy individual. How many of the elders have agreed with my plan, Pokin? Karika questioned him. Half of them are in agreement with you, my god. The rest have put their faith in Jayavayol Grace. Pokin answered him. That's good enough. How many sleeper agents do you have as E-rank regulars? Karika inquired. Pokin had the ability to grant others a part of his shadow. Those that have a part of his shadow are able to augment their power at the cost of destroying their bodies. An E-rank regular could become as strong as a B-rank or even stronger with Pekin's shadow. 2. My god. Reflejo and Absursian. Reflejo woke up a couple years ago, and he is currently gathering teammates on the 28th floor. Absursian woke up a few months ago, and he is still on the 27th floor. Pokin informed him of his sleeper agents. Good. Make sure that Reflejo gathers strong regulars. We need them prepared for the 30th floor. The real thorn is with Io and Punk on their Archimedes ship. They have already made the dissolving solution and are making slight adjustments to it. Karika stated. Pokin was about to answer him when he received a report on his pocket. My god, I was just informed that the masked regular and Viol's friends have just advanced to the 27th floor, Pokin told the Slayer. When Karika heard him mention the masked regular, he frowned in annoyance. Ever since he saw his fight with the 3 Fug rankers, he couldn't stop thinking who that person is. At first, Karika thought that he might be someone like him, but that didn't seem to be the case. The masked regular's identity has been bothering him for a while now, especially when it was confirmed that he is most likely another irregular. The Slayer desperately wanted to know who he is. Karika thought about it for a moment and said. Have Absursian contact him. Absorption's priority is to identify him, and if possible, get him on our side. His strength is incredible for a regular, so he could be useful to us. We could deal with him afterward. As you wish, my god. Pokin bowed to Karika and made his way out. The 27th floor was owned by the Po Bida family, and it was a place that looked like it was taken out of futuristic sci-fi movie. The floor was separated into 2 parts, a city on the ground and a city floating in the air. On the ground, the city was filled with skyscrapers and cube-shaped buildings. The layout of the city was never the same, as all the structures were constantly on the move. Each building had a special platform underneath it, which allowed the building to move around the floor. The floating city was built on top of one gigantic platform that allowed it to float in the air. It was also filled with skyscrapers and cube-shaped buildings. Only rankers were allowed to live on the floating city. As soon as Lumen's group arrived on the 27th floor, like any other floor after the 20th one, a massive amount of reporters swarmed Andrassy. Princess, how long do you think it will take you to become a D-rank regular? Princess, with the speed that you are climbing the tower, you could potentially be faster than Yuri Zahard. What are your thoughts on that? Princess, there was workshop battle on the 30th floor that just recently occurred. Will you be participating in the next one, or will you skip it and participate in one at a higher floor? As the reporters were interviewing Andrassy, the rest of the group slipped away. However, a bunch of reporters followed them. One of them caught up to Lumen. Excuse me, sir. Can I have a moment of your time? What do you need? Lumen coldly asked him. He had no desire to entertain them. I just wanted to ask you, how do you feel about being on a team with Princess of Zahard? Like being on a team with any other regular. Lumen bluntly replied. The reporter didn't accept such an answer and was momentarily stunned. He was hoping to hear him talk about how amazing it is since most regulars would do anything they can to get on a team with a Princess of Zahard. Seeing the reporter in a daze, Lumen started walking away, but the reporter ran up to him again. Just one more question, sir. You are the only new member to join the team after the death of Light's End. Do you think that you have some big shoes to fill in, considering how talented he was? The reporter asked him. His shoes fit me quite well. Lumen answered and continued walking away. However, the reporter seemed to have something else to say. Sir, do you? But before he could finish, Lumen interrupted him. One more word and you are dead. Lumen threatened him and released a bit of his killing intent, freezing the reporter in place. This interview was later shown on the news, and it caused a big controversy about the masked regular and who he is. Most people talked about how arrogant and cocky the masked regular is. Light's End shoes fit him quite well? Who does he think he is? Light's End was someone even stronger than a Princess of Zahard. This guy is too full of himself. Is what most people said after they heard him. After Lumen dealt with the reporter, he explored the 27th floor and what it has to offer. A lot of the shop on the floor specialized in selling items that allow the user to control Shinsu even up to the 60th floor. When such an item is created, the maker has to form a contract with the guardians of the floors. Such an item cannot control Shinsu on a floor that the maker hasn't made a contract for. Most of the items on the 27th floor were created by the Research Association. The members of the association are chosen mostly from the males of the Po Bida family. They are the most knowledgeable when it comes to how Shinsu works, and the best in making items that allow the user to control Shinsu. Lumen was interested in those items and had purchased 2 of them. One of them was a wand that allows the user to control Shinsu up to the 30th floor, and the other was a gun that lets the user control Shinsu up to the 35th floor. Lumen bought the wand because it was one of the cheapest and simply wanted to know how it works. However, when he saw the gun, he had purchased it immediately due to how much he loved using one on Earth. After testing out the 2, Lumen was left bitterly disappointed. The wand allowed the user to form and control up to 2 bongs, but they had a low concentration of Shinsu and were slow to form. There were also a lot of limits on what he could do with those 2 bongs. For example, he couldn't apply any of his qualities to them. The gun, on the other hand, could form only 1 bong with a bit higher concentration of Shinsu, compared to the wand. The bong could only be fired off only in the form of a laser, but it could quickly form another bong. Despite that, it wasn't that impressive. Lumen threw away the wand, but he kept the gun since it reminded him of Earth. As he was heading back to his residence on the floor, he suddenly disappeared from his spot. Lumen appeared behind a cloaked figure with a black mask that had been following him for some time now. "Hello, little rat," Lumen said with his armor already covering his body. "You truly look like Lord Karaka," Absursian told him after turning around. "That's because I am Karaka." Lumen chuckled. "We both know that Lord Karaka has more important things to deal with than playing around with a bunch of regulars." Lumen narrowed his eyes at his reply since it implied that Karaka is alive. He was under the impression that the Slayer had died on the 10th floor. "And why are you following me?" Lumen questioned him with a cold voice. "My master, Poken, Karaka's subordinate, sent me to contact you." The 2 of them believe. Before Absursian could continue talking, Lumen had created his domain of darkness. The moment his domain was released, Absursian immediately activated the shadow that Pekin had granted him. He tried escaping from the domain of darkness, but he couldn't even distinguish left from right. The FUG member tried to use the special powers granted to him by the shadow and absorb the darkness around him. However, that had no effect, as there was no change in the amount of darkness, no matter how much he absorbed. Absursian equipped a black, ghastly needle and tried randomly attacking, but that had no effect as well. He suddenly felt a hand grasp his head, and before he could even make a move, a massive pressure enveloped on him. "Ah!" Absursian started screaming in pain, as a single word kept being repeated in his mind. "Obey! Obey! Obey!" In a few minutes, Absursian was left standing with a blank look on his face. Lumen had recently started experimenting with using the ability to dominate creatures on humans or human-like races. The creatures in the tower had high intelligence, but they were able to be subjugated by animus, so he applied that same principle on the human-like races. With his incredible Shinsu control, he had created an ability that greatly resembled mind control. However, Lumen has to be in contact with the person he is dominating for it to take effect. After half an hour, the domain of darkness disappeared with no traces of Absursian left. 20 minutes after he had dominated Absorption's mind, the FUG member's body had started decomposing. From what he learned, that was due to the shadow that was granted to him by Poken. Lumen got to know quite a few things from Poken. One of them being that FUG had something big planned for the next workshop battle. He didn't know exactly what, since Absursian wasn't informed, but he knew that it was something major for the organization. "It seems we have to participate in the next workshop battle then," Lumen thought. Initially, he had no desire to participate in the workshop battle. He didn't think that he or his team could get something useful out of it, but knowing that FUG had plans for it, changed his mind. Lumen didn't mind delaying his climb for just a bit, in order to deal FUG a major blow. He returned to his team's residence and told them that they would be participating in the next workshop battle. Everyone was fine with that except for Andrassy. "No. I already told the reporters that our team has no interest in the workshop battle since we have nothing to gain there," the Princess of Zahard protested. "That's not my problem," Lumen replied. "Come on. That would ruin my image. Please think about it," Andrassy pleaded, she had an image to uphold. Again, that's not my problem. Lumen stated. Arg. You are the worst. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Andrasi started throwing a tantrum like a little girl. Love you too. Lumen told her and turned towards the rest. We will continue climbing like usual, and we will wait on the 30th floor for the start of the next workshop battle. Any questions? Nope. Came the response from everyone else except Andrasi. A month later, Lumen and his group took on the test on the 27th floor. The test was Capture the Flag, and it takes place on a floating arena. 2 teams of 5 regulars would have to fight against each other while trying to capture 2 flags in the middle of the arena. Each team would also have a flag on their side of the arena. In order for a team to win, they have to capture the enemy's flag, but they are allowed to do so only when the 2 flags in the middle are captured by them. To capture a flag, there have to be only regulars from one team within 20 meters of the flag. Lumen's group had split into 2 teams of 5. Andrasi's team had already taken on the test and advanced to the 28th floor, and it was Lumen's team turn now. Once the test began, Diana headed towards one of the flags in the middle, and Anik headed towards the other. While Lumen, Verdi, and Vespa found a comfortable place and sat down near their own flag. Lumen didn't plan on doing anything and would leave the girls to complete the test. Verdi didn't want to stay away from him, so she also didn't plan on doing anything. Vespa was just waiting for the other 2 to capture the middle flags before rushing towards the enemy's one. A few minutes after Diana arrived at one of the middle flags, a red-haired, red-eye regular with a medium build confronted her. That was Quattro Blitz, known as a talented flamer user and wave controller from the Blitz family. You would look so much better if you are burnt to crisp. Ha ha ha. Quattro maniacally laughed out. He created 3 bongs of flame and was about to shoot them at Diana when he froze with widened eyes. His mouth hung loose as he started at the 5 floating bongs around Diana. Quattro knew no more than 10 E-rank regular that could create 3 bongs, but 5? That shouldn't be possible for an E-rank regular. Quattro watched as the 5 bongs merge into one, and a massive blast of Shinsu was shot his way. He was blown away by the Shinsu blast. Quattro had managed to survive, although gravely injured. With that, Diana had captured one of the flags. On the other side, Anik had just arrived at the location of the other flag. Since she didn't rush with all her speed, someone had already arrived there, and the flag was captured by the other team. Sitting beside the flag was a tall, black-haired man. His right eye was closed, and he had a scar over it. This was Chongblarode, one of the strongest E-rank regulars. At one point, he was considered in the top 5 E-rank regulars until the monsters from Andrasi's team appeared. Since then, not only had he suffered a major loss to a member of the Kun family, but he was now not even considered within the top 10 E-rank regulars. Chong had chased after them for some time and finally managed to get to face against one of those members, thanks to the help of Emily. They give you a lot of credit, but let's see how good you truly are, Chong told Anik and strengthened himself with Shinsu. He was about to dash towards her when Anik appeared in front of him with a burst of speed. You are weak. She bluntly told him while punching. Chong was barely able to raise his hands to block the attack, but he sent flying away despite that. He roughly landed on the ground but stood up quickly. His left arm was loosely hanging since Anik had broken it with just a single punch. With that simple exchange, Chong understood that he was vastly outclassed. He had confidence in his abilities thanks to being a half-canine person, but the green-skinned girl in front of his was on a whole different level. Without saying another word, he turned around and left. With the 2 middle flags captured, only the enemy's flag was left. Vespa stood up and disappeared from her spot. The 3 other regulars from the opponent team were sitting near their own flag and waiting for the middle ones to be captured. With those 2 on our team, it sure is easy to climb the tower. One of them commented. Yeah. They are monsters, but I heard there are even stronger E-rank regulars than them. Can you imagine that? Questioned another. Are you talking about Andrasi's team? PFF, those guys shouldn't be E-rank regulars. They are way stronger than anyone on this level. The first one replied. I bet they are all being carried by the Princess of Zahard. I don't buy it that all of them are super strong. The third regular stated. There is no way all of the strongest regulars have gathered on one team. I don't. Before he could finish, a needle that looked like a stinger had pierced him and the other 2 through their heads. With the 3 dead, Vespa had secured the enemy's flag, and Lumen's team had passed the test. They have now advanced onto the 28th floor. Creator's thoughts. Chapter 51, 28th floor. On the first floor, Hedon was silently staring at a black-suited man whose face was being obstructed by a shadow. A few months after Loki had left the tower, he had returned back. Hedon wasn't at his floor at that time, but he had sensed there is an intruder there. Quickly he had rushed back only to find Loki silently standing there. Hedon didn't know why he had returned, and despite knowing that he couldn't do anything to him, he stayed there to keep a close watch on him. He couldn't prevent Loki from doing what he wished, but he at least wanted to know what he was planning. A few years had passed, and the two had stayed on the first floor while silently staring at each other without saying a word. Hedon was starting to lose his patience and couldn't take it anymore. "Why are you here?" he questioned him. "I'm glad you asked," Loki exclaimed, and a table and 2 chairs appeared in front of him. A teapot and 2 cups appeared on the table, and Loki sat down on one of the chairs. "I came to see how you are doing." Hedon wanted to rip his non-existent hair hearing him. "Why didn't you say anything then? We've been here for a few years. You are as sharp as a spoon, aren't you? I was just waiting for the host to greet me," Loki casually replied while pouring some tea in both cups. Hedon let a sigh while thinking how much he wanted to punch him in the face. He sat down and drank from the cup Loki poured him. Feeling the bitter taste of the drink, he nearly spilled it. Hedon looked towards Loki in annoyance. "This isn't tea." "Well, it's alcoholic tea, but tea nonetheless," Loki replied while sipping from his own cup. "The other divine beings are onto your plan, aren't they?" Hedon questioned him in annoyance. "Nah, they still aren't aware of what I'm doing," Loki responded. The rest of the divine beings truly didn't know what he was planning. Well, there was one that possibly knew, but that one would definitely keep quiet about this. "Then, why are you hiding here?" Hedon asked him. He really wanted the dreadful god out of the tower. "I told you. I came here to see how you are doing." Loki lied. He was actually hiding here. There were a couple divine beings that really wanted his head right now, and he didn't really want to face them. Loki had also already dealt with everything outside the tower, so he was perfectly fine with spending his time here and annoying the rabbit. Hedon was boiling with anger on the inside, but his face had no change of expression. "So, how have you been?" Hearing him, Hedon really wanted to kill Loki at this point, but alas, he didn't have the power to do so. Loki, on the other hand, could actually annihilate him. However, unlike the rest of the Guardians, Hedon's body will be reformed after his death, so technically, he was immortal. With gritted teeth, Hedon replied. "Fine. Aren't you going to ask me how I'm doing?" Loki asked with a mischievous smile. "No, I don't want to know." Hedon refused to play his game. "Well, I've been doing great recently, thank you for asking. Do you want a cookie?" Loki asked him, and a jar of cookies appeared on the table. Hedon pulled a cookie out of the jar and put it in his mouth. Unfortunately, he nearly shattered his teeth from trying to eat it. Hedon just wanted to cry at this point. Never in his life had he been treated like this. The 28th floor was one giant wasteland. The residents of the floor lived in tall, blue, thin buildings that rise up into the sky. The windows of all the buildings had similar dimensions. However, not everyone was able to afford to live in those tall buildings, and those that couldn't afford it, lived in a residential area that was filled with tents. The test on the 28th floor takes place in the only area on the floor that has flora and greenery. 2 teams would compete in locating a key that is separated into 3 parts and use that key to unlock a box in the middle. The first team that does so gets to advance onto the 29th floor, and a team could have at most 11 regulars on it. Since the 28th floor wasn't owned by any of the 10 great families, there wasn't anything that special about it. However, there were a few high-class hotels that had exceptional chefs working for them. Lumen's team had been staying on the 28th floor for about 2 weeks now and had to wait for 2 more before they could take on the test. The whole group had gathered in an apartment. They were sharing drinks and having fun after a hard day of training. Lumen didn't allow anyone to slack off and force them to train every day. He wanted to create a group that's even stronger than Urex due to a few reasons. One of them being, that he was competitive by nature, and wanted to outdo the blonde irregular. Another was that he was planning on taking drastic actions against Fug in the future. Lumen already harbored a grudge against the organization, and he planned on taking out all the high-ranking members of it. Since destroying Fug entirely wasn't in the realms of possibility, They were more like a religion, so there will always be someone else to pick up their mantle. Lumen also planned on going against a couple of the 10 great families in Zahard in the future. The two family heads, Gustang and Blossom, had both abandoned Diana and her sister, and he was going to pay them back for that. He didn't know if he would kill them, but that would mostly depend on Diana's choice. Zahard, on the other hand, he was definitely going to kill in the future. Lumen had initially promised Diana that he would do it only since she was stronger than him and because she said she would train him. He didn't actually plan on doing it, but after spending time with her and getting closer to her, he set his mind on killing Zahard. Lumen couldn't accomplish all of that on his own, and that's why he was pushing his teammates every day to get stronger. He had also ended up caring for them and not thinking of them as simple chess pieces that he could throw away at any point. They were his friends, and he wanted them to be powerful for what is to come in the future. The group was having a pleasant time when Lumen suddenly sensed someone observing them. Discreetly, he looked outside the window in the room and saw a man with black, curly hair standing on a building opposite of theirs. The aura he felt from the man was immense, and Lumen was sure that he is a ranker. He gave his group an excuse and left the apartment. Lumen formed the metal armor around him and easily reached where the black-haired man. The man had a carefree smile on his face as he examined Lumen. There are very few in the tower that could make him serious after all. He was Ha Jin-sung, the grandson of Ha Yuran, the head of the Ha family, and was within the top 100 rankers in the tower. I just wanted to check up on my disciples' friends, but I didn't expect to meet someone like you here. Those old fogies sure like keeping secrets from me. Jin-sung laughed out casually. Who are you? Lumen questioned him with a serious tone. You don't know me? Hey, so you aren't from Fug then? Interesting. Jin-sung replied. Just hearing Fug, Lumen had already prepared for a fierce battle. Bah, don't act so serious. I'm not here to fight. Like I said, I came here to check up on my disciples' friends. Jin-sung waved his hand. But now, I'm interested in you. You have the same armor as another one of my disciples, but you aren't a Fug member. Quite intriguing. Jin-sung stated with a smile. Almost makes me want to rip that armor off your face to see who you are. Jin-sung didn't receive a response from Lumen, and he felt him taking control of the surrounding Shinsu. Geez, I said I'm not here to fight, why are you acting like this? He said while shaking his head. Then why are you checking up on Bam's friends? Lumen questioned him. Well, the boy is too talented that I ended up caring. You know that Bam is alive? Jin-sung said with narrowed eyes. That's not something that he had foreseen. Very few knew that the irregular had actually survived. A lot of people survive when they were meant to die. Lumen vaguely responded, but Jin-sung had a wide smile after he heard him. You. Jin-sung already had an idea who the armored man is after hearing his response. That's an interesting set of events. Would you look at that? 2 irregulars were confirmed to have died, yet both of them are alive. Jin-sung laughed out, but Lumen didn't confirm his suspicions and silently stared at him. And Karika was so sure that you died. Ha, I guess he has been slacking off lately. I did tell him that Bam would catch up and overtake him, but he didn't believe me. Jin-sung shook his head. Lumen again didn't respond and kept quiet. Well, then. I guess I have no reason to stay here any longer. I trust you could keep them safe in case Fug takes action against them. I don't want to see my disciple sad, you see. Jin-sung said. Unless a ranker comes after them, they will be fine. And if a ranker comes, I will send him to his death. Replied Lumen. Oh, I'm sure you will. After all, you even survived against Karika. Jin-sung chuckled. I'll make sure to keep your secret safe. Don't want to ruin the surprise for those old fogies now, do we? Before Lumen could even respond, Jin-sung had already disappeared from his spot. He let out a sigh of relief, knowing that he didn't have to face him. Lumen didn't know who that man was, but he felt threatened just being in front of him. He had confidence in fighting rankers and even advanced rankers since he had a secret weapon, but the man was definitely a high ranker. Lumen wasn't sure that he would be able to compete with him even with his secret weapon. He also was developing an extremely dangerous technique, but he didn't know how well it will work against a high ranker. Relieved that he avoided conflict with a high ranker, he returned back to his group. Another week passed since the group had arrived on the 28th floor. Lumen was currently walking towards one of the high-class hotels. Tiana, dressed in a purple dress that was closely stuck to her body, was holding onto his arm while walking beside him. She had wanted to ask him out for quite the time now, but she didn't have the courage to do it. Lumen had sensed her frustration and asked her what's wrong. After hesitating for a moment, Tiana had told him she wanted to go on a date with him. Lumen didn't even hesitate for a moment, before agreeing to take her out. After entering the hotel, the two were escorted to their private booth. They had a very good time while sharing stories of their lives. Tiana told him about her life in the middle area. She was abandoned there as a child and had to live as an outlaw since she didn't have a residential card. Tiana had a hard life growing up, but she was happy that she was now climbing the tower with Lumen. Lumen, on the other hand, told her stories from Earth. He didn't have much of them, but he told her how he grew up and ended up working as a hired gun. Their date was coming to an end when Tiana barely uttered, I've booked us a room. Normally, she wouldn't have the confidence to say that, but after a few drinks, she managed to muster up her courage to do it. What did you say? Lumen heard her clearly, but he wanted to tease her after seeing her reddened face. I got us room for the night, Tiana said while her face turned as red as a tomato. Without saying anything, Lumen grabbed her hand and led her towards the elevator. Feeling butterflies in her stomach, she pushed the button for the floor where the room she booked was it. After scanning her pocket, the two entered the room. Tiana was extremely nervous since she didn't know what she is supposed to do. She also didn't want to do something stupid and ruin their relationship. Her worries were for nothing, as she felt Lumen hug her and bring her closer to him. He kissed her soft lips, and she melted in his arms. Tiana was very inexperienced since this was her first kiss, but she followed his lead. She felt his hands caress her body as they slowly moved from her waist, down to her perky butt. Lumen squeezed her ample bottom, and Tiana's body shivered in pleasure from his touch. He picked her up and carried her to the bed. Chapter 52, 29th floor. In the vast space outside the tower, a meteorite was drifting through space. Despite the small size of the astral object, the space inside it was compressed to an incomprehensible degree, with a massive city built inside it. The buildings in that city were made of pristine white metal. All of them were as large as skyscrapers, but the one in the middle of the meteorite was the largest of them all. It connected both the bottom and top of the astral object and acted as the command center of the meteorite. The majority of the population living inside the city were researchers. All of the scientists there were focused on researching only a single subject: guides and accesses. The reason they were researching that topic in the meteorite is that all the divine beings had made a pact to forbid studying them. Since Shinsu only existed on planets with guardians, divine beings would find it hard to locate the city within the meteorite, because there was no Shinsu for them to hone in on. Due to that, they had a safe environment to study those amazing beings. Currently, all the residents were in a state of panic and were frantically running around. All of them, except for a lone man dressed in a black cloak, that was slowly making his way towards the building in the middle. Despite a large number of people running around him, no one was able to notice the cloaked man. The man entered the building and made his way towards the office of Eric, the main researcher, and leader of the city. The man in question was staring at a blue screen that was floating in front of him. Eric was tightly clutching onto his white hair, unable to believe what he is seeing. All of the hard work that they have done over the course of hundreds of years was gone. It was all replaced with just a single word "dick" that was repeated over and over again. As Eric was trembling while tears were falling from his eyes, the cloaked man entered the room. Eric, what happened here? The white-haired researcher looked up at the man with lifeless eyes. Sir Phantominum, I don't know. I don't understand. Everything is gone. Everything we achieved is all gone. Eric, calm yourself and tell me exactly what happened, Phantominum stated in an authoritative voice and sent some type of energy towards the researcher, calming him down. Eric took a few heavy breaths before looking at Phantominum with tears in his eyes. I'm not sure, sir, but a few years ago, the entire city had fallen asleep. We have no idea why or how it happened. One of us had woken up a few days ago, and he woke up everyone else afterward. The only reason the residents of the city had survived for a few years without eating or drinking water, was due to the nanobots that all of them had. The nanobots allowed a person to live without taking any sustenance. Why would scientists waste their time eating and drinking, when they could spend that valuable time researching? That's why they have created those nanobots, so they don't have to waste their time on such mundane chores. The entire city had fallen asleep. Phantominum questioned. This was obviously the work of a divine being, but he wasn't sure which one. Knowing what the scientists were researching here, he would have expected that the divine being to have destroyed the whole city, not make everyone fall asleep. Yes, sir. All of our research data on guides and axes had also been wiped out and replaced with the word Dick. What are we supposed to do, sir? They would come to wipe us all soon. Eric stated while crying. They would have already destroyed this place if that was their intention, Phantominum replied with a sigh. What's done is done. Try to recover the data, but don't despair about it too much. If you can't recover the data, just focus on something else and do what you do best, research. I understand, sir. I will do my best. Eric responded with a dejected look, while Phantominum left his office. Phantominum was the child of two divine beings. Unfortunately, both of his parents had been killed by a group of gods from one of the largest empires in the universe. He wanted to enter the tower and become a god himself, but that path was blocked when all the divine beings made the pact that forbids anyone from entering it. Phantominum had the power to enter the tower and become a god, despite Zahard and the rest that were sent there. However, should he do that, everyone would turn against him once he ascends. Since that was not an option, he devised another plan. He created the meteorite and brought one of the smartest minds in the universe to the city he built there. After thousands of years of research, he had finally accomplished his objective and turned himself into the first artificial axis. With the first part of his plan done, he had to trick a child of two divine beings in entering the tower. However, it couldn't be just any two divine beings. It had to be ones that had an incredible amount of influence in the entire universe, and Urek Mezino was the perfect choice. Urek's father ruled an empire as large as the one that the gods that killed his parents came from. He also was one of the strongest gods in the entire universe. However, Urek was smarter than he looked. Despite having the strength to become a god himself, he didn't do it and was searching for another way out of the tower. Thankfully, Urek had already missed out on that opportunity and had only one way to exit the tower. Besides Phantominum, there was only one being that knew of the research happening inside the meteorite, and that was Inryu. He was also the only one that knew how to exit the tower without becoming a divine being. Phantominum let out a sigh, knowing that there is at least one more being that knew of the research in the meteorite. Thankfully, he had the slightest idea of who that might be. Especially when you consider the immature prank of replacing all the research data with the word Dick. Phantominum left the meteorite and made his way towards the center of the universe, where the tower was located. He had recently heard about how Loki, one of the drifter gods, had disappeared after angering a couple of his fellow divine beings to an unimaginable degree. That's why he believed that he would be able to find his answers in the tower. It took him some time, but he finally managed to reach the tower and enter it. Phantominum appeared on the first floor only to be met with an unusual sight. The god in question was sitting on a chair while sipping from a cup while Hedon was crouched in a corner. The guardian's skin was turned into an ugly brown color, and he was silently sobbing. Loki had sensed his presence and turned towards him with a smile. "Do you want a cookie?" Meanwhile, Lumen and his group had arrived on the 29th floor. The floor consisted of large grasslands surrounded by coniferous forests. All the regulars on that floor resided in houses in the countryside. The test for the 29th floor was the Battle of Cannons. It's a team battle, and it takes place in a desolate area filled with trenches. Each team will have several cannons on their side of the field, that are constantly shooting towards the opposite side. The team that manages to disable the opponent's cannons is the one that advances onto the next floor. Lumen's group had rented 2 houses for their stay there, and they had all gathered in one of them. "So, the next workshop battle is in 3 years?" Lumen asked. "Yes," Liso confirmed. "We also have to wait on this floor until we receive an invitation to participate in the workshop battle. Should we advance onto the 30th floor without receiving an invitation, we wouldn't be eligible to enter the workshop battle," Liso explained. The invitations for the workshop battle on the 30th floor are usually sent a year before it starts to all the strongest E-rank regulars. Considering our strength, we will definitely get one as well. Information gathering was one of Liso's roles on the team. He and Mary were the most informed of the group when it came to knowledge regarding the tests and floors. In that case, for the next 3 years, we will be focusing on improving ourselves here. We will not only crush the rest of the regulars, but we will also ruin Fug's plans for the workshop battle, whatever they may be," Lumen stated. "All of you could easily fight with even D-rank regulars, but we might end up facing Fug rankers during the workshop battle. So, for the next 3 years, you will all go through hell. Hopefully, you will be able to face a rancor or at least be able to escape with your life. Lumen told them his plan. Knowing their schedule for the next 3 years, they all did the most important thing for a resident of the tower. They made their pockets visible and said, "Contract with the Guardian." Before one makes a contract with a Guardian, they are very limited in what they could do. However, it is not impossible to manipulate Shinsu without a contract. Simple manipulation of amounts below a certain standard is possible without forming one. Also, an innate resistance to Shinsu, a body-strengthening ability that utilizes Shinsu or other similar skills are natural abilities that one can have and thus do not require contracts. Once he said that Lisa was teleported to a vast space where a gigantic humanoid creature resided. The Guardian was so large that he was only able to see a massive head that had only one large eye. The first few times he met those gigantic creatures, he was scared out of his mind, but he had gotten used to it by this point. The Guardian stared at Lisa for a moment, before he heard a booming voice in his head. "What do you desire?" "I wish to manipulate the Shinsu on the 29th floor, Lisa stated confidently, already done the same for the past 27 floors. The Guardian stayed quiet for a moment, and shortly, Lisa heard the booming voice in his head. "Permission granted. You are free to manipulate the Shinsu on the 29th floor." The Guardian allowed him to control Shinsu without placing any restrictions on him. If this scene was seen by regulars or rankers, they would be left astonished. Normally, if a regular wishes to form a contract, the contract would have several terms and conditions that they have to follow. They might only be allowed to manipulate Shinsu during the test on the floor, and maybe once or twice outside of it. Members of the 10 great families were given contracts with fewer restrictions, but only rankers were given a contract without any conditions at all. The residents of the tower couldn't even imagine that a regular was given the same contract that a ranker gets. The only reason Lisa and the rest were allowed this was due to Lumen. The Guardian was able to sense the lingering aura of an irregular on them and gave them the freedom to manipulate the Shinsu on his floor as they wished. This was one of the reasons why Lisa had speculated that Lumen was an irregular before. On the second floor, they had more than a dozen conditions they had to follow. Should they have broken any of them, it would make the contract null, and they would have lost the right to manipulate Shinsu on that floor. However, after they had teamed up with Lumen, all the Guardians had allowed them to manipulate the Shinsu on their floors without any restrictions, giving them contracts that only rankers are given. This was one of the main reasons that they all progressed so much in their Shinsu control. Another one being the Shinsu manipulation techniques shown to them by Diana and Yuri. With all of them having formed a contract, they began their torture under the guise of training. Edited by O'Brien. Chapter 53, Prelude to the Workshop Battle, 1. The chapter content is an event that happened in the manhwa. Those who had read the manhwa could skip this one without missing too much asterisk. The 28th floor, 5 months before the start of the workshop battle. Konagwaro Ugnis, a handsome man with cobalt blue eyes and shoulder-length silvery blue hair. His bangs cut across his forehead and hanged just over his eyebrows. Ugnis wore a white outfit and had a black cloak over it. He disembarked a vehicle that resembled a car but had no wheels underneath it. Following behind him were 2 regulars that Lumen had met on the 22nd floor, Kun Ran, and Novik. Novik wore a black cloak similar to Ugnis while Ran wore a blue one. The 3 of them had left the residential area on the 28th floor and had arrived near the slums, where the regulars lived in tents. In front of them was a giant hand made of stone that reached towards the sky, with numerous stone pillars that were scattered around it. A very strong regular, the Devil's right arm, had recently been spotted here. A picture of a woman taking a selfie with him in the background had recently gone viral on the box, an information-sharing community used by light bearers, where they can share and search for information. The most distinguishing feature of the Devil's right arm was a small blue wing that was floating behind his left shoulder. Ugnis had already made his mind on making him join his team, so even if the regular refused, he would force him to join, as he has done with many other members of his team. "So, this is where he is hiding, hey?" Novik said and turned towards Ran. "The Devil's right arm is mine. Don't touch him, Ran." "Shut up. Spear bearers should just throw spears," Ran replied in annoyance. Novik hadn't stopped following him ever since they fought that one time. Ugnis had even recruited him in his team, and he had to bear his annoying antics. Ran divides people into 6 categories. Slightly bothersome. A little bothersome. Bothersome. Very bothersome. Too bothersome. And wants to kill. Novik was in the too bothersome category and was nearing the wants to kill category. Then let's see who catches him first and see who's really number one in our team. Novik like always wanted to compete with Ran. Stop bothering me. Go away. Ran had beat Novik so many times already that he simply didn't want to bother competing with him anymore. His goal was to reach and surpass the masked regular that had completely destroyed him on the 22nd floor. It's time to hunt the devil, Agnes stated with a cheerful smile, and the three made their way towards the stone arm. The hand of Arlene, I don't know how it looked before, but it looks grotesque right now. It'd be better to just destroy it. Agnes said while looking at the stone arm. Do you think he is in there? Novik asked him while biting his finger. An annoying habit that he had. Maybe. He's hidden himself perfectly from others for such a long time. I don't think it was a coincidence that he left a perfect clue like that. Agnes replied. He's showing his exact location if you just take a closer look. Also, a boring picture like that spreading so quickly in the box is a bit suspicious. I think this is to invite someone to the hand of Arlene. Agnes mused. Of course, he didn't mean to invite us. He stated afterward. Which means people other than us might come as well. Said Novik, while Agnes was looking at his lighthouse. Like all other items that he owned, the lighthouse was stolen from his father's Konaduan treasury and it was a high-rank item. A map of the surrounding area appeared on his lighthouse, and Agnes was able to see all the paths and the traps that were scattered around. Ran, Novik, there are traps in the area. Eliminate them while I'll support you. Agnes commanded the two. Okay, let's go, Ran. Novik turned towards Ran, but the blue-haired boy had already disappeared from his spot. Turning around, Novik saw him already dashing towards the traps. Ran, don't do it yourself. Novik called out to him, but the blue-haired boy didn't care. It's better if I do it alone. Ran replied while rushing ahead. If he couldn't deal with some simple traps, how would he dare face against the masked regular in the future? Wait for me. Novik yelled and chased after him, while a smaller lighthouse followed after them. 2 meters ahead, there's a trap in the front column. Agnes informed Ran. The blue-haired boy, wielding a blue hook that was given to him by Agnes, easily destroyed the stone pillar. Ran, don't go alone. Novik continued yelling while chasing him. One more trap in the right column. Agnes informed him, and Ran destroyed it. 5 meters forward. Agnes was informing him of another trap, but Ran couldn't hear him due to Novik's screaming. Be prepared just in case. Novik yelled. We don't have a scout. You, the fisherman, should take that role. Shut up. I can't hear him from your yelling. Ran attacked Novik with his hook without even looking back. However, Novik was standing right behind the small lighthouse, and Ran's attack destroyed it. Ran shot Novik an annoyed look and continued searching for traps afterward. Whatever. Ran. Novik screamed and ran after him. Meanwhile, Kong Hor-yang, a black-haired, massive, brooding man, whose body was wrapped up in black bandages, and with a blue wing floating above his right shoulder had just arrived near the giant arm made of stone. He, like Agnes, was also searching for the devil's right arm, but for a different purpose since he personally knew who that man is. Hor-yang and the devil's right arm, or Kasano Beniamino as he knew him, were both children that had been abandoned in the middle area and later sold to the workshop, where they were raised and experimented on. They were the only 2 survivors out of 99,999 test subjects. At the age of 12, both of them were injected with a creature in the form of a substance that is known as a devil. They each received 1/2 of that creature and became the first pair of living ignition weapons. They had been split apart afterward, and while Hor-yang was being escorted to a different location, he met with Hedon and entered the tower. Being a living ignition weapon, Hor-yang easily climbed up to the 20th floor, where he had spent years of doing nothing since he had no desire to climb higher. At one point, he took the test on the 20th floor and encountered Jai Viol Grace and a bunch of other regulars, who became like a family to him. Despite how much he cared for them, Hor-yang cared even more for Kasano, as the two of them were like brothers. He wanted to meet him and learn what had happened with Kasano after the two were separated. Did you call me here? Hor-yang questioned himself. He hadn't managed to find any clues about Kasano until a picture of him appeared on the box. Hor-yang had just entered the field of stone pillars when a red eye appeared on 2 of those pillars. They transformed into 2 arms made of stone and punched towards Hor-yang. The wing on his back momentarily changed into a boot, and he easily dodged the attacks. The boot changed into a red fist, and he destroyed the 2 stone pillars with a punch. Hor Yang continued making his way towards the hand of Arlene, but since he had no one to support him, he was having a tough time with all the traps. He had destroyed another couple of stone golems when he heard an explosion happen close by. A part of a stone pillar flew from there and landed right next to him. "Who's there?" Hor Yang yelled out and saw a blue-haired boy covered in a blue cloak and wielding a blue hook. "Who are you?" Hor Yang asked him, but he didn't receive an answer. "Are you the devil's right arm?" Ran questioned as he observed him. Hor Yang had a blue wing and black bandages, which matched the description of the devil's right arm. "You've gained weight," Ran stated and dashed towards him. He attacked him with his hook, but Hor Yang was able to block his attack. "Who are you? Why are you looking for the devil's right arm?" Hor Yang yelled out. "To fight. Do you need more of an explanation?" Ran replied arrogantly and jumped towards him again. "Of course. You are mistaking me for someone else. I'm not the devil's right arm that you are looking for." Hor Yang tried explaining himself, but Ran wasn't listening. He attacked him again, but this time he enhanced his attack with Shinsu. Feeling the pressure, Hor Yang understood he has no other choice than to fight. The wing on his back transformed into a boot, and he disappeared from his spot. "If you block my way, I will crush you." Hor Yang appeared behind Ran, and the boot on his back transformed into a red fist. His right arm turned red as well and grew larger. Hor Yang attacked Ran with his giant arm, but the blue-haired boy was easily able to dodge the attack. "I don't know why you are looking for him, but I've got no time to play with you," Hor Yang stated. Ran appeared in front of him with lightning coursing through his right hand. "If you got no time, I'll be quick." Ran hit him in the chest and followed up with more lightning-enhanced attacks that Hor Yang wasn't able to dodge. Ran used his momentum to form a lightning spear with his Shinsu and threw it at Hor Yang. "Mash any style lightning spear, Electrica Perla." The lightning spear hit Hor Yang and detonated into a massive explosion. After the dust settled down, the wing on Hor Yang had changed into a shield with 2 small wings, and he was still standing there paralyzed from the attack, but with no injury on his body. As a living ignition weapon, very few could damage his body. Ran also wasn't giving his all while fighting him. "How did you survive that? Does your defense increase as the wing changes form?" "Interesting." Ran mused while observing him. Very few E-rank regulars are able to survive that attack, as simple as it was. He had gone through hellish training, in order to become stronger and be able to pierce through the masked regular's incredible defense when he meets him again. As Hor Yang was thinking of a way to deal with Ran, he heard something coming in his direction. Looking up, he saw a weird, spinning blade that was flying towards him. With his wing still in his shield form, he was easily able to deflect it. The parried blade flew back straight into Novik's hand. "Who are you?" Hor Yang questioned him in annoyance. First, it was the weird blue-haired boy, now another strong one appeared. "Novik Grand." He answered Hor Yang with a lie. Novik enjoyed making many different family names and introducing himself falsely. "The devil's right arm, I'm here to catch you," Novik confidently declared to him. "Why are you interfering?" Ran questioned him in annoyance. He was already fighting with him, so why was the idiot stepping in? "I can't let you have all the fun by yourself," Novik answered Ran and turned towards Hor Yang. "Nice to meet you, the devil's right arm. You've gained weight," he told him while biting his finger. "I've heard you have extraordinary powers, and I really wanted to fight you," Novik said. Hor Yang stayed quiet and wondered what to do. Both regulars were extremely strong, and he didn't know if he could take them down with his current power. His only option was to ignite, but he had already done it once earlier when he had to fight Jaya Viol Grace. That was the only way to test out if Viol was a living ignition weapon like him. As he was wondering what to do, he heard someone call out. "Ilmer." Before he started calling himself Kong Hor Yang, he carried the name Ilmer Beniamino, and there are no more than a handful of people that knew that name. He was also able to recognize that voice. "Kasano! Where are you, Kasano?" Hor Yang screamed out. "Look behind you." Hor Yang turned around and spotted an observer there. "Follow the observer." His wing changed into a boot, and he sprinted after the observer. "Are you running away?" Novik yelled at him, but Hor Yang didn't respond. Novik and Ran weren't planning on letting him go, so they dashed after him. "He is fast," Novik commented while chasing him. "He is troublesome." Ran agreed with him. Hor Yang was nearing the hand of Arlene, while the two were right behind him. Don't follow him too far, Ran. It might be a trap. Novik told Ran, but the blue-haired boy didn't care about that. Even if it was a trap, he didn't care. If he wants to surpass the masked regular, he needs to be able to deal with situations like this one. With a burst of speed, Ran left Novik and sped towards Hor Yang, who had just entered the hand of Arlene. There was a small opening at the bottom of the stone arm, and inside it, the place was shrouded in darkness. One could barely see a few meters ahead in that place. Kasano! Where are you? Hor Yang screamed but received no response. Ran appeared behind him and attacked him with his hook, but Hor Yan dodged it with the speed of his boot form. You are getting annoying. Ran told him. Stop running and fight, the devil's right arm. Wait! Someone yelled out, as Hor Yang was wondering what he is supposed to do with those two. The voice came from somewhere above, and all three looked up. It's not him. The devil's right arm that you are looking for is here. In the darkness, they were barely able to see a small, blue wing above them. Kasano! Hor Yang uttered, as he was able to recognize that blue wing. Suddenly, the man above them jumped from his spot and appeared in front of Ran with a burst of speed. A large amount of blue shinsu gathered around his left arm, and he punched the blue-haired boy away before he could dodge. Ran flew and hit a wall, where he created a small hole with his impact. You jerk! Novik cursed him and set a punch towards his way, but Kasano jumped over his attack. With the blue shinsu still covering his left arm, he sent a punch towards Novik and sent him flying like Ran. However, Novik was able to block a bit of that attack and didn't hit a wall. Who are you? Novik asked him while wiping a bit of blood that was coming out of his mouth. Kasano Beniamino, the devil's right arm, Kasano replied back to him. After Ran was sent flying into the wall, he slowly stood up and stared at Kasano and Hor Yang with cold eyes. Kasano! Hor Yang exclaimed. Why did you call me here? And what's with those guys? He asked, but received no response. Kasano! Say something! Hor Yang yelled at him. You'll know soon enough, Ilmer, Kasano replied and dashed towards Ran and Novik. Are there two devils right arm? Novik questioned, wondering what's happening right now. Novik! Ran calmly called out to him. Let's change positions. I will throw the spears. Ran's main position was a fisherman, but he was ranked even higher as a spear bearer, thanks to the techniques taught to him by his sister. So, you are finally being serious? Novik asked him. I want to end this as quickly as we can. Ran had no desire to spend any more time on these two. Hor Yang and Kasano were strong, but the people he wanted to surpass were even stronger. His sister and father were two of the strongest rankers in the tower, so he had a long way before he could reach their level. However, the masked man was just like him, a regular. Ran didn't think that the masked regular would have any trouble dealing with the two in front of him. After he suffered the crushing defeat on the 22nd floor, he had been training like a madman, in order to have his rematch against Lumen in the future. All right, Novik replied and gathered red shinsu around his fists. Hey ol style, Crimson Soul Fist, Seal. He slammed his hands on the ground, and a spherical dome of red shinsu formed around them, stopping Kasano in his tracks. Kasano was surprised by the shield, and he sensed something extremely dangerous. Turning around, he saw Ran, who had moved behind him. The blue-haired boy was holding a massive sword made of lightning. Take this, Slim Devil's right arm. Ran said as he threw the lightning sword. Espada de la Luz. The lightning sword reached Kasano in an instant. It pierced through him and carried him until it hit the wall behind, causing a massive explosion that anyone near the hand of Arlene was able to hear. The wall collapsed into rubble and buried Kasano underneath it. At the moment that the explosion happened, two individuals were making their way towards the stone arm. One of them was Xia, a brown-haired girl with rabbit ears. She wore red robes and had a red lighthouse in front of her. The other person was Jai Viol Grace. He had long, brown hair with the bangs covering the upper part of his face and was dressed in a black outfit. Viol had come here searching for his teammate, Hor Yang. Xia had told him that she saw a man matching his description that had went towards the hand of Arlene. Since Viol was alone, she had offered to help him as she was a proficient light bearer. Hearing the explosion from the hand of Arlene, Viol got worried about Hor Yang's safety. The explosion came from the statue. Xia exclaimed, but Viol was already speeding towards it. Wait! Let's go together! Xiaxia yelled and ran after him, but he was a lot faster than her. Hey, slow down a bit! I told you it's dangerous out there. There might be a trap. Xiaxia couldn't allow him to reach the statue right now, but Viole was ignoring her. The safety of his teammate was his top priority right now. Xiaxia was annoyed by that and thought of a way to slow him down. She purposefully stepped on a trap and triggered one of the stone golems. Ah! There's a trap here! She screamed out, and that caught Viole's attention. An arm made of stone was about to hit Xiaxia, but before it could reach her, it was destroyed by a bong of shinsu that was formed in an instant. Viole reached Xiaxia and asked her in concern. Are you okay? Oh, yeah. Thank you. So, why don't you slow down a bit? She asked him, trying to make sure she delays him as much as possible. However, Viole was worried about Hor Yang, so he had no desire to slow down. He wrapped his hand around her and dashed towards the hand of Arlene. Let's hurry. Why are you in such a hurry to find that man? Xiaxia asked him in annoyance after her plan failed. I guess he is a close friend. She stated afterward, testing him out. I just know him. Viole replied back while rushing towards the statue. He would be sad to hear that. Xiaxia commented while being carried by him. Since she had no other option, she decided to help him out and show him the way. Well, she would lie from time to time, making sure Viole is delayed in reaching the hand of Arlene. Meanwhile, Agnes was wondering what to do after Ran broke his lighthouse. What are those two doing right now? Ugh, this is why I didn't want to bring only those two. How could everyone else be busy at the same time? Agnes mused out loud. Damn, I guess I got no choice. I hope they are not fighting against the wrong person. Agnes shook his head. Suddenly, the map that he was observing on his lighthouse disappeared, and it was replaced with a message. You are caught in a trap. His eyes widened in surprise, seeing this message. Someone had actually hacked into his lighthouse. Agnes turned around, sensing something behind him, but there was nothing there. As he was looking around, a long tongue that had a small mouth appeared from the ground. A small needle covered with poison was shot out of the tongue's mouth and flew towards Agnes's heart. The poisoned needle hit him in the chest, and he weakly fell to the ground. A grey-skinned man with green eyes emerged from the sand afterward. He had 2 grey scales on his cheeks, and his lower body was that of a snake. The tongue with a mouth was flowing out of his mouth as he looked at the downed Agnes. Hey? I thought he would be stronger than this. It was quite boring. The grey-skinned man commented and slithered closer to Agnes. She's paying me a lot of money for someone so weak. She's got plenty of money, I guess. Well, good for me, anyway. With that money, I can get out of this place, all thanks to you, boy. He laughed out and reached towards Agnes's face, to remove the blue earrings that he wore. You won't be needing these earrings anymore, so I'll... Before he could finish what he was about to say, Agnes grabbed his hand and questioned him with a threatening voice. Who are you? And who paid you to kill me? The snake man instantly slithered away from him. You. How can you be alive? The poisoned needle went through your heart. How? He asked him as Agnes slowly stood up. It didn't, Agnes replied to him while removing a blue and white cloth from underneath his cloak. Armor inventory? How can you have such pricey stuff as an E-rank regular? The snake man asked in wonder. He had never even seen such an item, so he couldn't understand how the regular in front of him had one. My dad gave it to me. Well, at least I believe so. Replied Agnes and looked at him with cold eyes. So, who paid you to kill me? Ha, do you think I will answer that? The snake man laughed out. I don't think you understand your situation, boy. I'm not some weakling who would lose to a light bearer in a 1v1 fight. The snake man stated and was about to move towards him, but Agnes disappeared from his spot. I think you got it wrong. He appeared behind the snake man. I'm not a light bearer because I'm bad at fighting. Agnes caught him by the neck and stabbed him with a knife. I'm a light bearer because I like giving orders, Agnes told him while the snake man was screaming in pain from being stabbed in the back. Stay still if you want to keep breathing, Agnes told him with a smirk. So, who told you to do this? He asked him while pushing the knife deeper. They, rabbit ears. A girl with rabbit ears. I didn't see her clearly because it was too dark. But I'm sure. She said she would pay me if I killed the person sneaking around this statue. The snake man spilled everything he knew, under Agnes's threat, but that wasn't enough for him. What else? That's all I know. It was the first time I ever spoke with her. The snake man said while preparing to strike Agnes with his tail. Please let me go. I told you everything I know. The snake man pleaded as he was about to strike him with his tail. You did? Then you should die now. Agnes replied while his armor inventory blocked the snake man's tail. Because you are useless. Agnes stabbed him again with his knife, and the snake man dropped dead on the ground. A light bearer who can hack like this in a hired killer. Agnes mused. Who are they trying to catch with the devil's right arm as a bait? At that moment, he heard the explosion from the hand of Arlene. He knew very few regulars that could cause such an explosion, so he was sure that's Rand's doing. It's getting noisy over there. I guess they are also in a trap, but we were already prepared for that. Agnes calmly stated. The devil's right arm is a good test to check the results of their training. And also my training. He pulled out a flash drive looking device that had a pointed tip from his pocket. During the second floor, when Yuri and her teammates had arrived, one of them had hacked into his lighthouse. That was the biggest shame to a light bearer, for someone to hack into their lighthouse. Since then, he had pushed himself a lot in order to never suffer such humiliation again, and Agnes had learned how to track the hacking back. I'll get you by tracking back your trap. He stated and plunged the flash drive looking device into his lighthouse. After a few moments, he was able to find the hacker, but that left him astonished. It was Apple, a blonde-haired woman that was a scout and a light bearer. She was also his teammate, but why had she betrayed him? Why had she set him up? What's her plan? Agnes wasn't sure, but knowing that this situation is a lot more complicated than what he imagined, he rushed towards the stone arm as soon as possible. At that moment inside the hand of Arlene, Hor Yang was searching for Kasano under the pile of rubble. Kasano! Kasano! Answer me! It's useless. Few could survive taking the sword of lightning through their chest. Rand calmly told him. He knew of only one E-rank regular that could do it, and he wouldn't be thrown like that. The masked regular hadn't even taken a step back when received his attack, so he didn't think Kasano had survived. Bastard, I will kill you, Hor Yang declared with a cold voice. He had been searching for Kasano for so long, and he was now killed in front of his eyes. He was enraged, so he decided to ignite, even if his body wouldn't be able to handle it. The wing on his back grew in size and was now a few times larger than him. The black bandages on his right arm got undone as his arm turned light blue. Oh, so that's the devil living in your right arm? Novik wondered while Hor Yang rushed towards the two. It's no use to just rush, Novik told him while slamming his fists on the ground, creating the spherical dome of red Shinsu. He was confident in his defensive abilities, but he had underestimated Hor Yang, who had ignited himself. His punch destroyed the spherical dome, and he was about to punch Novik. Thankfully, he had a teammate. Ran appeared next Hor Yang and blasted him away with a massive lightning blast. The two double-teamed him with Novik acting as the fisherman and Ran as the spear-bearer. In close combat, Novik was able to match Hor Yang despite him having ignited himself. You are tough. Novik complimented him while exchanging attacks with Hor Yang. Take this, the fat devil's right arm. Espada de la Luz. Ran sent another sword made of lightning towards Hor Yang, but the big man was able to block his attack thanks to having ignited himself. Hor Yang was pushed back towards the place where Kasano was buried. He was panting, exhausted from having to ignite for the second time today when suddenly, a hand made of red Shinsu pierced him from behind. Kasano. He was barely able to utter that as he fell on the ground, bleeding from the hole on his stomach. What they? Novik questioned in surprise, not expecting this. Though the two of them were supposed to be teammates. Mr. Hor Yang. At that moment, they heard a scream from the entrance of the hand of Arlene. Turning around, Novik and Ran saw a boy with long brown hair that was being accompanied by a girl with rabbit ears. Viol was staring at the downed Hor Yang with trembling eyes. You! What have you done to Mr. Hor Yang? Viol questioned in anger. That was his teammate, friend, and family who was lying on the ground while bleeding out of his abdomen. Now, who is this? Novik mused as he observed him. He is not breathing. He is dead. Xia Xia lied to him, fully knowing that Hor Yang was alive. Being a living ignition weapon, he could survive injuries that normal regulars couldn't. However, she wanted Viol to kill Novik and Ran. Are you the ones who did this? Viol asked them, already boiling with anger on the inside. That's... Before Novik could respond, he was interrupted by the rabbit-eared girl. Yes. It's those two that attacked and killed that man. I saw it with my lighthouse. Xia Xia framed them. It's true that we attacked him, but he was killed by... Turning around, Novik saw no traces of Kasano since he was buried under the rubble. Damn! Novik cursed out while shaking his head and turned towards Viol. Yes, we killed him. So, what? As long as he wasn't facing the masked man, Novik didn't fear any of the other E-rank regulars. Edited by O'Brien. Chapter 54, Prelude to the Workshop Battle, 2. Hearing Novik confirm that they have killed Hor Yang, Viol was enraged. He rushed towards him and set a punch his way, but Novik was easily able to block. However, that was only a feint as Viol formed 3 bongs in an instant and shot them towards him, sending Novik flying back a few meters. At that moment, Ran appeared above Viol and shot a blast of lightning, but that attack was blocked by a barrier created from a red lighthouse. The barrier reflected the attack back, but Ran dodged it and landed next to Novik. Damn, a wave controller! Ran cursed out. A light bearer and a wave controller. That's a great combination. Novik commented while biting his finger. A light bearer plus a wave controller was considered the strongest combination for a 2-man team. A skilled light bearer can increase both the attacking power and defensive capabilities of the wave controller. There are very few E-rank regulars that could control 3 bongs. This guy might be as strong as Quattro. Novik stated. Annoying, a guy with the strength of that crazy guy, but that's something that we should be able to handle. Ran replied with confidence. Let's break the lighthouse first. Okay. Novik agreed with him and equipped 2 of his spinning blades. He threw them at Viol and the lighthouse, but they were nothing but a distraction. Ran appeared above him and had already formed a spear made of lightning. Time to lose the annoying boxes. Ran stated right before sending his attack. However, Viol formed 2 more bongs of Shinsu, making them a total of 5. He blocked the lightning spear, the 2 spinning blades, and shot Ran and Novik at the same time. 5 bongs at once? Is he on the same level as the masked regular? Novik asked in surprise. The masked regular was a monster above all other E-rank regulars, but now a second monster had appeared. I don't know, but he is definitely weaker than him. The masked regular would have killed us by now. Ran replied as he stood up. Lumen had taken all of his attacks straight on as if they were nothing. This guy was actually defending from his attacks, so Ran was sure that he is weaker. But he is still a monster. Only a handful of E-rank regular could control more than 3 bongs, and they are mostly on the same team. Where did this guy come from? Ran mused, and Novik nodded in agreement. Ran, how much more gas do you have? Novik asked him, knowing that Ran uses a lot of energy with his attacks. Still fine. I trained myself for the past 3 years to reach the masked regulars level. I'm not losing again. 1 shot is all I need. Ran replied confidently. Good. I will block his movements, you throw the spears. Red Shinsu formed around Novik's fists as he dashed towards Viol. Like Ran, he had also gone through hellish training. He didn't want to be left behind by what he considered his rival. Seeing Novik rushing towards him, Viol shot him with 2 of his bongs. However, Novik took them head-on and continued moving towards him. As a branch member of the HA family, his body strength and Shinsu resistance were very high. Novik reached Viol, and with his Shinsu-covered fist, sent an uppercut-like strike towards him. His strike caused a red shield in the form of a circle to appear and push Viol into the air. Crimson Soul Fist, Crimson Bell Shock Seal. At that moment, Ran had already formed his Redan and ate it. He created 4 lightning bongs of Shinsu and merged them into one, creating a gigantic sword of lightning. The attack possesses extreme piercing abilities and is composed of such an incredible amount of Shinsu that it can bypass defenses that are usually immune to electrical attacks. With all his might, Ran threw the sword of lightning towards Viol, who was in midair. Grand Espada de la Luz. Viol felt threatened by Ran's attack. Even with his incredible Shinsu resistance, he didn't dare take it on. 3 lighthouses that formed a triangle appeared in front of him, and using them as an augmenter for his Shinsu control, he created a barrier and applied reverse flow control onto the sword of lightning. Despite all of that, the attack managed to pierce through the barrier and hit him. However, it was already weakened so much by then that Viol barely felt it with his high Shinsur resistance. Both Novik and Ran were astonished at that feat. Before they could realize what's happened, Viol had already dropped on the ground. 5 bongs of Shinsur were sent in their direction, and the 2 were blasted into the wall. Damn, I lost again. Ran cursed out as he laid amidst the rubble. He had vowed not to lose to anyone after his crushing defeat to the masked regular, but he had lost once again. Why did you kill him? Viol asked them while slowly making his way towards the 2. Mr. Hor-Yang had a place to return to. He had people waiting for him. Now he can't meet them again because of you. Why did you kill him? Why? Viol yelled at them in anger. Hor-Yang was his friend, and now he had died. He wanted to kill them, but he also wanted to know why did they kill Hor-Yang. I'm sorry to say this now. We did fight against him, but we didn't kill him. Novik replied while laying amidst the rubble like Ran. It wasn't us, it was him. Novik pointed to where Ran had buried Kasano. The other devil's right arm, who's behind the fallen wall. He killed that guy. You'll see if you can get under the rubble. He's lying. Xia screamed, and Viol turned towards her. I saw it. Those 2 killed that man. He's lying to buy more time for them to recover. Don't trust them. So before they attack, you should kill them. At that moment, Agnes had just arrived and entered the hand of Arlene. Seeing his 2 teammates laying in the rubble, he screamed at them. Novik! Ran! Viol was stunned, seeing Agnes. For the past 6 years and more, he had dearly wished to see his friends. However, he never dared to, as Fug had said they would kill them should he make contact with them. Fug had told him that they have sent a man to monitor his teammates. They have shown him footage of that man fighting against rankers, and Viol didn't think that even he would be able to defeat him. The masked man was a monster that could kill his teammates in an instant. Agnes was rushing towards his fallen teammates when Xia stepped up. Wait! She held a small device in the form of a stick with a button on top of it. Don't take another step, or everyone will die here. I've installed a bomb in the hand of Arlene. If I press the button, the hand will blow up, and we will all die. So don't move unless you want to die. Wait! Viol called out to her. What are you? Before he could finish, he received a message on her lighthouse. If you don't stay still, everyone here will die. Slayer candidate Jai Viol Grace. Viol instantly realized that Xia is a part of Fug. Only members of that organization were aware of him being a Slayer candidate. Fug had made sure to keep all information about him a secret. Kasano, come out! Xia called out, and Viol saw someone coming out of the rubble that Novik had pointed to. The brown-haired devil's right arm slowly stood up while carrying Hor-Yang on his shoulder. Viol then received another message from Xia. If you follow us, I will let that man live. If you don't, you will lose 2 of your precious friends. What will you do? Damn it! Who are you guys? Why are you doing this? Who is your target? Agnes questioned her, trying to buy some time while he figures out a way to escape with his teammates. We are ordinary regulars who live in the tent village, but not this man. Xia replied and pointed towards Viol. His name is Jai Viol Grace, and he is going to be the newest Fug Slayer in the near future. They were all astonished hearing that. Fug had a Slayer candidate that's still a regular? This news would shock the entire tower, if the residents learn of it. A while ago, an anonymous man came to me and said that man who will become our god will visit this place, and if I helped him, I will receive wealth and honor. So I asked what should I do, and he said that the god wanted to eliminate the regular who would become his enemies in the future. He wanted me to kill the outstanding E-rank regulars. Yes, he came here to kill you himself, Con Aguero Agnes. Xia declared while pointing at Agnes. That's why we sent a spy to your team, and we succeeded in bringing you here. This trap was to catch you from the beginning. Xia proudly stated. Agnes was staring at her in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Fug had sneaked in a spy in his team. That's right, Kun's son. Viol played along with her plan since he couldn't risk it. I tried to kill you, that's why I laid this plan and waited for you. But my mind has changed as I've watched you despair. I'll be the embodiment of your fear. I think it'll also be nice to see you run away in fear. I will be merciful this time and let you go for my amusement. Viol tried his best to give Agnes a chance to run away. Run away, Con aguero Agnes and never dare to meet me again. Viol turned around, prepared to leave this place. Hey, Slayer candidate! Agnes called out to him. I don't know where you are from, but you should practice more to be an evil king. Your evil act is like right out of a lame novel. You really sound like you're reading a line. What was that? It's so awkward and lame. You are trying to let me go on purpose, aren't you? Why? Just be straightforward about it. Agnes confidently told him while trying to buy time for his teammates to recover. Viol didn't turn back and replied to him. I said it all. At that moment, Ran shot a bolt of small lightning that hit the device in Xiaoxia's hand. You should be more careful, Novik stated as he was just about to grab the device. Sadly, his plan failed due to Viol. With the assistance of the 3 lighthouses, he used reverse flow control and froze him in place, and Xiaoxia was able to get back the device. Let's go. I will go with you. Viol calmly told her. But if you play around with my friend's life again like this, I'll kill you all. Unfortunately, Xiaoxia interpreted his words the way she wanted to. My lord, Jai Viol Grace, said that he wanted to be nice and let you go, but you've ruined it with your own hands. He is furious now and he shall give you death. Apologize with your death, stupid fellows. Xiaoxia said with a maniacal smile and pressed the button on the device while turning towards Viol. I felt it, you are my god from now on. Damn it, what is this crazy girl doing? Ran and Novik screamed out. A new slayer is being born. Rejoice this moment with pain in this fiery hell. Xiaoxia stated as a massive explosion enveloped the hand of Araline. No, Mr. Kun. Run away, Mr. Kun. It's a trap. Agnes was barely able to hear Viol scream at the end, which momentarily froze him. There was only one person that called him Mr. Kun and that was Bam, but the boy had died on the 2nd floor. What is happening? At that moment, a special stone golem that was designed to withstand this explosion covered up Xiaoxia, Viol, Ran, and Novik. The golem ascended into the air and left the hand of Arlene. Phew, it seems that we are alive, Novik commented and turned towards Ran. Hey, are you alive? Yeah, Ran responded from the ground, unable to stand up. He was exhausted after eating the Redan and using the Grand Espada de la Luz. And Kun? Was he left in the rubble? Wondered Novik. Oh, my! I wasn't expecting you to tag along. Xiaoxia exclaimed with Kasano standing next to her. You? Why are you doing all of this? Novik asked her. It's to show off. It's not easy to become a symbol of terror and worship. I'm making the story of the birth of the new Slayer. How will the people react when they learn that he destroyed Arlene's hand to kill a son of a great family? I think most will think it's how a Slayer candidate should be, rather than blame him. Xiaoxia proudly declared. Actually, this is just the beginning. Now we will make the best team and join the workshop battle to eliminate all the E-rank regulars. We'll build his legend. Everyone will know he's the strongest. Xiaoxia explained their plans. Fug had given Viol an ultimatum. If he fails to win the workshop battle, they promised him that the masked regular on Andras's team will eliminate all of his friends. PFF. That's not even funny. Ran told her while laying on the ground. Should you participate in the workshop battle, all of you will die. I will tell you the same thing I told Agnes. This workshop battle already has a winner set in stone. Plus, that guy hates Fug, so he will make sure to annihilate you all. Ran was aware that despite his training, he was still weaker than Lumen. Andrasi and the rest might be monsters, but he is the true. Xiaoxia was getting panicked hearing him. She couldn't allow Ran to reveal that the masked man was not on Fug's side. Kasano, kill them. Xiaoxia ordered him, and he dashed in their direction. Before Kasano was able to reach them, Viol appeared in front of them and blocked him by creating a spherical dome of red shinsu. Whoa, that's my Crimson Soul Fist seal. How did he manage to learn it? Novik wondered. Stop it. I don't want to fight with Mr. Kun's teammates. Viol told Novik and ran through his lighthouse, as he had left his pocket in the hand of Arlene. Miss Xiaoxia, I will join the workshop battle with you, but they are coming with us. Viol told her. But... The problem is... Xiaoxia was then interrupted by Viol. That's an order. Viol commanded. HMPF. Fine, I've got no choice. Xia Xia said and turned towards Ran and Novik. Hey, you two. It's annoying, but I will put you on my team. The two of them were about to disagree, but they received a message from Viol. Follow us. Or would you rather die here? Afterward, he sent another message to Ran that was only visible to him. I'm not your enemy, trust me. Mr. Kun must be alive. Meanwhile, 4 of Viol's previous teammates had arrived at the now destroyed hand of Arlene. They had followed the signal to Viol's pocket and were searching for him and Hor Yang there. Viol! Hor Yang! As much as they shouted, no one was responding back to them. Vanyan! A beautiful black-haired woman with pink eyes called out. She was Yeon Yua, a member of the Yeon family. What's wrong, flamethrower? A blonde man asked her. Viol's pocket is right underneath this rock. What should we do? Yua asked him. Obviously we break this rock to bits. Wangnan replied and a small weapon inventory appeared in front of him. The inventory contained only one type of weapon that greatly resembled a pokeball. Wait! It's dangerous! Before Yua could even warn him, Vanyan had thrown the ball. It hit the rock and caused a small explosion. As the dust settled, they were able to see a blue-haired man covered by a white and blue cloth laying there. They brought him out the rubble but weren't able to locate Viol or Hor Yang. They continued searching for a bit more but had no success. Dejectedly, they returned back to their residence on the 28th floor with the injured man. The next time Agnes opened his eyes, he heard 2 people arguing next to him. What's this? Why did you set fire on the acupuncture? You will kill him. Wangnan screamed at Yua. What should I do? Should I take it off? Yua asked him in panic. How can you take it off? It's too hot. Bring water. Water, now. Vanyan yelled. My fire won't go off with just water. Yua argued back. What? Why is it so useless, but strong? Vanyan shouted. Of course. I'm from the Yeon family. Yua stated. That wasn't a compliment. Before they could realize, Agnes had already extinguished the flame and grabbed the needle. With a swift motion, he placed it on Wangnan's neck, prepared to kill him. Who are you? Why are you taking care of me? Agnes questioned with a threatening voice. That's something we want to ask you, Vanyan replied while trembling under the pressure of Agnes's gaze. 20 minutes later, Agnes was sitting in front of 6 regulars. So, you are the teammates of Jai Viol Grace? He questioned them in disbelief. All 6 of them were so weak, he could easily kill them right now. He couldn't understand how they were teammates of a supposed Slayer candidate. Yes, but, maybe not anymore. A small girl with brown hair replied. We followed Viol and went to Arlene's hand. When we arrived there, the statue was already destroyed and you were there with Viol's pocket. We couldn't find any traces of Viol or Hor Yang. What happened in there? Wangnan questioned Agnes. I don't know yet. Agnes replied. What? The 6 of them exclaimed. And where is Viol's pocket? Agnes asked them. Well, it's here. Wangnan pulled it out and threw it at him. Agnes activated it and saw that it's an A-rank pocket, and he knew only one regular that had such a high rank one. He stood up and started walking out. Hey, where are you going? Vanyan questioned him. I'm going to get back my team. Agnes calmly replied and continued walking. Before he exited, a tall white-haired man, known as Han Okraptor, intercepted him. We are going with you. I'm sorry but I think we should know about it as well. It's about my teammates' lives too. Okraptor stated. Agnes studied him for a moment, before asking them. Are you qualified to go to the 29th floor? Yes. They responded in unison. Then follow me, Agnes replied. Later they arrived on the 29th floor at Agnes's personal bunker. Agnes was leading the way, with Okraptor following behind him. Actually, I finished my research on you when you were blacked out, Kun Aguero Agnes. You are famous amongst the E-rank regulars. You must be an enemy of Viol, the Slayer candidate, considering your background. Okraptor told him. Don't worry about your teammates, I saw them escape alive. Agnes calmly replied. Really? Okraptor asked in surprise. Yes, what I have to worry about is here, Agnes stated as he entered the bunker. Jiatang. Michael. Dan. He shouted his teammates' names, but no one responded back to him. Meanwhile, Wangnan opened a door and saw a terrifying scene there. "Hey, come here! There's someone over here!" he screamed out. Agnes rushed there only to see one of his teammates, laying dead on a bed, with another teammate laying on the ground while bleeding from his legs. On the wall above, Fug was written from their blood. Agnes stared at the scene frozen in shock, while the rest of the people with him carried away the man that was bleeding from his legs. Apparently, he was still breathing, so they brought him to a hospital. Later that day, Agnes was on the roof of the hospital that they brought the injured man. He was staring at Viol's pocket, wondering if his speculation was correct. "Jai Viol graces the 25th BAM." Agnes heard someone say that. He turned to the side to see a red-haired woman with a patch over her right eye looking at him with a smile. "Warayan? How are you here? I remember you failed on the second floor. How can you be here?" Agnes asked in wonder. "I can go anywhere because I'm a guide. It was for my job that I took the test as a regular. I'm helping Fug at the moment." Warayan calmly replied to him. "Fug? Is all this orchestrated by you?" Agnes questioned in disbelief. "Yes, what you are thinking is true. Fug wanted the irregular, 25th BAM, to make their wish come true, so they set it up as if he died on the second floor and change him as Jai Viol Grace, the Slayer candidate. And the guide who told him to go that way is me." Warayan explained to him. Hearing her, Agnes rushed out and sent a punch her way. However, his attack was blocked by a staff that appeared in front of her. "Where did you take BAM?" he asked her with a cold tone. "I don't know." Warayan replied. "What?" Agnes exclaimed, not believing her. "This is done by a few elders of Fug and some slayers. They are interested in the politics and powers inside Fug. They want to have Viol under their control. That's why they want to put Viol on a team they made." Warayan told him. "What? So? That means you also got stabbed in the back?" Agnes questioned her. "Correct. After the incident at the hand of Alreen, Fug suggested to choose the winning team between their team and his original team. The victor at the workshop battle will be the final team for Viol. However, it's impossible for either team to win the workshop battle." "What do you mean?" Agnes asked. "There is a group of monsters that would be participating in this workshop battle. In fact, you should know most of them. Those guys are stronger than most D-rank or even C-rank regulars. It's impossible for someone to beat them," Warayan stated confidently. "The Witch of Zahard's team? I know they are strong, but are they that strong?" Agnes asked in astonishment. "They are stronger than what you can imagine. There is someone on that team that could annihilate all the E-rank regular before they could even realize it. He used to be quite famous, but people believe that his light had ended." Warayan vaguely told him. "Light's end?" Agnes realized what she is hinting at. "He's alive." "Correct. With a bit of help from him and his team, we could turn this workshop battle into one grand event, as long as we get in touch with them," Warayan said with a mischievous smile. "However, we have to keep your survival a secret for a bit. You shouldn't contact them directly, as it's possible it could be traced back to you," Warayan explained. "Then how do we get in touch with them?" Agnes asked her. "Well, we can use something that Fug had created against them." Warayan pulled a device that resembled a smartphone. "With Emily." Agnes knew of the intelligent AI, but he didn't think they could use that. "Correct. As long as you know what to write, you could share information with others very easily," Warayan told him with a smile. Edited by O'Brien. Chapter 55, Workshop Battle, 1. The 30th floor was one of the most beautiful places in the entire tower. It was filled with incredible islands that floated on top of highly concentrated Shanxi seas, and the mesmerizing beaches had a great variety of hotels that the regulars could choose to stay in. Above in the skies, the Archimedes, one of the 5 great suspend ships of the workshop, was floating in the air. The ship was almost as large as the islands, and the only reason it was able to float in the air was due to the 2 large chunks of suspendium that were attached to its sides. Suspendium was mineral in the shape of a blue rock. The higher the purity of suspendium, the better it will float in areas of high Shanxi density. The purity level of suspendium is also one of the factors used for the ranking and grading of items like pockets, inventories, and lighthouses. A few months ago, Lumen and his group had received an invitation for the workshop battle and had easily passed the test on the 29th floor. Rather than staying in one of the hotels, they had rented a villa for themselves. It was in a more isolated place, detached from the rest of the buildings, but it had an incredible view of the island, and it also had a private pool. The villa had different owners before Lumen's team advanced to the 30th floor, but they had suddenly disappeared without leaving a trace. It was a couple days after the incident at the hand of Arlene, and the whole group was taking a break while having fun at their pool. Lisu and Alexei were playing volleyball in the pool. Most of the time, Alexei would slam the ball as hard as he could and send it straight towards Lisu's head, who was barely able to dodge it. Hatsu was relaxing by swinging Ryu, his ice sword. Under the guidance of the sword spirit, he had made great improvements in his swordsmanship. Ryu even allowed Hatsu to ignite him again, but only under the condition that the swordsman practices his swings every second that he could. Should he slack off even once, Ryu wouldn't allow itself to be ignited. Lore was a dozen meters away from the pool and peacefully sleeping. Despite his distance from the pool, some water would splash towards him from time to time, due to the ball hitting the pool. Without even opening his eyes or waking up, a barrier would pop up and block the water for him. Saber was sleeping next to him and taking advantage of the shield that he would create. Vespa was also next to him, making sure not a single drop of water gets on her wings. She was working on making a new poison and mixing some ingredients she had purchased. Verdi was in the pool dressed in a cute pink one-piece swimwear. She was playing around with Archer, the small black snake, while splashing water at it. The winged snake would gulp down large amounts of water and spray her with it. Lumen was laying on his front, while Tiana was sitting on his back while giving him a massage. She was wearing a purple top and bottom swimwear that matched her hair color. "Thanks for that," Lumen told her as he got up and sat on a beach chair. "Do you want me to return the favor and massage you now?" "No," Tiana answered, and her face turned bright red. "Well, maybe later, when we are alone." She barely whispered the last part. At that moment, Verdi ran up to Lumen. She gave him a hug and started kissing him on the cheek. "Verdi, what are you doing?" Lumen asked her with a laugh. "I saw Tiana kissing you the other day, and when I asked her why, she said it's because she loves you. So I'm showing you how much I love you now." Verdi answered him and continued kissing his cheek. Lumen rubbed her hair and kissed her on the cheek as well. "I love you too, Verdi." After spending so much time with the cute girl, she had really grown on him. Verdi was like a little sister to him. Yay! She kissed him one last time on the cheek and ran back to the pool. "Lumens love me the most." Lumen turned around, only to see Anik dressed in a black one-piece swimwear. She was looking at him expectantly while wagging her tail. "Come." He beckoned to her, and she jumped into his embrace. Anik kissed him on the cheek and offered her own. Lumen kissed her cheek as well, and her tail started swirling so fast, it looked like a helicopter's rotor. Andrassy was laying on a beach chair, dressed in pink top and bottom swimwear, while watching them in annoyance and a little bit of jealousy. She didn't specifically envy that Lumen was giving them so much attention, but she was jealous that there was someone that cared for them that much. Andrassy might be a princess of Zahard, but she also craved the attention of others. She just didn't know how to express that, and the only way she knew to receive that attention was through the interviews from the various journalists. Sensing her emotions, Lumen looked at her, but Andrassy huffed in response and turned around. "What? You want a kiss too?" Lumen jokingly asked her. "Fuck off. No one wants your kisses." Andrassy crossed her arms under her breasts and looked the other way. At that moment, Mary, who was also laying on a beach chair, dressed in a red one-piece swimwear, called out to the rest, while looking at her lighthouse. "Hey, listen to this." Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned towards her. Apparently, Fug has a new Slayer candidate that's an E-rank regular. He had destroyed the hand of Arlene on the 28th floor and killed a member of the 10 great families, Con Aguero Ugnis, with the explosion. Mary read the information available on the box. Everyone was surprised hearing that. To become a Slayer candidate as an E-rank regular was a great achievement. That person either has to have power equal to that of a ranker or limitless potential. Lumen had a suspicion on who exactly might be the Slayer candidate, but he was surprised that Fug was so open about this. They should be aware that he, someone who opposes them, was on the 30th floor. Should he get to meet that Slayer candidate, he would annihilate him. In fact, he would even go out of his way to do it. So why was this information released then? What? Kun is dead? Li Su yelled in surprise. Ugnis wasn't on a team with someone like Lumen, who helped them grow so much, but he was extremely strong. He was the best light bearer amidst the E-rank regulars and had an incredibly tough body thanks to being a member of the 10 great families. Well, the information states that he had been killed, but his body wasn't found there. He could still be alive, but the chances are low. Mary replied to him. Lumen, we have to pay them back for this. Agnes was my friend. He was also a friend of half the group. We have to kill this Slayer candidate. Lisa pleaded. I will go after him either way. I'm just wondering why they publicized this information. Urek killed off 2 of their Slayers, so they should be scared of him killing this one as well. They should also know that whenever I've met with FUG members, I've killed them all. Lumen replied to Lisa and turned towards Mary. Is there anything else? Yes, it says that the Slayer candidate is gathering the strongest team to compete in the workshop battle. Mary informed him. I see. Said Lumen. He had learned from Absursian that FUG was planning something big for the next workshop battle, but he didn't know it will involve a Slayer candidate. Well, they will be participating in the workshop battle, so we can just smash them there, Andrasy stated while cracking her knuckles. Seeing that, Lumen told her. If you act like a man, no one will like you. Hateful bastard. No one likes you. And no one will ever like you. Andrasy jumped from her beach chair and started swinging punches his way. However, Lumen was easily able to catch her fists and held them in place. As a lady, you have to act more gentle, don't you know? I will show you how gentle I am. Andrasy tried kicking him, but he tied her legs with a rope made of darkness. Another rope made of darkness appeared and tied her arms as well. Let me go. This is not how you are supposed to treat a lady. Andrasy yelled at him. Everyone ignored her and started moving towards the inside of the villa, to start planning on how they will deal with the new Slayer candidate. Let me go. Andrasy yelled, but they had already entered the villa. A few more days had passed, and Mary had gathered them all. I have some new information to share with you. Apparently, Agnes is still alive. Mary stated. He's alive? Lisa asked with wide eyes. How do you know this? Emily told me. Mary showed them the smartphone-looking device. And you are sure that this is true? Lisa asked, remembering that Emily wasn't all-knowing. Yes, I have found a way to communicate with a friend using Emily. Mary then explained how she was able to talk with Warayan by using code words. The two have been sharing a lot of information, and Mary told them who the Slayer candidate is. So, Bam, is Jiviol Grace, the new Slayer candidate? Andrasy asked in surprise and turned towards Lumen. We have to save him. I'm not sure about that. Lumen replied. He didn't have enough information to make a choice right now. Bam might as well have joined FUG willingly, and he didn't know for sure if that's the case. Are you planning on killing him? Andrasy exclaimed. They wouldn't make someone they don't trust a Slayer candidate. Lumen answered her. Wait, you are serious? I won't allow you to kill him. Andrasy stated. Bam was the first person that had actually cared about her, and that meant a lot to her. She knew that Lumen cared a lot about her and the rest of the group, but Bam had a special place in her heart. There is no need to fight. Mary tried calming her down. Apparently, he is being threatened with the safety of his friends, you. She pointed at Andrasy and the rest that had taken the test on the second floor with her. How? Lumen immediately asked. His teammates were the few people that he actually cared about. At first, he thought it might be the person that has been spying on him, but that person was focused solely on him. The other one he thought about was the black-haired man he met on the 28th floor. However, that man called himself Bam's teacher and said he cared about him and his friends, so it shouldn't be him as well. With you, Mary answered him. FUG has told him that they have sent you, the masked regular, to monitor his friends. They've shown him footage of you fighting and killing 3 rankers. What? Everyone exclaimed and turned towards Lumen. They have spent nearly 7 years with him, and they were sure that he wasn't part of FUG, considering how many members he has killed from that organization. Wait, you have killed 3 rankers? Lisa asked in surprise. Maybe. He replied to Lisa and turned towards Mary. But that's not the point. You said that he is not willingly a part of FUG. Yes. Mary confidently confirmed. Well, maybe we can consider saving him. Lumen told them, and Andrasy quickly gave him a hug. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A few more months passed, and it was the day before the workshop battle is about to begin. Thousands of regulars had arrived on the 30th floor with an invitation to the battle. However, there were no signs of Fug and their new Slayer candidate. Everyone knew that he would be participating in the workshop battle, but no one knew where he and his group were residing. The day passed like any other day until the clock turned to midnight, and the next day began. All electronics then stopped working, and all regulars heard a message. Hello, E-rank regulars at the workshop battle. I'm Io, who will be in charge of this workshop battle. All devices on the floor transmitted this message. Are you having a good time in the beautiful nightscape of Cephia Island? The beach here is the most beautiful place on the 30th floor, so don't miss it. But no matter how beautiful this nightscape is, you must be looking forward to departing, so it might be a bit boring for you. So, for your entertainment, we've prepared a game for you. And the price for this game is 248 tickets to ride on the Archimedes that will depart in 2 days. The ones with the ticket will ride on the Archimedes. And the ones who don't have a one, can't get on. Blue spheres of light appeared above each E-rank regular that was participating in the workshop battle. Now, use the item we give you and get the tickets for the Archimedes. The spheres of light descended into the hands of all the regulars, and they transformed into a gun. The rules of the game are, 1 shot, 1 opportunity. Use the gun that we gave you to shoot other regulars. Then you will get a ticket and be sent to the Archimedes right away. But you only get 1 bullet per person. Unless you use this opportunity right, you will fail the test right away. If you want to have some fun, you can steal the gun from another regular and get the bullet from it. The owner of the stolen gun will fail, and you have to use your own gun to shoot. The chamber of each gun can hold up to 6 bullets. If you put in more than 2 bullets in a gun, you can use the control handle on the left side of the gun. The control handle could be set to dark or light. The gun is normally in dark mode, but if you switch it in light mode, the regular who you shoot will get a ticket and be sent to the Archimedes. However, you can't shoot yourself with the light mode. But remember, no matter how many bullets you might have, you can only shoot 1 shot in the dark mode. If you miss this shot, you will fail the test. After the game begins, the first one to shoot gets the item Blood Tamara. The one that shoots the most regulars with the light mode gets the item White Heavenly Mirror. And one more thing. If you shoot Bong Bong, the fairy of luck that wanders around the island with the light bullet, you will get a ticket for the Archimedes and a very special item. So try that one as well. For your information, don't shoot or hurt people who aren't regulars. If you do, you will fail right away. Then after a minute, the protection of the gun will be removed. Chapter 56, Workshop Battle, 2. Lumen and his group were in their villa when the message for the 1 shot, 1 opportunity game was transmitted. A timer appeared on everyone's pocket, and it started counting down from 60. Might as well get all the items while we are at it. Lumen told the rest. Definitely. The White Heavenly Mirror would be the perfect item for me. Only a mirror with a name like that could show my beauty. Andrasy stated with a wishful look. If only she knew that the White Heavenly Mirror was, in fact, a knife. Lumen ignored her and created 4 humanoid forms made of darkness. Each one required 3 bongs of Shinsu, 1 for the body, 1 for the legs, and 1 for the arms. He created 4 more bongs, which he imbued with his light powers, and he sent them towards the 4 humanoids made of darkness. A flash of white light enveloped them, and after the light diminished, the 4 looked identical to Lumen's masked appearance. Lumen had greatly improved in using his light powers during the past 3 years and was a lot more versatile when utilizing them. Bending the light to create illusions was something that he had managed to learn how to do in that time. Combining that with his darkness ability, which allowed him to create objects, he was able to create a type of clone. As long as the clones were within his Shinsu reading area, Lumen had perfect control them. The clones didn't have the same power as him, but they were more than enough to deal with E-rank regulars. He didn't need to command them, and they all dashed out of the villa. At that point, the countdown was already at 20 seconds. Well, let's go and get the Blood Tamara. Lumen grabbed Lisua and disappeared with him in a flash of white. Meanwhile, Con Aguero Agnes, who was now wearing a white mask, the 6 regulars that were once a part of Bam's team, and a small crocodile humanoid were running towards Lumen's villa. Are you sure that they will help us? Wangnan asked Agnes. He had never even imagined that he would get to meet a princess of Zahard, let alone that she would actually help him. Yes, trust me. Agnes confidently replied. He had previously met with Lumen and Lisu, and they have already agreed to assist him. Lumen was against bringing Bam's previous teammates since he believed they were unnecessary baggage, but Agnes had promised that he will carry that baggage. They were Bam's friends, and as heavy as they were, he will put them on his back. At that moment, Lumen and Lisuo appeared behind a group of 4 regulars. The countdown for the game hit 0, and Lisuo instantly shot one of the regulars with his gun. With that, he was the first to shoot someone else and the first to receive a ticket for the Archimedes. Blue light enveloped Lisuo, and he was transported onto the suspend ship. What the hell? The other 3 regular exclaimed in surprise. They hadn't even sensed that Lumen and Lisuo had appeared behind them. They turned around, ready to shoot Lumen, but metal tentacles appeared from Lumen's back and bound the 3. He grabbed their guns and made his way back towards the villa. Meanwhile, Lumen's clones were hunting regulars. One of the clones jumped between another group of 4 regulars. "You sure got guts coming here alone," a regular remarked and prepared to shoot the clone. Before he could fire his gun, 2 tendrils made of darkness shot out from the clone's body and captured him. They brought the regular to the clone, and he was absorbed inside its body. "What kind of freak is this?" The rest of the regulars yelled out and aimed at the clone. However, the clone's arms and legs also transformed into tendrils, and with the 2 that came out of its body, it captured the rest of the regulars. They were also absorbed inside the clone's body. One of Lumen's darkness ability was that it could create a very small pocket dimension. It's that very dimension that he uses when he travels between his black orbs. He could use it to store objects or even living beings inside it, for a limited time. With the 4 regulars inside its body, the clone returned back to the villa. The other 3 clones had also captured 4 regulars, and they were also making their way back to the villa. Agnes and his group arrived at the villa, just as the 4 clones and Lumen returned. All the clones spewed out the regulars and their guns, and Lumen dispelled them. All the regulars were then bound by a rope of darkness that he created. "Since everyone is here, Andrassy, you could start gathering their bullets and shoot everyone with the light mode," Lumen told her, and she grabbed one of the guns. "I can't believe I'm standing next to a princess of Zahard," Wangnan said with a love-struck expression. "A white heavenly mirror for a heavenly beauty like me, hi hi hi." Andrassy giggled, as she placed a bullet in her gun's chamber. She changed the gun's mode to light and was about to place another bullet inside when a small white object with tiny wings flew inside the villa. "Oh! Isn't that Bong Bong?" Andrassy exclaimed and shot the Fairy of Luck with her gun. Blue light enveloped her, and she disappeared from her spot. Since she shot Bong Bong, she was granted a ticket for the Archimedes. That idiot! Lumen face-palmed. Didn't she want the white heavenly mirror? Knowing that brute, she would just force it out of whoever gets it, Agnes stated, and knowing her personality, Lumen agreed with that. "Whatever, Verdi, you shoot everyone," Lumen told the green-eyed girl. She nodded at him and started putting bullets in her chamber. Verdi changed the gun's mode to light and started shooting everyone there one by one. Blue light enveloped them, and they were all sent to the Archimedes. In the end, Verdi and Lumen were the only ones still there. By that point, the available tickets for the Archimedes had already been reduced to 201. "Just shoot one of the regulars with a dark bullet, and I will come right after you," Lumen told her and ruffled her hair. Gay Verdi replied and shot one of the bound regulars. Blue light surrounded her, and she disappeared from her spot. Lumen turned to shoot one of the regulars, but at that moment, the entire villa was enveloped in a dark blue fire. Meanwhile, in an underground bunker, 200 Fug regulars had been gathered. Bam and the team that Fug had gathered for him were among those 200 regulars. In front of them were 200 more regulars, that were all bound by ropes. Fug had made a deal with Io and Punk, the hosts for the workshop battle, and the operators of the Archimedes. They knew what the first game would be, so they had captured 200 regulars in advance. The underground bunker was the place that all the Fug members resided. Usually, the members of the workshop would do their more inhumane experiments in that place. So the bunker had a cloaking system that even the high ranker who are incredibly skilled in Shinshu reading, would find it hard to locate. Lumen had circled the entire Sepia Island numerous times, hoping to locate the place where Fug was hiding, but he had no success since they were hiding inside that bunker. Knowing that all the regulars would have to board the Archimedes at some point, he had planned on dealing with them there. Unfortunately, Fug had prepared for that. The 200 regulars shot the other 200. They were all surrounded by blue light and transported to the Archimedes. With that, the tickets for the Archimedes were reduced down to 0. On the Archimedes, all the teams were transported to different locations. Lumen's group was all together. However, Agni's, the small crocodile humanoid, also known as Rakwraith Razor, and Bam's previous teammates were sent to a different location. In the control room of the Archimedes, Io, a man wearing a black suit, white gloves and a blue helmet that covered his entire head, sat next to his partner, Punk, who wore a similar outfit as Io, but he had a red helmet that covered his head. 3 items were floating in the air in front of the 2 hosts. A red sphere that looked like a peach made of red liquid, the blood Tamara. A light blue knife, whose blade was giving of light blue light, the white heavenly mirror. And a small pink sphere with 2 tiny pink wings, bong bong. All the tickets have been used. Might as well reward the regulars who won the special items and congratulate the rest. Io told his partner. I agree, Punk replied to him, and the 3 items in front of them disappeared. They were teleported to the regulars that won them, Lisu, Verdi, and Andrassy. Io then picked up a microphone and cleared his throat before speaking. The one-shot, one-opportunity game has ended. Congratulations to all the regulars that received a ticket for the Archimedes and to those that won the special prizes. Io's voice was transmitted throughout the suspend ship. The game ended. Lisu asked in surprise and looked around. Then, where is Lumen? He said he will come right after me, Verdi said while looking around. Then where is he? Why isn't he here? Andrassy questioned while everyone was looking around in worry. The Archimedes will now depart from Sepia Island and sail throughout the 30th floor. The next part of the workshop battle will start in a few days. Which means you could all gawk. Io screamed at the end. While he was about to inform the regulars of the workshop battle schedule, a black shadow had formed behind the 2 hosts, and 2 people walked out of it. One of them was a woman whose body was made of pure white flames, and she wore a grey helmet with 3 horns that covered her left eye. She was known as Death Lady, a loyal servant of Karaka. The other person had a massive white body. He had a skeleton-looking head with 4 eyes and razor-sharp teeth. He was known as Grom, another loyal servant of Karaka. As soon as the 2 walked out of the shadow, Death Lady threw 2 white bandages towards Io and Punk. The bandages wrapped around the 2 hosts and bound them in place. You 2 sure are good at making items. Death Lady laughed out with a sweet voice. The 2 bandages that she used were created by Io and Punk. They had only one ability, and it was to restrict someone. However, the bandages were still a high-rank item, and they could restrain even an advanced ranker. Not only could they bind someone in place, but they could also remove that person's ability to use Shinsu. They were the perfect item for capturing someone. Io and Punk were rankers, but they were one of the weakest ones when it comes to personal power. Their biggest strength was the incredible items they have created. With the items they had, they could escape, defend, or even fight back Karaka's servants. However, being bound by those bandages, they weren't even able to use any of their amazing creations. What are you doing? Punk yelled at the 2. He would have never imagined that Fug would backstab them like this. The workshop was a neutral organization in the tower and had worked with Fug on numerous occasions. It didn't make sense for them to do this. Don't worry. We will let you live, but you will have to sit there patiently for some time. Our god has planned something big, and we need to take over the Archimedes for it. Death Lady told them. Are you insane? Is Fug willing to go against the workshop? Do you even know what you are doing? Io shouted, but Death Lady laughed in response. Yes. Yes, we do. Today is the beginning of the end. This day will forever be remembered as the day that the Zahard Empire started to crumble. You should be grateful for being able to see this. Death Lady answered them. What are you talking about? Punk questioned her in anger. He couldn't understand the nonsense she was spouting. We would have killed you normally, but you were the ones that created the boiling acid, so our god had decided to spare you. Our god would soon obtain the thorn, and with its power, he will bring Zahard to his knees. Death Lady stated in a maniacal manner. Hearing that, Io and Punk realized what they were planning. The boiling acid was a liquid capable of fully dissolving a regular's body. Fug was planning to use it on Bam and merge him with the thorn. Before you succeed, the workshop and the Zahard forces will storm this place. You are out of your mind. Io yelled at her. Do not worry about that. It will take them at least a day before they reach here. By then, we would have already completed our objective and left this place. Death Lady laughed out. In the meantime, Grom walked over to the microphone and picked it up. I'm happy to announce that the workshop battle has ended. His voice was transmitted throughout the Archimedes. What? Exclaimed all the regulars that weren't a part of Fug. Now, Fug's lovely death game is about to begin. Ha ha ha. Grom laughed out and pressed a button. All the lights in the Archimedes were turned off, and darkness filled the suspend ship. Chapter 57, Workshop Battle, 3. The rules for our death game are pretty simple. You just have to survive until Viol Grace dies. Good luck, regulars, and I hope you all die. Ha ha ha. Grom laughed out and turned towards Death Lady. You keep those two safe and sound here, while I will go and make sure our plan succeeds. Don't worry, those two won't go anywhere. Just go and make sure Viol gets melted with the thorn. Death Lady confidently stated as Grom left the room. Out of the 200 regulars that Fug sent to the Archimedes, 196 were teleported to the first level of the suspend ship. The rest of the regulars that weren't a part of Fug were also sent to that level. 2 of the regulars that Fug sent were teleported to the third level, while the last 2 were teleported to the fourth level. Hor Yang and Kasano, the 2 living ignition weapons, were together in a dark room on the third level of the Archimedes. Kasano, what is the meaning of this? This was not the plan that we had prepared. Hor Yang yelled at Kasano. Viol was his friend, and he didn't want to lose him. He was under the impression that he would be helping him and not killing him. Some things have been set in stone for a long time now, Kasano replied as Blue Shinsu covered his left arm. With a leap, he reached Hor Yang and punched him in the chest. Like our fight now, Ilmer. Why are you doing this, Kasano? Hor Yang asked him while standing up. He couldn't understand why would the person he believed to be his brother attacked him. Both of us are incomplete, Ilmer. The only way for us to become a complete living ignition weapon is to get the other half of our devil. It's either you or me, Ilmer. Kasano stated and dashed towards him once again. Meanwhile, on the fourth level of the Archimedes, Bam was standing in front of Reflejo. The two were in an enclosed space, with only a small opening at the top. Reflejo was a man with long, brown dreadlocks, and he had an expressionless silver mask that covered his face. He wore a black cloak that concealed his body and held a scythe in his hand. You should be grateful, Reflejo told Bam. For your sacrifice will be the starting point of my god's reckoning. Once my god obtains the thorn, he will change the structure of this tower. Bam didn't respond and got into his stance, prepared to fight with Reflejo. He knew that his friends from the second floor were on the ship, and he knew Fug planned on killing them after hearing the message. He wanted to go and help them, but first, he had to deal with the man in front of him. 5 bongs of Shinsu appeared around Bam, and he shot them towards Reflejo. He wanted to deal with him as fast as possible. However, the Fug member was no pushover. 5 black-colored bongs appeared around him and blocked Bam's attack. You are a disappointment, Viol. Reflejo calmly stated. Even with all of your advantages, you are only strong when compared to other weak E-rank regulars. Reflejo then dashed towards Bam. He swung his scythe at him, but Bam was able to block it with his signature reverse flow control technique. Bam then tried counter-attacking, but Reflejo was easily able to block his attacks. They continued exchanging attack after attack, but none of them could get the upper hand on the other. While fighting Reflejo, Bam was slowly adapting to his fighting style and learning it at the same time. Bam's unique power was technique replication. It didn't matter if it was a martial art or a Shinsu technique, he was able to replicate them all as long as he was given enough time. Bam found an opening and sent a Shinsu-empowered punch towards him. However, before the attack could reach Reflejo, a spear made of shadows came from the ground and pierced Bam through the stomach. Bam quickly jumped away from him while bleeding from his abdomen. A red skeletal-looking object emerged from his back and slowly started healing his wound. Reflejo watched this in indifference. Even if he healed himself with the fake thorn, it would make no difference in the outcome of this battle. In fact, Bam's usage of the fake thorn was part of the plan. A part of the real thorn was sealed right under the room that they were fighting. And Bam's activation of the fake thorn would awaken the real thorn beneath them. So far, everything was going as planned. Once Andrasi and the rest heard that Bam is in danger, they immediately decided to rescue him. We have to save him, Andrasi stated to the group. I know that, but we don't even know where he is. Lisa replied back to her. None of them had ever been on the Archimedes before, so they didn't even know where they were sent to. They also had no clue where Bam was at the moment as well. I believe I could help you with that. Mary confidently told them. Throughout the time she had spent with the group, she had become an amazing light bearer. Mary was also a guide, so she was confident in being able to locate Bam with her abilities. Then let's go. What are you waiting for? Andrasi urged her. Well, we will first have to deal with the regulars that are coming for us, Mary replied as she had sensed over 100 regulars rushing towards them. She was currently observing them on her lighthouse. How many are there? Li Su asked her. 140 are making their way towards us, Mary answered him. PFF, only that much? Let's just crush them and go save Bam. Andrasi stated, and the group prepared to face the regulars that were coming towards them. Agnes and his group were also in a similar situation. They wanted to go and rescue their friend, but nearly 70 regulars were making their way towards them. And unlike Lumen's group, their group wasn't made up of monsters that could annihilate E-rank regulars with just their basic attacks. Damn it! Agnes cursed out. Using his high-rank lighthouse, he was able to see 56 regulars rushing towards them. They had no way of dodging past them and had to fight them head-on. Everyone, get in position. Scouts and fishermen get in the front line. Spear bearers stay in the middle and protect the light bearers, while they assist the front line with their lighthouses. Agnes shouted and started giving commands to his group. Meanwhile, on the 30th floor, there was another suspend ship floating in the air. However, the ship was invisible to the naked eye, and even a skilled sensor reader would find it hard to detect. That was Ghost Ship. It had an ability called Invisible Area, which can make objects in its area of effect completely disappear. The Ghost Ship was owned by Mato, a high ranker, and owner of the Merchant Association. He was also a high-ranking FUG member and had the sobriquet Grey Catfish. As the leader of the Merchant Association, he was one of the richest people in the entire tower and had a great amount of influence. Mato was a very short man, with pale pink hair that is combed back and has a pair of black horns protruding from his head. His skin was pale, his eyes were yellow, and he had large marks near his mouth that made him seem to have a smile at all times. Mato wore a black suit and carried a wand in his hand as he stared at the Archimedes. Next to him was a figure covered in shadows, Pokin. As long as Karika's plan is successful, he will have my full support, and I will give him my part of the thorn. Mato said to Pokin. The main reason Fug wanted to melt Bam with the thorn was due to his unique skill. They believed that if they are successful, the thorn would obtain his unique skill, and the owner of the thorn would then be able to use it as well. Do not worry, Pokin replied. With us being here, and the elders preventing the Zahard and workshop forces, there is nothing that could stop us. Viol will be merged with the thorn, and with its power, my god will take over the tower. The Fug elders had already given up on Bam. He had great potential with his unique skill, but compared to the other irregulars, he was weak. They also didn't know if he would turn his back on them when he obtains the real thorn. Giving it to Karika was the safer choice since he had an irrefutable grudge with Zahard and the 10 great family heads. With the power of the real thorn, Karika would be able to slay the immortal beings that ruled the tower. Bam's teacher, Hajinsung, was a powerhouse that could interfere with their plans, but even he would struggle against the combined power of the elders. Should push come to shove, they would deal with him as well. They have already prepared themselves for that. And what about the Karika imposter? He seems like someone strong. Mato questioned. Fug still didn't know the true identity of the masked man. They only speculated that he is an irregular, as well. Unless he is hiding his power, the 2 advanced rankers that I sent should be enough to deal with him. Pokin confidently stated. Earlier, he had sent Deathbird and Death Karambit, 2 of Karika's loyal servants, to deal with Lumen. The 2 of them were advanced rankers and had incredible teamwork. With their combined power, they could push back even high rankers. So, all the variables would be dealt with by the end of today. Excellent. Mato stated while observing the situation in the Archimedes and the battle that was happening on Sepia Island. Despite Pokin's reassurance, he was a little worried about that fight, so he kept an eye on the situation down there. However, the 2 weren't the only ones enjoying the show. In fact, there was one more suspend ship that was on the 30th floor. Like the Ghost Ship, it also had a similar ability like the Invisible Area, but it was an even higher rank than it. That suspend ship was even able to detect the Ghost Ship, but the owner had no desire to interfere. In the control room of the ship, a handsome brown-haired man was calmly observing everything on the 30th floor while smoking a cigarette. The man wore a pair of glasses and was dressed in a white suit. He was Po Bida Gustang, one of the 10 great family heads. The son of Arlene, my daughter's lover, and a lot of little insects. I wonder how this will play out. Gustang said. Not only did he know of Bam's true identity, but he also knew Lumen that had survived after the incident on the 10th floor. Gustang was the one that gifted Diana's suspendship, and he was able to monitor her through it. He was also able to tap into her pocket and see her conversations. Which is why he knew of her relationship with Lumen and that he had survived. Let's see if my daughter made the right choice. Gustang calmly stated while observing the fight on Sepia Island. Lumen was someone he was very interested in, especially after seeing his growth. Gustang knew that he had special abilities and that he didn't even know how to manipulate Shinsu before Diana taught him. But now, after about 7 to 8 years, Lumen was fighting equally with 2 advanced rankers. The most impressive thing was that Lumen didn't even know his Shinsu quality and was relying on using his special abilities, which he combined with his Shinsu. Gustang was fairly interested in what his Shinsu quality is. Nonetheless, he was sure that with enough time, he could become someone on the same level as Urek Mazino. Only someone like that could catch his eye. When the dark blue fire had engulfed the villa, Lumen had covered himself with his metal armor. The fire couldn't actually hurt him, but it was better to be safe than sorry. He calmly walked out of the burning building and spotted 2 figures levitating in the air. One of them was a grey-skinned man with purple hair and white eyes. Dark blue flames were being emitted from his body, and he held 2 blades made of the same flames. He was Death Karambit, Karika's loyal servant. Next to him was a woman who had the body of a bird and a human head. She wore a helmet with a beak that also covered her shoulders. She was Deathbird and another of Karika's loyal servants. We've been sent here as your tribulation, heathen who dared impersonate our god. Death Karambit said in disgust while pointing his flaming blade at Lumen. A painful death is the only outcome for someone like you. Death Lady stated, and Death Karambit slashed with his blade. A massive wave of dark blue fire was sent towards Lumen, who casually walked through it without a single injury. His black flames were hotter and more destructive than the dark blue fire of Death Karambit. Using flames against me isn't the smartest choice. Lumen told them while 2 pairs of flaming wings appeared on his back. A spear made of darkness with a large lizard head at the top formed in his hands, and he flew towards the 2 floating figures with incredible speed. Edited by O'Brien. Chapter 58, Workshop Battle, 4. Death Karambit and Deathbird were surprised seeing Lumen's black and white wings made of fire. They were under the impression that Karika's impostor had similar abilities to the Slayer. His speed at which he flew towards them was also astounding, and most rankers would find it hard to keep up with him. Deathbird was faster than him, but she was a scout that focused on speed. But what really startled Death Karambit were the flaming wings on Lumen's back. Those flames looked so similar to his and Death Lady's, but they were also different at the same time. Deathbird flew away from there, but Death Karambit was momentarily dazed from seeing the flaming wings. He woke up from his stupor the moment Lumen reached him and attacked him with his spear of darkness. The lizard head at the tip opened up and was about to chomp on him. Despite that, Death Karambit was an advanced ranker *1 for a reason. Quickly, he brought up his flaming blades and blocked the maw of darkness. Lumen's strength was incredible, but Death Karambit was able to match it. Let's see whose flames are stronger, shall we? Lumen stated, and a massive column of black fire erupted from the lizard head. Death Karambit was engulfed in the black fire, but he managed to counterattack and block with his own dark blue fire. Despite that, he was forced to fly away from there since the black flames suppressed his own and were roasting him alive. Death Karambit was barely able to extinguish the black flames on his body with his Shinsu and understanding of the fire element. This was the first time someone had managed to suppress Lumen's black phoenix fire. TSCH. Lumen clicked his tongue. He was actually hoping to take him by surprise and possibly kill him with his first attack. Be careful of his flames. They are even dangerous to someone like me. Death Karambit warned Deathbird. His grey skin had turned pitch black from being burnt by Lumen's black flames, and the worst part was that he felt weakened after getting touched by them. His prized flaming blades, which were B10 ranked weapons and were tailor-crafted for him, also had scorch marks on them. Death Karambit was one of the few natural flame users that weren't a part of the Yeon family. His body constantly emitted his dark blue fire, and he had never feared other flame users. The only people that could actually harm him with fire were the high rankers of the Yeon family, the unsurpassed masters of fire. However, even they wouldn't be able to damage him and his blades to this extent with just a single attack. Got it. Deathbird called out while numerous large, blue feathers materialized around her. Their tips were extremely sharp, and they resembled arrows. Feather rain. With extreme speed, all the feather arrows flew towards Lumen. Their flight pattern was very tricky, and one couldn't easily predict where they will hit. They would also split into smaller ones, making her attack even more unpredictable. As the feather arrows were flying after Lumen, Deathbird was already creating more of them around her. However, she was forced to stop, as she saw a vortex made of black fire surround him and incinerate all the feather arrows. Lumen hadn't even bothered to dodge her attack and stood there in the air while watching her with indifference. He is a lot stronger than what the information stated. We have to fight him seriously. Death Karambit told Deathbird. They were only aware of his darkness abilities and believed that he was only slightly stronger than a normal ranker. They also didn't think that he could have possibly made major improvements in just 3 years. Due to the large lifespan of the inhabitant of the tower, some could even go on vacations that last for a dozen years or even more. To them, it was simply unimaginable for someone to have a massive increase in strength in just 3 years. Nevertheless, they couldn't be careless fighting with Lumen, and the two were about to take this fight seriously now. Act as the fisherman while I support you. Deathbird said to Death Karambit. Although she is a battle-oriented scout *2, she didn't want to go anywhere near the black flames after seeing that they were able to hurt her partner. Since they were planning on taking him seriously now, Deathbird summoned 2 observers in the shape of falcons. One of them was black with razor-sharp wings, while the other was purple with a cannon on each wing. Both of them were larger than Deathbird herself. The 2 were ancient observers *3, which were a lot more battle-oriented than the observers that scouts currently used. That's easier said than done. Death Karambit replied. He also didn't want to deal with Lumen's black flames, but he didn't have a choice. He was better suited for the job than Deathbird. He surrounded himself with dark blue fire, hoping that would protect him from Lumen's fire, and flew towards him at top speed. Death Karambit crossed his blades and slashed at Lumen, who used his spear of darkness to block them. 2 waves of dark blue fire erupted from the blades in the form of an X, but Lumen was undamaged from the attack. He was nearly immune to fire attacks due to him being a phoenix. The 2 were in a deadlock, but the lizard head on Lumen's spear twisted around and turned towards Death Karambit. Black fire gathered in its mouth and was about to shoot him point blank. However, at that moment, a massive beam of purple shinsu shot from the purple falcon, blasting Lumen away. He quickly recovered from the attack and flew towards Death Karambit. The 2 were exchanging attack after attack, but the purple falcon would interrupt Lumen right before he could unleash a massive technique. During one of their bouts, the black falcon appeared behind Lumen and crashed into him. The body of the ancient observer changed shape and transformed its body into a liquid state. It surrounded Lumen and held him in place for a moment. Get him now! Deathbird shouted. She had materialized a massive amount of feathers, which took the form of a falcon. Death Karambit engulfed the falcon with his dark blue fire, and the bird flew towards Lumen with astounding speed. Combined Shinsu Technique, Falcon of Hellfire. The combined Shinsu technique crashed into Lumen and caused a massive explosion of dark blue fire, which covered the entire Sepia Island below them. Did we get him? Death Karambit asked as he wasn't able to see or sense him in the explosion. Even high rankers wouldn't be scot-free from their combined Shinsu technique. No. Deathbird replied to him. As a scout, she had incredible eyesight. Before the attack hit him, she saw that Lumen had transformed into a bird made of black fire. She didn't understand what he did, but she was sure that he survived. Before Death Karambit could say anything else, he saw a massive bird, whose body was composed of black flames, fly out of the explosion. During the past 3 years, Lumen had learned how to change the flames of his phoenix form from white to black. His phoenix form had also grown considerably in size. Black fire materialized in front of him in the shape of an orb, which quickly grew even larger than him. Lumen flew towards them, and the orb followed after him. Let me show you true hellfire. The giant orb of black fire suddenly compressed itself to the size of a peanut. Damn! Run! Deathbird shouted as she sensed the massive amount of Shinsu that Lumen had gathered. She grabbed Death Karambit and quickly flew away at top speed as a massive explosion erupted from the orb of black fire. It covered the entire Sepia Island and removed it from existence. Unfortunately, Deathbird was a scout that focused on her speed and was faster than even some high rankers, so she was able to escape with Death Karambit. Otherwise, the 2 would have surely died in that explosion. Marvelous! exclaimed Gustang seeing the explosion. He was truly impressed by Lumen's technique. His Shinsu manipulation reminds me of Blossom. Violent and unpredictable. Didn't you say that the two should be able to take care of him? Madoreiko questioned Pokken. The massive explosion that he witnessed could potentially even harm him. That guy was a lot more dangerous than what they imagined. Pokken observed the Lumen's Black Phoenix form for a moment and calmly answered him. Such a massive attack should have exhausted him. Death Karambit and Deathbird are still alive. They should be able to finish the job now. Worst case scenario, I would jump in and take care of him. Pokken was somewhat right. That attack would normally exhaust him, but it had also eliminated the entire Sepia Island and harvested the life force of anyone that had survived after the combined Shinsu technique of Death Karambit and Deathbird. With that life force, he was able to recover his stamina and was as good as new. So be it. I didn't want to use it, but you forced me. Lumen stated and transformed into his human form. An arms inventory that only had a single weapon appeared in front of him, and he pulled the weapon out. Meanwhile, Andrasi and the rest were killing of regular after regular. 10 are behind that column on our left. Lore, you can handle them. A dozen regulars are coming from the front. Anak, take care of those. 7 are on our right. Diana, you snipe them. Mary was calmly telling the location of all Fug regular to the group while giving orders. Her lighthouse would cover the Fug regulars with light, marking their position and giving her group an easier shot. Lore created 5 bongs of Shinsu and shot them towards the column. The bongs curved around the column and attacked the regulars behind it. Each bong took care of 2 regulars. Tiana shot a massive beam of Shinsu towards the 7 on their right, and easily annihilated them. Anak dashed towards the group in the front. She was wielding a D10 rank hook that could increase its size. With a single attack, she lopped off the heads of 6 regulars while she formed 6 bongs of Shinsu and sniped the other 6. 2 more are coming from behind us. Those 2 should be the last. Hatsu, deal with them. Hearing Mary, Hatsu jumped towards them. The swordsman was about to slash them apart, but the 2 raised their hands and shouted. Stop, friendly fire. Novik and Ran were sweating. Had they not screamed, Hatsu would have killed right there and then. Thankfully, he was one of the few from the group that didn't enjoy killing. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they would have killed them without hesitation. Mary. Hatsu called out to the Red Witch. Mary turned around and looked at them for a moment and asked. Ha Novik and Kun Ran? Yes. They both quickly confirmed. They are Agni's previous teammates. They are not our enemies. Hearing her, the 2 let out a sigh of relief. They had witnessed how the group had annihilated over 100 regulars in a matter of moments. They definitely didn't want to be on their bad side. What are you doing here? Mary asked them. We were hoping to meet with Kun, Novik replied. Agni's is somewhere else on the Archimedes, Mary told them. Damn, then the rest of the Fug regulars are going after him and his group, Novik responded while biting his finger. Oh, fuck. We forgot about Agni's. Li Su exclaimed. We have to help him, as well. Mary thought for a moment before speaking up. You and Hatsu go with them and help him. As scouts, you should be able to locate him. He and his group should be somewhere on the west side. As a guide, she had a faint idea where Agni's might be. Got it. Lisa replied and led the 3 towards the location Mary pointed at. A small red lighthouse floated after them. Once they locate Agni's and his group, Mary would then lead them back to rest. After running at their top speed for a few minutes, the 4 of them were able to locate Agni's group thanks to the sounds of fighting. There were around 30 regulars that were fighting against his group at that moment. The 4 jumped into the fight and helped them finish off the regulars. Agni's and his group were able to reduce the number of Fug regulars by half, but they had suffered heavy casualties in doing so. Out of the 8 people that they were at the start, only 4 of them had survived the fight. Agni's, Rak, Yuwa, and Wangnan. Yuwa and Wangnan were teary-eyed from the loss of their friends. They had been together since the 20th floor and had grown closer to each other. They couldn't believe that their teammates had now died. Quickly follow the lighthouse. We don't have much time. Mary's voice came from the small red lighthouse. Their group had already reached the 2nd level of the Archimedes and were making their way towards the 3rd one. Yuwa and Wangnan wanted to mourn their friends, but now wasn't the time. They had another friend that they needed to rescue. They followed after Mary's lighthouse and made their way towards the rest of the group. Meanwhile, on the 4th level of the Archimedes, Bam was laying on the ground, crucified by spears made of shadow. The fake thorn was trying to heal him, but Refugio would pierce him with spear after spear. At that moment, the real thorn below them fully activated. Finally, Refugio stated as his body was already slowly dissolving. He had activated the shadow granted to him by Pokken, so he didn't have much time left. Thankfully, he had accomplished his mission and forced Bam into activating the real thorn. Refugio looked up towards the tiny opening in the ceiling and saw a small suspend ship there, which was being piloted by Grom. The ship turned around and placed a container on top of the hole. A massive amount of blue liquid started pouring from the container into the enclosed room. Edited by O'Brien. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Advanced rankers are within the top 10% strongest people in the tower, while high rankers are within the top 1%. Advanced rankers are in no way pushovers and very rarely would one die. Of course, it's even rarer for a high ranker to die. Rankers are actually forbidden from associating with regulars. Of course, Fug is a random bunch so they don't care about the rules. Rankers can be a few hundred till a few thousand years old, for example HA Jinsung is 5000 plus years old. We can only speculate how old is his grandmother, Ha Yuran, the head of the HA family. 2. The basic scouts generally work on gathering information for the light bearers and keep watch whilst the battle-oriented scouts focus on backing up the fishermen in close-range combat. Lisu is a basic scout while Hatsu and Vespa are battle-oriented scouts. 3. Observers were not always used only for reconnaissance. In ancient tower history, scouts needed all the fighting power they could get. As such, ancient observers were more battle-oriented. Chapter 59, Workshop Battle, 5. With Mary leading the way, the group reached the third level of the Archimedes. The Red Witch stopped in front of a wall and said, "If we break through here, we can reach the fourth level easier. Bear in mind, I can sense two people on the other side. Let me." Andrasi stepped up, and dark red Shinsu formed between her hands. Chiffon sword. She sent a powerful Shinsu wave blast and destroyed the entire wall. On the other side of the wall, Hor Yang was lying on the ground unconscious, while a short boy with pale skin and blonde hair was crouching beside him. He was slapping Hor Yang's cheeks, but the big man wasn't waking up. Kasano had already taken out Hor Yang's devil, and without it, there was no way for Hor Yang to wake up. The boy, also known as Beta, was wearing a black hoodie and black shorts. Like Hor Yang and Kasano, he was a living ignition weapon, but he had a multiple devils inside him. Beta had also undergone and endured countless experiments, along with many other children, until only 5 remained. He considered these other survivors friends or even family. One day, a workshop researcher gathered them into one place and told them all to kill each other. The survivor would become a complete ignition weapon and would gain freedom. That one word drove them all insane. In the end, Beta was the one who survived. However, his body became unable to get through a single day without the workshop's drugs. The freedom that he was promised was nothing but a lie. "TSCH, I got tricked again." Beta stated in annoyance and stood up to look at the people that had just destroyed the wall. "Are you also with that bastard Kasano? Because I wouldn't mind letting off some steam on you." Beta was very angry. He hated being lied to, and that's exactly what Kasano had done. He had tricked him earlier and stolen Emily under his nose. Yellow-like wings were starting to form behind him as he was about to ignite himself. "Fuck off." Before he could even take any action, Andrasi kicked him away and sent him flying towards a wall. Beta crashed into the wall and fell unconscious on the ground. "Who is this?" Alexei asked while looking at the downed Hor Yang. "I'm not sure, but I will take him with us for now," Marie told them and stored Beta and Hor Yang in her lighthouse. "We have to hurry, I have a really bad feeling," she told them and continued leading them towards the 4th level. At that moment, they all heard the explosion caused by Lumen. That came from the outside. "Is Lumen okay?" Verdi stopped and asked in worry. "Don't worry about him." Mary calmly answered her. She believed Lumen would definitely deal with whatever is happening outside. "Yep, listen to Mary. He is harder to kill than a cockroach. Lumen is the one we should worry the least about," Andrasi stated, confident in his strength. Lumen was by far the strongest in their group, and she knew that. Andrasi trusted that he will survive no matter what. Verdi hesitantly nodded, and the group continued following Mary's lead. Meanwhile, on another island on the 30th floor. 4 people had gathered next to a small suspend ship that had a pointed head. Are you sure this will work? Luro, the test administrator from the second floor, asked Kun Hachuling, a blue-haired, young-looking man. Hachuling was a ranker from the Kun family that had defected and is now associated with Wokhike Song. Hachuling was holding a Game Boy-looking device in his hands. Next to him was Yui, the feminine man that had worked undercover on the 21st floor as a test administrator. And the final member of that group was Quant Blitz, a dark-skinned man with red hair and red eyes. He was also a test administrator on the second floor, but he and Luro were fired from their jobs after Andrasi and the rest had advanced to the third floor. Lumen had told Urek that Fug was planning something big for the workshop battle, so he had sent those 4 to assist him. Yui was a wave controller, Quant and Hachuling were scouts, and Luro was both a light bearer and a scout. Their group was perfect for infiltration, but considering the big mess that was happening right now, there was no need for that. There is nothing to worry about. Quant laughed out arrogantly and slapped Luro on the back. After all, I, the great Quant Blitz, will be driving the suspend ship. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Luro responded. Stop wasting time and go, Hachuling commanded them. Quant and Luro entered the suspend ship, and it flew towards the Archimedes. Hachuling and Yui then looked towards where Sepia Island used to be. He is even stronger than the last time I saw him. Irregulars sure are a different kind of beast, but we should probably go and assist him, Yui stated. Not yet, Hachuling replied while looking at the device in his hands. He was able to locate Midoriko's suspend ship that was hidden in the air. There are more variables here, and Lumen seems to have taken out that nasty weapon. I don't want to be near it when he ignites it. Let's just wait out its ignition period. Yeah, I guess you are right. Yui nodded and continued observing the fight. The weapon that was in Lumen's arms inventory was a small spear made of stone. The tip of the spear looked like a snake head that was just about to bite something. All in all, the spear looked very unassuming, but the moment Gustang saw it, his eyes widened in surprise. Urek gave him Chompapaphies. Gustang knew the name of the weapon. He also knew its previous owner. It used to be owned by someone that had climbed the tower together with him and the rest of the 12 Great Warriors, or as they are now known as the 10 Great Warriors. However, Urek had challenged him and taken his weapon after beating him. Only someone like Urek could give away an A5 rank weapon like that. Gustang shook his head. Chompapaphies was one of the strongest weapons in the tower, and yet, Urek had given it to Lumen. If it wasn't as unruly as it was and didn't have the limitation of being used for only 10 minutes a day, it could potentially be an S-ranked weapon. Well, as long as he is able to control it, those two are as good as dead, Gustang said, knowing its capabilities, but he also knew that the weapon was very unruly. Even the previous owner had trouble controlling it. Pokin and Maidoreko were also surprised by seeing the spear made of stone. I want it! Maidoreko greedily exclaimed. If I get that weapon, I will definitely give you the thorn part I have, no matter what happens today. He was even willing to part with his thorn part if he could get the spear. Let's wait for a bit, Pokin replied. Even he was scared of that weapon when ignited. Pokin wanted to see if Lumen can ignite it first, and if he did, he would prefer waiting out the ignition time. The two of them were paying so much attention to Lumen, that they didn't notice the suspend ship that was flying towards the Archimedes. Ignite! Lumen called out, and the stone spear started crumbling away. After the stone disappeared, only a black-colored spear that was even smaller than before remained. Asterisk chomp. Chomp. Chomp asterisk the snake head started chomping in place. Kill them, Chompapaphies! Lumen commanded. The snake head extended itself and flew towards Death Karambit and Death Bird. Chompapaphies could increase its size to the point that it could cover the entire 30th floor. However, that wasn't what Lumen wanted it to do. Death Bird was carrying Death Karambit while flying away from the snake head. Although Chompapaphies was very fast, Death Bird was slightly faster. No, don't chase them. Just kill them. Lumen commanded, but Chompapaphies continued chasing them. It hadn't been ignited in a very long time, so it wanted to have some fun. Chompapaphies liked chasing and playing with its prey. Do what you are supposed to do, you shitty snake. Otherwise, this would be the last time I ignite you. Lumen called out to it, but Chompapaphies ignored him. It was having fun chasing the little bird, so it had no desire to end it just now. As expected, Chompapaphies is acting like usual, Gustang said, seeing the snake head chasing the two around. That was a sight that he was used to. The previous owner also had to deal with this. Lumen continued cursing it, but Chompapaphies completely disregarded him. He could have used his light powers and killed those two, but he was saving them as a trump card. Lumen knew that he was being observed by multiple figures, that he didn't even know where they are, so he wanted to surprise them when they come out. Chompapaphies continued chasing them for 9 more minutes, and it finally had its fun. Suddenly it stopped and chomped in place. Despite being nowhere near them, both Death Karambit and Deathbird were damaged from it, as 2 holes appeared on their bodies. Arg! The 2 screamed as they were paralyzed. Anyone hit by Chompapaphies would be left frozen in place. Chompapaphies also had the ability to attack anyone in sight without even actually hitting them. Its attack was completely unavoidable, and the reason why it was an A5 rank weapon. No matter what someone does, Chompapaphies could damage that person without even being near him. Asterisk chomp. Chomp. Chomp asterisk. After a few more bites, both Death Karambit and Deathbird were filled with holes. And right before the 10 minutes passed, chomped one more time with even more force. A massive shockwave erupted where Death Karambit and Deathbird were, and the 2 were entirely obliterated. Chompapaphies shrank back to its small size, and stone covered its body as the ignition time had run out. The next time Lumen could activate it, would be after 24 hours. Stupid Pac-Man wannabe! Lumen cursed out. He would have preferred to have used it against the people that were hidden, but he had at least kept his light powers a secret. After all, during the past 3 years, the biggest improvements that he made was with them. Go, grab me the weapon! Madoreiko exclaimed. I need to have it. Pokken didn't respond and disappeared from his spot. He definitely wanted to get Chompapaphies, but he was planning to give it to his master and not Madoreiko. Now that its ignition period was over, he would go and slay the impostor that dared impersonate his god. Meanwhile, Mary had already led the group to the 4th level of the Archimedes. They were running as fast as they could and had nearly reached Bam's location, which was just around the corner. As soon as they turned the corner, they saw Grom standing there with his arms crossed. Behind him was the enclosed room that Bam and the real Thorn were. What do we have here? Grom arrogantly asked with a smirk. Get out of the way! Andrasi shouted and shot a blast of dark red shinsu at him. The attack hit him head-on, but Grom only took a few steps back. Her strength surprised him, but it was nothing too special to an advanced ranker like him. Oh! The little insects have learned how to bite. I will make you a part of me after I have some fun while ripping your flesh. Grom had the ability to absorb the bones of others and strengthen himself. The stronger someone was, the bigger improvements he will receive from their bones. Andrasi, calm down. Mary called out to the Princess of Zahard. This is not someone we could take on lightly. Ha ha ha. Grom laughed out, hearing her. You actually think you can take me on? What a joke. Learn your place, lowly regulars. Grom formed 12 bone spears around him and shot them towards the group. He was angered by Mary's comment. Grom was initially planning on playing with those regulars, but now he wanted to destroy them. 5 red lighthouses formed a pentagram in front of the group. Tiana and Lore jumped behind them and created a barrier of shinsu with the assistance of Mary's lighthouses. With their combined strength, they were able to block the 12 bone spears. Grom's eyes widened in surprise. Never would he have imagined that lowly regulars would be able to stop his attack. He might have not used his full strength, but he was still an advanced ranker. You've truly angered me now. Grom stated with clenched teeth. Over 20 bone spears were starting to form around him, but at that moment, a suspend ship with a pointed head pierced through the Archimedes' walls and slammed into him. Ha ha ha, take that you bone freak. You were just hit by the amazing piloting skills of the great Quant Blitz. Luro and Quant shakily walked out of the suspend ship, but the red-haired man didn't forget to boast about his incredible skills. Andrasi, without wasting any time, rushed towards Bam's location. However, before she could reach it, a massive bone wall erupted from the ground and blocked her path. Andrasi immediately shot a blast of shinsu at the bone wall, but she wasn't able to damage it. You will pay for this. They heard Grom scream. Everyone turned towards the suspend ship, and they saw it being lifted in the air. Bones had formed from Grom's body, and they had blocked most of the damage from the ship. He threw the suspend ship towards the group, but Luro summoned 3 yellow lighthouses. They formed a triangle, and the moment the ship neared them, it disappeared from there. Luro had teleported the suspend ship away before it could reach the group. Chapter 60, Workshop Battle, 6. Pokken appeared in the air above Lumen and stared at him disdainfully. He had to admit that the Karaka impostor was incredibly strong for a regular, and he was sure that he is an irregular. No other being could have so much power on the lower floors. Lumen could have been someone that they could have used in their plans, but death was the only outcome for someone that dared impersonate his god. What will you show me now? Gustang wondered with a smile when he saw Pokken exit the suspend ship. He was impressed with Lumen's strength and progress. However, that wasn't enough if he wanted to kill the king of the tower. Zahart's strength was unmatched in the tower, and Urek was the only one that had the power to kill him. Sadly, Urek was against that and refused to go after him no matter what, and Gustang didn't know why. He did have some theories, but he wasn't completely certain. Gustang pulled out an archaic book from his pocket. Books weren't uncommon in the tower, but the one in his hands was made of materials that couldn't be found inside the tower. The book was his diary from before entering the tower, and he opened it to its last page. I can't believe it. I was one of the 13 people chosen to enter and conquer the tower. I will be granted an essences of intelligence tomorrow, whatever that is, and I am supposed to become one of the kings of the tower. Gustang read the last 3 sentences of his diary. Why do I have no memory of this? Gustang questioned himself for the millionth time. All the content inside the book was of his life outside the tower. However, he couldn't remember even a single event that was listed there. Gustang's earliest memories were of him climbing the tower, but even they were extremely vague. Something had happened to him, but he didn't know what. He also didn't remember being granted the essence of intelligence. However, for some reason, he believed that Zahard was the cause of his memory loss. Gustang had been able to find records of what an essence is inside the tower. He knew that they were the crystallized form of beings that had failed to become divine beings. Once someone obtains an essence, he will receive that person's memories and abilities. However, he wouldn't be able to improve upon the skills he had obtained. Essences could boost someone's power, but they would also limit that person's improvements. Another drawback was that the person who absorbs an essence would no longer be able to become a divine being and exit the tower. Gustang shook his head, stored the diary back into his pocket, and turned his attention to Pokken and Lumen. I will give you a simple choice, Pokken told Lumen. We can do this the easy way, and you can die for me. Or we can. Before Pokken could continue, he saw Lumen disappear from his spot in a flash of white. The next instant, he had appeared in front of him. The speed at which he moved was something that even advanced rankers wouldn't be able to accomplish. However, Pokken wasn't a simple advanced ranker, he was a high ranker. He might be one of the weakest high rankers, but he was still one. A blast of shadowy Shinsu emerged from his body and disintegrated Lumen, but that was nothing but an illusion created from his light powers. The real Lumen appeared behind him and shot a massive blast of light at Pokken. The attack completely enveloped the Fug member. All of that happened in less than a second, but despite that, Pokken had managed to create a shield made of shadows that covered him. He then disappeared from his spot and appeared a distance away from Lumen. You! How are you alive? Pokken exclaimed in surprise. He knew of only one person that could use light powers like this, but he should have been killed by Karaka on the 10th floor. Yet, he was sure that the one in front of him was Lumen, even though he was covered in his metal armor. Lumen didn't respond and disappeared from his spot. He couldn't waste time talking to him. During the past 3 years, he had managed to increase the speed at which he moved, but that came with its own drawbacks. He would experience terrible headaches that would make him feel as if his brain would explode. Using the moment that Pokken was surprised, Lumen appeared in front of him and struck him with a kick. A massive shockwave erupted from the speed at which he moved, and the attack destroyed Pokken's body from the head down. However, that wasn't enough to kill him. Pokken was a being that was made entirely of shadow. He was like a Logia user on steroids. Pokken disappeared yet again and appeared a distance away from Lumen. Shadows formed around him and reconstructed his body. Angered that he was injured by Lumen, Pokken had decided to take this fight seriously and end it now. He will kill him and eliminate this annoying variable. No more playing games. Shadow Realm. Shadows bubbled out of Pokken and covered an enormous area. He prepared to attack Lumen, but his body froze up. Hachuling and Yui had arrived at that moment and used reverse flow control on him. They were advanced rankers and were able to hold him in place for a second, and that's all the time Lumen needed. Lumen appeared above him with his extreme speed and kicked downwards with an axe kick. His attack caused another shockwave, and a massive light beam was also sent out from his leg. Poken's entire body was disintegrated, but even that wasn't enough to kill him. He appeared a distance away, and shadows were already reforming his body. However, the Shinsu technique, Shadow Realm, had been broken. Poken wasn't able to cover the entire area with his shadow. Wall hike song? Damn it! Poken exclaimed in surprise and looked around. If Urek was also here, there was no chance of their plan succeeding, and he will surely die as well. Thankfully for him, Urek was nowhere to be seen. He knew that Urek was very arrogant and would never hide. You okay? Yui asked Lumen, who was clenching his teeth from the headache he was experiencing. I can handle this. Lumen replied to him. You better be able to. We won't be able to deal with him without you. Hatch Yuling stated. He had already assessed Poken's strength and knew that he and Yui wouldn't be able to handle him by themselves. Even with Lumen, he wasn't sure if they could kill him. Act as the fisherman, we will support you to the best of our abilities, Yui told Lumen, pulled out a wand that looked like a microphone, and started singing a traditional folk song from his home floor in an atrocious voice. I've got a little book with pages 3. And every page spells liberty. Yui's was tone deaf and couldn't sing at all, but Lumen felt himself being strengthened from his voice, and his headache was somewhat lessened. Yui was a support-type wave controller. He can strengthen his allies with his ability. As long as they could bear his awful singing, that is. Hashuling's entire body was covered in lightning. He was also holding a needle made of lighting in each hand. Lumen dashed towards Poken, and Hachuling followed after him while Yui continued his singing. Madoreiko was observing this from his ghost ship, with an evil smirk and a greedy glint in his eyes. Yes, fight for me. Then I will swoop in and get everything for myself. The Thorn and Chompapaphies will be mine. Meanwhile, on the 4th level of the Archimedes, Lisu and the rest had just caught up to the group just in time to see them fight against Grom. Luroaro had summoned 10 yellow lighthouses. 9 of them were hovering around Grom, while one was next to him and Quant. The 9 lighthouses had an electric current going through them. Mary's 5 red lighthouses were in the form of a pentagram. Tiana and Lore were behind them, and using them as an amplifier, they were using reverse flow control on Grom. With their combined strength, they were able to hold him down for a moment. Verdi combined her telepathy with Shisnu and sent a mental attack at Grom, further freezing him up. Quant style, Godly Fire Punch. Quant had formed a massive fist of fire and punched towards the yellow lighthouse. The flaming fist disappeared and was teleported out of the other 9 lighthouses. His attack was strengthened by them, and it was covered by lightning as well. The flaming fist covered in lightning hit Grom head-on. Alexei had entered his devil form and had a massive spear made of purple miasma in his hand. He threw it with all his might and pierced Grom through the chest. Vespa was in her adult form, and she had 6 of her specialized needles floating around her. They formed a large yellow bong of Shinsu in front of her, and she shot a massive beam at Grom. Andrasi and Anik dashed up to Grom and punched him with all their might. Both of their attacks caused a massive Shinsu blast. Grom flew and crashed into a wall. His body was nearly broken, but he was still breathing. Grom was slowly standing up with bones forming around him. Hatsu, seeing this, had pulled out Ryu. Ignite. With the sword covered in ice, he dashed towards Grom. Ice Annihilation. Hatsu shot a massive ice wave and covered Grom with it. The advanced rancor was frozen in place, but the ice was slowly being broken by him. Quant, do it again. Luroaro called out to Quant, who was already forming another flaming fist. He hit the yellow lighthouse, and it teleported out of the other 9. The attack that was amplified by the 9 lighthouses hit the frozen Grom and shattered him in pieces. The advanced rancor would have never imagined that he would die by the hands of a bunch of regulars and 2 rancors. However, he had greatly underestimated them. The regulars were able to hold him down, while the 2 rancors were constantly dishing out damage. During the past 3 years, the group's strength had greatly increased. As a team, they were able to fight and kill a normal rancor, achieving a feat that should be impossible for a team of E-rank regulars. With Quant and Luroaro backing them up, they were able to kill an advanced rancor. The 2 rancors were the ones that actually killed Grom, but they weren't able to do it without the help of Lumen's team. Haha! You were no match for the amazing Quant Blitz. Quant proudly declared. Quant by himself would never be able to kill an advanced rancor, but with Luroaro constantly amplifying his attacks, he had accomplished that. The bone wall that Grom had erected crumbled down. Andrasi shot down the wall behind with a blast of dark red shinsu and rushed inside the room. Meanwhile, outside the Archimedes, there was a massive lightning storm going on. A black figure was constantly clashing with a white and blue one. They were moving at such a speed that most people wouldn't be able to see them. With the assistance of Yui, Hachuling, and Lumen were able to fight Pokken as equals. No matter how many times Pokken tried to cover everything with his shadow, he will get interrupted by Hachuling and Yui, while Lumen was constantly attacking him. Despite that, their fight had turned into a battle of attrition. Whoever gets exhausted first, would end up as the loser. And if this continued, Lumen's group would be the ones to get tired first. As strong as Lumen had gotten during the past 3 years, he wasn't on the level of high rankers yet. Even with the assistance of the 2 advanced rankers, he wasn't able to overpower the FUG member. Pokken knew that his victory was just a matter of time. Madoreiko was observing that from his ghost ship and had decided it's his time to act. He will deal with everyone there and collect the spoils of war. He spun the wand in his hand and appeared above them. Time to end this. Madoreiko laughed out and took control over Shinsu and the entire area that they were fighting. Everyone there was frozen in place, including Pokken. Madoreiko, what is the meaning of this? Pokken shouted at him. He had never imagined that Madoreiko would betray him. With just a little bit more time, he was going to kill the 3. Don't take it to heart, Pokken. I just like being in control and owning everything precious there is. Madoreiko was a very greedy person. With the thorn and chompapaphies in front of him, he couldn't resist and wanted to take them for himself. 4 gigantic bongs of purple shinsu formed around him. He twirled the wand in his and aimed it at 4 beneath him. Massive beams of purple light were shot from the 4 bongs, but before they could reach them, they were dispersed in the air. Suddenly, Madoreiko lost control of the shinsu in the area and froze in place as well. He barely managed to look up and saw a handsome brown-haired man in a white suit staring at him with a smile. That's my son-in-law you are trying to kill, and I can't let you do that, can I? Gustang laughed out. Gustang was happy with what he had seen from Lumen. He had seen him go from a strong regular to someone that could survive in a fight against a high ranker, albeit with the assistance of 2 advanced rankers. Nonetheless, that was an impressive feat for someone that has been in the tower for only 8 years. Gustang initially wanted to force Urek to go after Zahard, but he had changed his mind. He didn't mind waiting for Lumen to grow strong enough to face the king of the tower. He had already been in the tower for thousands of years, what's a few hundred more to him? Gustang was sure that Lumen had the potential to become someone as strong as Urek, and he would show him the right path and correct way of climbing the tower. Everyone was looking at him in astonishment. They couldn't believe that one of the 10 great family heads was actually here. They couldn't understand why one of the rulers of the tower was on the 30th floor. Begone! Gustang snapped his fingers. There were no flashy moves or massive attacks, but both Pokken and Madoreiko disintegrated without even being able to resist. Just a snap of his fingers and the 2 high rankers were killed in an instant. There were very few people in the tower that could contend with Gustang when it comes to Shinsu manipulation. Gustang ignored Hachuling and Yui and calmly floated next to Lumen, who was staring at him in hatred. Don't look at me like that. After all, we will be family members in the future, son-in-law. Gustang laughed out while teasing him. You should probably go and check up on your little team. We can talk after that, son-in-law. Lumen was angered hearing Gustang call him a son-in-law, but he wanted to check up on his friends. He also knew there was nothing that he could do against him. Gustang was in existence on a completely different level even when compared to high rankers. Since he hadn't killed him yet, he decided to listen to him. With light speed, he rushed towards the 4th level of the Archimedes. Gustang then looked towards the ghost ship in the air. That should be a good dowry.
Thanks for listening.